Chapter 1076. The news that the goddess of the Qin family had returned to the Qin family had spread throughout the Qin family last night and early this morning, including the engagement that Qin Hai had once mentioned. However, it was not spread to the outside world, and it was not to the point where everyone knew about it. Today, the group of people that Qin Yen had personally brought here attracted a lot of attention. They were trying to find the guy who was about to abduct their goddess. However, when they saw that the group of people were all girls, many people were a little confused. Fortunately, they still found a male creature, which confirmed that the person today was the one who had come to discuss the engagement that they thought was abnormally absurd. In fact, the matter between Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yen was only known by the higher-ups of the Qin family in detail who the two little guys were. The others only knew a little about it. They knew that their goddess was going to get engaged, but they did not know who she was going to be engaged to. The reason why things had developed like this was also because of Yun Nuoxing. His identity was more or less an unstable factor, so he did not tell the clan too much. This was referring to his identity as a spiritual godly body. Therefore, the current situation was caused. The outsiders did not know about this matter, but the higher-ups of the Qin family knew about it, but they did not say anything. The mainstay and the others were confused. In any case, there were hundreds of pairs of eyes that saw the group of people going to the patriarch's house. Although they felt as if there were thousands of ants crawling around in their hearts, making them feel unbearably anxious, that was the place where the patriarchs of the Qin family lived. It was the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family, so no one dared to cause trouble there. Some of the elders did not feel uneasy, but the ones who were really restless were the young talents of the Qin family, those of the younger generation who had feelings for the goddess. After this restless state lasted for an hour, someone thought of a way to write a letter in a more serious way and asked someone to send it to the patriarch's palace. Then, the other young people realized that this was not causing trouble and would not disturb the patriarch, so they all followed suit. As for the content, it would not be any better. The problem is, are these people crazy? In a somewhat exaggerated living room, there were several thousand letters of all kinds piled up on the table. Ziyen and the others were speechless when they saw this. The pile of letters was as high as several people. The problem was that the contents of the letters were all noisy and almost the same, but that was not the main point. With a wave of her hand, Bing Er caught a letter that fell to the ground. She flipped it open casually. The person who wrote the letter didn't fold it properly at all. The content of the letter, other than a bunch of noises, was a cross drawn on a profile picture. There were also strange pictures of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. This profile picture was Chu Chen's. I really F** king. Chu Chen was so depressed that he didn't know what to say. He tore the letter in his hand into pieces and threw it to Feng Er. Feng Er knew what he was doing and burned the shredded paper with fire. That idiot doesn't look like a man no matter how you look at him. There's no other man here besides you, so it's normal for him to look for you. Chu Yingzhan expressed her understanding. She shrugged and patted him on the shoulder. She sighed and said, Shaoqin, go bravely. Anyway, you won't die. But thinking about Qin Yan's position in the Qin family, the possibility of her being abolished is not small. Big brother Yun. Chu Chen's expression was tragic. He had become a shield. When will your date with big sister Qin Yan end? Seeing this kid shouting and jumping up and down in the living room, the girls shrugged and calmly sat on the sofa, elegantly sipping their tea. At the same time, they caught Little Magic, Xiao Xian, and the three girls who were running around the living room. There were many decorations in the living room. It would be embarrassing if they ran around and knocked over something. The heat of the sun was filtered by the mist that permeated the mountains, turning into a cool shimmer that fell from the sky. The mountains were quiet and secluded, and the shadows of the trees on the ground were like a group of happy people dancing. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yen strolled hand in hand on this immortal mountain. They held hands and kept a distance of half a meter. Neither of them spoke. One was clumsy and didn't know how to speak, while the other was quiet and rarely spoke. Contrasting with this quiet environment, they enjoyed the feeling of silence. Yun Nuoshing had spent time alone with the girls around him. Now, he could clearly say that he didn't talk much when he was alone with any of them. He just accompanied and got along quietly. It seemed that this was enough. This way they would feel happy. As for himself, he didn't know what he was thinking. He simply felt that this kind of time was not bad. If it could continue, it would be peaceful. Unfortunately, peace was only a luxury to him. Inadvertently looking back, his memory of his life was filled with chaos, violence, and destruction. The peace and tranquility that he pursued was so far away that he couldn't touch it. He was a god, but he couldn't exchange for too much peace for himself. When did this kind of peace and quiet start to give him an exceptionally comfortable feeling? It allowed him to settle down a little, but it couldn't really restrain his violent thoughts. He was always thinking about very complicated things. The cool light sprinkled down. The fine sunlight struggled to break free from the shackles of the leaves and landed on the two of them. A hazy light screen enveloped the two of them. The cool breeze blew, making them feel a sense of peace from the bottom of their hearts. I thought that you would. It was unknown how long the two of them walked like this. Qin Yen suddenly spoke softly. Her jade-like hands clenched a little, and her bright black eyes secretly glanced at the person beside her. What? Yun Nuoshing's lips curled into a faint smile. He walked for a while with his eyes closed. Qin Yen hurriedly pulled him and made him jump up to avoid the stones in front of him. Only then did she open her eyes and continue speaking. Did you think that I would leave you behind? Or something else? Qin Yen pursed her red lips and murmured. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and looked at her. Her tall body appeared a little hazy in the light screen. That loose robe couldn't cover her graceful figure. Her fine black hair casually draped over her shoulders and fell in front of her chest and on her perky buttocks. Her beautiful face maintained the kind of tranquility that had never changed in 10,000 years. She was as beautiful as an otherworldly fairy. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and let out a long sigh. In a low voice, he said, I have said what I should say before. In the end, you still maintain this choice. I won't say anything. Moreover, I have my own promise. To the people around me, this is the only thing that I will not back down on. You are willing to stand by my side, and I am also willing to protect you forever. From now on, we will share honor and disgrace. If I can't do it and my life is in danger, I will not hesitate to pay any price to protect your life. Even if I have to sacrifice the entire world, I will not hesitate. Qin Yen repeated softly. Yun Nuoshing stretched out his other hand and gently flicked her forehead. You don't have to repeat it. Qin Yen rubbed the spot between her eyebrows as she glanced at him, her beautiful eyes flickering. Then, before Nye Tian's foot could land on the ground, she gave him a hard tug with her jade-like hand, causing him to tilt to the side. What? Yun Nuoshing exclaimed. His body spun. Before he could steady himself, he felt a gust of fragrant wind. Then, he threw himself into a soft embrace. Qin Yen hugged him tightly with both hands. She buried her face in his shoulder and took a light sniff. She whispered, It's very warm. A few seconds later, she gently pushed him away and continued to lead him forward. Yun Nuoshing didn't react to what this girl was thinking. He tilted his head and followed her without hesitation. He glanced at Qin Yen, who was half a meter ahead of him on the left. A helpless smile appeared on his face. This girl's ears were completely red. Following the lass, they walked on the mountain path and soon arrived at the top of the mountain. There was actually a small residence here. The back of the residence was facing the mountain and was covered by a dense fog. When they first flew over, they didn't see it. This is Raising Immortal Building, the place where the Qin family's patriarch cultivated and recuperated. Usually, only father and I come here. Ordinary elders will not come here if they have nothing to do. Qin Yen said softly. The small house hidden in the fog was only 6 meters tall. It was a 2-story house. It was very small and inconspicuous. Moreover, they could feel a dense energy flow around it. Yun Nuoshing felt the fluctuation of arrays in the vicinity. It seemed that there were many arrays hidden under the ground. There are many arrays that condense energy and make people's state of mind peaceful. Yun Nuoshing said softly. He walked to her side and looked at the red door in front of him. He could feel a weak life aura inside. He tilted his head and asked, That person is inside, right? Qin Yen nodded her head. She is about to die. Her life aura is seriously fading. Qin Yen nodded her head. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and said softly, You want me to save her? I have wishful thinking, but that Qin family's god has also seen it. It is the god that you sensed. Qin Yen and Mei Mao were somewhat gloomy. They didn't seem to have any hope. Long before I was born, Ye-er's mother was already bedridden and hasn't recovered. When I was young, I often came here to accompany her. She taught me a lot of things. She suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but look at him with a bitter smile. It seems that everyone's family has some kind of situation. Yun Nuoshing pointed at himself and was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a while, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. In Yuan Shi's family, Yuan Shui once made a mistake in her cultivation. Chu Yingzhan's aunt came up from the lower realm and didn't complete the conversion of energy. It left serious sequelae and caused the distortion of her soul. Xian once lost the origin of the 5 elements, and her body would go crazy every once in a while. Needless to say, Ming and Little Purple Soul were the same. They didn't have any memories of the past. Thinking about it, it seemed that everyone had their own problems. It's quite good. Qin Yen was stunned. What did he mean by quite good? But before she could say anything, she saw Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. At least, we're still alive, aren't we? This is just a microcosm of the world. Birth, old age, illness, and death follow the laws of nature. It's just that when something happens, we can still reach out and help. At least we're still alive, still alive. If only I could reach out and touch someone, if only I could pull them back from the underworld. Sigh. He shook his head, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Qin Yen looked at him in a daze. She reached out her hand and gently rubbed the corner of his eyes. There were only some tears flowing out. Yun Nuoshing wrinkled his nose and said, I don't cry, and I can't cry. It's just that when I talk about it occasionally, my eyes won't listen to me. You can hear that my voice doesn't sound nasal at all. Go in and have a look. Your mother is still awake. Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and pointed at the door. Qin Yen looked at him, and after a while, she nodded. She gently pushed the door open and walked in. This was just an ordinary small residence, and it was different from what it looked like from the outside. The interior was decorated like a bamboo house, and the floor and walls were made of flat bamboo. The most ordinary furniture was placed there, and everything was simple. There was a layer of dust on the stairs leading to the second floor. It was unknown how long it had been since someone had set foot there. On the first floor, other than the hall, there were only 2 rooms. The weak aura of life came from those rooms. When I was young, I always felt that this house didn't match the outside. It was a little strange, Qin Yen said softly. This is Qilin immortal bamboo. Yun Nuoshing looked at the floor and walls made of emerald green bamboo and couldn't help but exclaim, Girl, this is a bamboo house made of fairy items. They really put in a lot of effort. Qin Yen was stunned for a moment. She had a certain understanding of fairy items by now, but when she heard him say that this house was made of fairy items, she was instantly stunned. Are you sure? Qin Yen shook her head and her body trembled. She looked at the emerald green house in disbelief, and then looked at him in shock. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her and reached out to pinch her cheeks. You actually don't believe me? Qin Yen shook her head and quickly dodged his hand. She rubbed her face. It's just a little hard to believe. I often came here when I was young, and I didn't feel that there was anything unusual about this place. Qilin Immortal Bamboo's effects, other than alchemy, is its second effect. It's best to use it to calm the mind and recuperate, Yun Nuoxing said as he lightly tapped on the wall. Ding! The emerald green bamboo made a crisp sound, as if someone had knocked on a crystal. Then, the place he tapped on suddenly lit up with a blue rune, emitting a pale white light. Moreover, the pattern of the rune continued to spread in all directions. When it spread to a certain extent, the originally lit rune gradually dimmed, forming a ring that spread throughout the entire bamboo house, lighting up different runes along the way. Qin Yan noticed that the runes that appeared along the way of the house seemed to form a certain shape. There's no need to guess. Seeing her deep in thought, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. If these Qilin Immortal Bamboo came from the same bamboo forest, it will eventually depict the appearance of a real Qilin. It's not something that those fake Qilins can compare to. Qin Yan cocked her head to the side and looked at him. After the light faded, she pulled him towards the room. The two of them stepped on the bamboo without making the slightest sound. Even if they slapped the bamboo with all their might, they wouldn't make a sound. The Qilin Immortal Bamboo will only react if you tap on an energy node with a special force, Yun Nuoxing explained. The two of them tiptoed to the door of the house. Qin Yan gently pushed the door open. Yun Nuoxing also craned his neck to see the situation inside. It was still very ordinary. There was a bamboo bed, a table in the corner, and a few bamboo chairs. There were also a few boxes on the table that looked very new. On the other side, there was a window facing the cloud-shrouded mountain. They could even hear the sweet chirping of birds. It was quiet and elegant. This place was very suitable for recuperation. There was a woman sitting on the bamboo bed. She looked very young, about 25 years old. She was wearing a clean white dress and was extremely beautiful. Her temperament was otherworldly, and her skin was white. However, perhaps because of the slight imperfections in her white skin, her long hair was white. It wasn't the beautiful silvery white of Ming. Instead, it was a kind of dead and lifeless pale white. It was like an ancient tree that had withered in winter. The green leaves were falling, and the tree was withered. It was alive with a trace of vitality that couldn't be revealed to anyone. She propped her arm on the windowsill, and rested her cheek on her palm. She looked out of the window and was in a daze. When she heard the sound, she couldn't help but turn her head and smile faintly. Yen is back. Ya-er's mother. When Qin Yan saw that she was struggling to get off the bed, she hurried over and reached out to support her. She said softly, Yen came back last night, but she was a little confused, so she didn't come to see you. The woman in white's face was also pale and bloodless. Her lips were also white. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. When she stared, it was as if she was looking at a deep black well. She couldn't see anything. Obviously, she was blind. Yun Nuoxing looked at her and found that she seemed to be a god master. Although her breath was weak and undetectable, he could see the difference between a god master and an ordinary person. He could see through it at a glance. It was impossible for a beginner god-level person to have any disability on their body. It could only be caused by that injury. It was just that he couldn't see what the injury was. Ahai and the others came to see me yesterday. The woman in white smiled and rubbed Qin Yan's black hair with her white palm. Then she turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She said, Is this your little boyfriend? Qin Yan blushed and didn't say anything. She just turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. He also didn't know what to say. In the end, both of them were silent. This made the woman in white slightly surprised. She was just joking. Although she could feel that their mood had changed slightly, they didn't deny it, which surprised her. Hello. Yun Nuoxing looked at the lifeless eyes and blinked. He walked closer from the door and said softly, My name is Yun Nuoxing. Now well, I'm taking care of Qin Yan. You. When he came closer, the woman in white was slightly shocked. She used to be an emperor god. Even if she couldn't see with her eyes now, she could still feel things. Her senses were even sharper. She could even notice things that others couldn't. She could feel the extremely terrifying aura on Yun Nuoshing's body and the terror that was hidden behind him. It was enough to make the world sink into absolute darkness. He was like a demon king, and he had the power to make people lose all hope. She was shocked. That kind of aura and that kind of darkness were not things that ordinary people could bear. She couldn't see, but she instinctively felt that death was standing in front of her. That person was like the god of death, like a dark monarch. She knew that she couldn't provoke this person in front of her. She didn't know how Yen-Er knew this person, nor did she know whether this person was telling the truth or not. However, she was very calm and didn't panic. Even though half of her body was paralyzed on the bed, she still bowed with great effort. Her voice was clear and steady. Yun, God, please forgive my rudeness. I can't get out of bed to meet you. Qin Yen was stunned. Yun Nuoshing was also stunned. He didn't know what this woman saw from him, but no matter what it was enough to kill an ordinary person with just one look. Those things were dark and deep and incomparably frightening. She could still bow, which made him a little, ahem. Don't be like this. I'm familiar with Qin-Er. Yun Nuoshing quickly reacted. He stretched out his hands to hold her arms and slowly pressed her back on the bed. He said, No matter what you saw, you don't have to care. I don't care about these things. If I put on airs in front of Qin-Er's elders, she will bite me to death. Qin Yen rolled her eyes at him and whispered in his ear, What's going on? Ye-Er's mother, it's probably a feeling. Yun Nuoshing replied in the soul, Your mother should have been a high-level god. Even though she lost her vision, the power of her soul has never weakened. People will transfer part of their power that they don't need to use to the part that they need to use, let alone gods. Everyone has the ability to adjust their body's self-adjustment. Without her vision, her perception is extraordinarily strong. She probably saw something on me, and she could only see it clearly when she was close to me. But you can't see it, and ordinary gods may not be able to sense it. The woman in white looked at him suspiciously and nodded slightly. But she was still slightly frightened, and cold sweat broke out on her body. Don't be so nervous. Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry. I just followed Qin-Er to see you. Yes. Qin Yen nodded repeatedly, and the fear in the woman's heart weakened. If she was alone, she would not be afraid of anything. If he attacked at this time, the Qin family would have ways to resist him. But with Yen-Er here, she could not afford to be careless. Ye-Er's mother, I want him to take a look at your injury, Qin Yen said after seeing that she had calmed down. The woman in white looked at her quietly and was a little surprised that Yen-Er, who was so indifferent, would confide in another person. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoshing and shook her head. She sighed and said, Qin thanks you, Supreme God Yun. However, this injury has become a source of trouble. The Supreme God of the Qin family has also taken a look at me, but… Ye-Er's mother, little Xing. This guy is different. Let him take a look at you. Qin Yen shook her arm, and almost called Yun Nuoshing by her nickname. She blushed and quickly changed her words. The woman in white pondered for a while. It was not that she was suspicious, but her injury had been seen many times by the people of the Qin family, and no one could cure it. Moreover, the injury had been for a long time, and there were a lot of sequelae. Even if she was cured, it was estimated that she would be like this for the rest of her life. Anyway, I'm your personal physician. You can ask me to treat anything. Yun Nuoshing shrugged helplessly. Yuan Shi, Chu Yingzhan, and now Qin Yen all thought of him as one of those old medical sages who could bring people back to life. Well, I can take a look at you, but if you refuse, I won't say anything. Yun Nuoshing said softly. Ye-Er's mother, just let him take a look. Qin Yen said softly again. The woman in white frowned slightly. If she refused, she was afraid that Supreme God Heian would do something. She hesitated for a while and could only nod. Okay. Chapter 1077. It was still the Book of Epoch. Yun Nuoshing held the golden ball of light with both hands. The gentle golden light shone on the white-clothed woman's face, making her feel very warm. The faint vigilance in her heart had unknowingly dissipated, and she relaxed. Yun Nuoshing sighed bitterly in his heart. The book of epochs that could analyze the world, the void, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and trace back to ancient and modern history, had been used by him as a medical encyclopedia to treat difficult and complicated diseases. He felt that if the book of epochs had a soul, it would probably cry out now. But the book of epochs originally had such a function. It was not wrong for him to use it this way. He just felt that it was a little overkill. There was no other way. He was now just a god with a false appearance. Or rather, he did not even have a face. Without the Book of Epochs, he really could not find a very detailed detection method. Moreover, using the Book of Epochs was very fast. Qin Yen held Qin Ye's hand tightly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing nervously. That day, Chu Yingzhan also looked at him nervously. He did not expect that it would be her turn today. After a while, the light of the Book of Epochs gradually returned to normal. Yun Nuoshing also opened his eyes. His expression became extremely strange. "How is it?" Qin Yen hurriedly asked when she saw this. Yun Nuoshing blinked and looked at her. He smiled bitterly. "How did your family encounter such things? Although this is a common occurrence in the realm of gods, isn't this a little too that?" The white-clothed woman looked at him in confusion. She did not understand what he saw. The laws and concepts collapse. The cause and effect that make up one's integrity is flawed. The god's divinity is contaminated by the power of others, and the soul is damaged. This is not a simple injury. This is not something that can be explained by a simple injury or disaster. Yun Nuoshing put away the Book of Epochs and smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Ye with a gaze full of sympathy and strangeness. "Right now, your body is on the border between existence and non-existence. Any small mistake can cause you to fall into the abyss of collapse and be consigned to eternal damnation. You might not even be able to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Could it be that you were seriously injured by a god?" The injuries of the laws were extremely strange. Those who were injured by them might not even feel that they were injured. Instead, they would feel that a part of their body was missing. A part of their body was empty and uncontrollable. Moreover, the injuries of the laws were extremely painful when they spread. It was as if their body was gradually disappearing, and they could no longer feel it. However, on the surface, there was no injury at all. Some people would also call this a scar of the Great Path, but it was different. After all, the people of this era were the ones who confused the great path of heaven and earth with the laws of the world. In fact, they were two different things. The laws were a limitation of the birth of this world. This world operated according to a law. The great path of heaven and earth was just a self-definition produced by practitioners when they tried to analyze and understand the laws of heaven and earth. It was similar to a saying that the laws of heaven and earth were born by distorting the laws of heaven and earth. Because it was related to one's own cultivation and cultivation, it was called such. If the two were placed in the same place and drawn two circles, then the latter should be dozens of times smaller than the former and should be included in the circle. Yun Nuoshing would occasionally say the term Great Path, but it was just to make it easier for Xian and the others to understand. However, he was still not used to it. In his understanding, these were two different things. To be more precise, when ordinary people or even gods tried to analyze, understand, and communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, they only achieved one-sided results, which they called the Great Path. On the other hand, the laws of heaven and earth were all the laws that belonged to the divine realm and were limited to the first macro world. One day, when those people reached the god level, they would probably turn around and scoff at what he had said. Hearing this completely different result from what she had heard before, Qin Ye's expression changed slightly and became even gloomier. Although she didn't quite understand what the concept of the laws of heaven and earth had collapsed, she had once been an emperor god and had mastered the power of the laws. She knew how terrifying that power was. Little star. Qin Yan's pretty face turned slightly pale. She had been following him for a long time, so she knew a lot of things that she didn't know in advance. Therefore, she knew more than Qin Ye how serious the situation was. Her pretty face instantly turned pale. Seeing that she was so frightened that her body swayed and looked like she was about to fall, Yun Nuoxing quickly reached out and caught her. He smiled bitterly and said, "Calm down. Don't let another one fall before you recover." Qin Yen was stunned. Her expression eased a lot and she asked, "Can I?" "Sigh, it's not a matter of whether I can or not. I told you before that if this happened to me, even if there was only a 30% chance of success, I would still try my best. However, she is not me." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress and said, "Yes, I have a way, and the success rate is quite high for me. Among all the things that I have encountered, there is a 50% chance of success. If it were me, I would laugh until I fainted. However, she is your mother and a member of your family. There are some decisions that need to be made by neither her nor you. Do you understand what I mean?" Qin Yen gritted her teeth and nodded silently. She understood what he meant. She was afraid that she would have to ask her father, Qin Hai, about this matter. However, her father, her mother and Yuer's mother were all very good friends. How could they allow someone who was half a family member to do this? Moreover, there was only a 50% chance of success. This time, it was different from the time with Chu Chongping. This time, it would be really dangerous. Even if he used the power of the Pillar of Creation, it would not be better. That broken pillar only had the simple ability to carry out 3 steps, which was less functional than some other advanced matrix devices. It might be easier for him to do it himself, but this could not change the fact that there was a 50% chance of success. If he failed, Qin Hai and the others would probably eat him alive, so this matter. The collapse of the concept of rules. This kind of damage to the rules, once it starts. I just said that your existence wavers between existence and non-existence. Once it starts, even if it's just an attempt, there is no turning back. There are only 2 outcomes. You can live or die. There is no such thing as being half dead. Girl, I can't help you with this matter. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. If his strength had recovered to a certain extent, as long as he retained his soul, he would be able to solve any kind of injury. At most, he would leave a trace of his soul to be reconstructed and resurrected. Unfortunately, he had not reached that level yet. Fortunately, the collapse of the concept of rules had not affected his soul for the time being, so there was still a way. However, looking at the extent of the collapse, sooner or later, it would affect his soul. If it really reached that stage, it would be even more troublesome, and the failure rate would also be higher. Damage to the rules was very difficult to deal with. The gods themselves could solve the damage to the rules on their own souls, but how to treat others was a problem. In the ancient times, many gods were worried to death in this aspect. It was said that doctors could not treat themselves, but in this aspect, it was the other way around. Doctors could save themselves, but at the same time, they could also kill their patients. He hated being caught in this kind of entanglement the most. On one hand, it was his friend his ambiguous friend's family. On the other hand, it was the ordinary success rate, which made him dizzy. Because this was a very serious matter, and he himself was not very confident, he told them everything without giving an ambiguous answer. In the end, they would still be the ones making the decision. He could help, and even if he failed, it would not be a problem for him to bear some responsibility. He just wanted to make it clear. After all, he was playing with other people's lives this time, not his own. Yun Nuoxing sighed again and said, "Also, don't move. Don't kneel down. If you kneel down, how are you going to live? He saw that this girl's legs kept moving. If he had not hugged her, she might have already done that by now. And Qin Yan's sudden change in expression also confirmed his thoughts. This girl might have really had that kind of thought just now. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy. She was not an unreasonable person. She knew what he was worried about, and she knew that this was not something that she could decide on her own. Just now, she was frightened by the serious consequences that he said, so she was stunned for a moment. Now that he had reminded her a few times, she calmed down a little. Little star, is there really no safer way? Qin Yan asked softly in her soul. Her voice was soft and somewhat pleading. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly in his soul. Qin girl, you're not that crazy girl Chu Yingzhan. It's fine if I'm just joking with her, but what I just told you is the most accurate answer. There are originally only two outcomes: to live and recover, to die and collapse. A person can't be in the situation of living and dying, so there's only a 50% chance. This is the limit of the laws of the world. Even if there's only a soul left, it can still be defined as living, so the other 50%, you can treat it as the death of the body and the destruction of the soul. The damage to the concept of the laws is not as simple as you think. Qin Yan and Mei Mao became increasingly gloomy. When Yun Nuoxing saw this, he could not bear to see her like this. He hurriedly said, if you don't pay attention to it, your Qin Yan can still live for a few hundred years. But that's it for the rest of her life. Slowly, she won't be able to feel the existence of her body. When the body is destroyed from the concept of rules, it will be the soul's turn. All right, I won't say any more. When he saw her eyes becoming increasingly gloomy, he could only stop, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. He patted her shoulder lightly and said softly, accompany your mother. I'll wait for you outside. After he finished speaking, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked straight at Qin Yan. When he saw her nod gently, he patted her head again. Then, he stood up and walked out of the small house. When he walked out of the bamboo house and passed through the red door with his back facing her, he took a light breath and said softly, Uncle Qin, come out. I know you're here. As if he was talking to himself, a weak wave of energy spread out, causing the clouds in front of him to tumble. The thick clouds dissipated, and a large group of people landed in front of him. The two people in the lead were naturally Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother. Behind them, there were 10 to 20 god emperors. Qin Hai was stunned. Uncle Qin, you guys are... Qin Hai sensed the situation in the bamboo house. When he saw Qin Yan and Qin Ya talking, he was also stunned. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand to ask the god emperors to leave. Then, he said, just now, you're suddenly transmitted a dangerous thought to me. I thought something had happened to you. See, I was so anxious that I called a group of people over. This is the Qin clan's territory. If something really happened, it would be a huge matter. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he only felt depressed. He couldn't help but look back at the door. Then, he sighed. Fine, they actually treated him as a dangerous person and guarded against him. This made him feel a little unhappy. Wasn't it just that his aura was a little darker and he was a little more dangerous in the past? Now, he was openly visiting them. Ahem, Uncle Qin, let's not talk in riddles. It's troublesome to talk in circles. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Then, he crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. He said softly, well, anyway, you should have heard the sound inside. I didn't turn on the shield just now. After all, this is the Qin clan's home. I don't use energy if there's nothing. When they heard this, Qin Hai and Qin Yan's mother's expressions turned serious. They looked at each other. Qin Hai scratched his head and said, little guy, I really don't understand you now. Who exactly are you? Who do you think I am, Uncle Qin? Yun Nuoxing replied with a faint smile. Spiritual divine body? The young master of the 9 deities temple? Yun Nuoxing shrugged. It seemed that Sister Jean and the others did not say anything. However, this was normal. His identity was considered an absolute secret of the Nine Deities Temple. Then, I'm the spiritual divine body and the young master of the Nine Deities Temple, Yun Nuoshing said with a smile. I'm me. I've never changed. Qin Hai laughed bitterly. Qinya had made such a big commotion just now. It was obvious that she was extremely frightened. After being with her for so many years, he naturally knew that the girl's senses and spiritual sense were very sharp and powerful. Although he was not sure what had happened just now, Ye'er's cry of Supreme God Yun had frightened both of them. Qin Yan's mother wrinkled her nose. Suddenly, she walked forward quickly and quietly to Yun Nuoshing. He tilted his head and looked at her. Then, he laughed and said, Then, in the next second, Qin Yan's mother suddenly reached out her hand as fast as lightning. She grabbed Yun Nuoshing's face and pulled it with all her might. He cried out in pain and his colorful hair stood on end. Qin Hai, after pulling his face, Qin Yan's mother walked back. She looked at her hand faintly. Then, she looked at Yun Nuoshing, who was jumping up and down in pain. Then, she nodded at Qin Hai and said, he's just a child. Qin Hai took a deep breath and said, Cough, cough. Do you have a way to deal with Ye'er's matter? Qin Hai coughed softly and asked seriously. Yun Nuoshing gasped and rubbed his face. When he heard Qin Hai's voice, he quickly regained his serious expression. However, he still covered his face with one hand and said, You heard it clearly just now. There's a 50% chance. Besides, Uncle Qin, are you sure you want to leave it to an outsider? What are you talking about? You're half a member of the Qin family now, Qin Hai said seriously as he glared at him. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. Then, his expression became serious. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, There's no way to increase the success rate. After the entire process starts, there will only be two outcomes: life or death. This is something that cannot be transcended from the natural order. God Emperors can only use the power of natural order. They can't transcend the natural order. They're not like gods, who can control their own outcomes. She should have been heavily injured by a god-level power, right? A complete god-level array. A direct hit. Qin Hai's expression was serious as he nodded. That was something that happened many years ago. Even now, when he thought about it, his face still turned pale. He had never felt as hopeless as he did that day. What made him feel even more hopeless was when he saw her appear in front of him. At that moment, his heart was about to break. There's not much difference. Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, She was already lucky that she didn't die at that time. You said it yourself. In a few hundred years, at most, she will die from the injuries caused by the natural order. Why don't we take a gamble? Qin Hai smiled faintly. However, the smile on his face was very forced. You have to think carefully. If you don't touch her, she can live for at least a few hundred years. If you fail, you won't even have a few hundred years left. Yun Nuoshing's voice was solemn. He was just confirming. Since Qin Hai had said so, he must have made the necessary preparations. Seeing him nod, Yun Nuoshing also nodded heavily. They all understood the principle behind it. Yun Nuoshing did not delay any further. He pushed open the door and said, There's no time to lose. Let's begin now. Qin Hai and Mother Qin were both stunned. Don't we need to prepare anything? Materials or something like that? Injuries caused by the natural order can't be treated with medicinal pills. Unless there are some extremely special and unorthodox medicinal pills. Unfortunately, I don't have any on me. You probably don't have any either. Materials are also very rare. Furthermore, the success rate of those medicinal pills will be even lower. To put it bluntly, medicinal pills can treat internal and external injuries. Qin Hai sighed softly. You still say that you're not a doctor. Yun Nuoshing was about to cry when he heard this. Uncle Qin, I'm really not a doctor. The door was gently pushed open, causing Qin Yen and Qin Ye to turn their gazes. When they saw Yun Nuoxing and Qin Hai walking in together, the former was stunned, while the latter was not surprised. "Father? Why are you here?" Qin Yen stood up in confusion. Then, she saw Yun Nuoxing's helpless and solemn expression. She also saw the heavy expressions on her parents' faces. This made her heart skip a beat. As smart as she was, she understood something in an instant. Qin Hai and Mother Qin rubbed her face. Then, they gestured to her. The two of them sat by the bed and whispered something to the woman in white. Qin Yen looked at them in a daze. Then, she turned around and walked to Yun Nuoxing. She raised her head and looked at him. She opened her mouth, but she gritted her teeth tightly. She did not say anything. She just looked at him with a pair of hopeful eyes. Yun Nuoxing reached out and hugged the girl who had something to say but did not say anything. He said softly, "Just believe in your mother. You trust her very much, don't you?" Qin Yen nodded. However, she was stunned after hearing this. She looked at him in confusion. She felt that there was something wrong with his words. "Xiao Yun, we're ready." Qin Hai turned around and saw the two figures sticking together. He was slightly stunned, but his voice was still solemn. "Do I need to do anything?" Qin Ye asked. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Qin Yan's black hair. He walked to the bed and looked out of the window. Suddenly, he said, "The scenery here is not bad. It's quiet and elegant. The outside world is still very exciting. You want to live, right?" Qin Ye looked at him in confusion. She did not quite understand what he meant, but she still nodded. Yun Nuoxing also nodded. "Then hold on to this obsession. Don't let go. Think more about beautiful things. Think about the source of power that has supported you for thousands of years. Maybe you can cut through the darkness and catch that ray of light." "Then I'll start." Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. 6 colorful wings spread out from his back. Round balls the size of a fist appeared in midair and slowly rotated above Qin Ye. They represented the combination of 13 types of energy. The rotating radiance sprinkled on her body, making her feel a power that seemed to come from the world. Buzz. Yun Nuoxing slowly opened his eyes. His 2 eyeballs had already turned into 2 dark purple fireballs. Endless energy and the power of rules crazily condensed in his hands. In the end, it condensed into a dark purple scepter that was 2 meters long. It was blurry, and its true appearance could not be seen clearly. Behind him, 5 extremely dim divine halos quietly appeared. The appearance of the 5 divine halos made Qin Hai and the others tremble in their hearts. They almost suffocated as their eyes widened. Ding! Yun Nuoxing did not pay attention to them. He gently waved the scepter in his right hand. Hanging on the scepter, something that looked like a bell or a string of beads shook and made a crisp sound. His colorful long hair began to fade, and the dark purple scepter became even more resplendent. The 13 source pearls left Qin Ye and entered the scepter. He gently shook the scepter and then slowly lowered it. The tip of the scepter was gently held in front of Qin Ye's forehead. "The order of reincarnation and karma has appeared in your eyes. You are nothing and everything. Time is infinite, the rules are determined by heaven, and the void is boundless. My words reverse all the established principles in the world. At this moment, time has stopped, the rules are disordered, and the void is disintegrated. Your eyes emit the hope of light. Your path leads to the darkness of death. Chaos and light intertwine. Your reality will collapse from the soul to the only result." It was as if he had become a life form of energy. His voice trembled slightly and was ethereal. It seemed to have come from the source of time and transcended the world. No rules could analyze the voice he made. "Go and find yourself." Chapter 1078. This was a very mystical process. Even though Yun Nuoxing himself did not see anything mystical about it, as he had transformed into a body of laws. From his point of view, everything would either be acknowledged or denied. Thus, he could not see any difference. However, it was completely different in the eyes of others, such as Qin Hai and the others. This was also the first time that Qin Yen had faced such a scene. In her days, she seemed to have seen the beginning of the creation of the world. A flash of light appeared in the void, and a thin film separated the inside from the outside world. A torrent of energy washed over the new world. It was very mystical and indescribable. Her body and mind felt as if they were about to sink into it. This was a domain that she could not understand. This was a light that she could not see through. Every flash of light carried a huge amount of information that was enough to cause the spirit of a godly emperor to collapse. It was also as if she saw the scene of the world collapsing. The world that had been burning for hundreds of billions of years suddenly collapsed from a sky full of starlight into a grain of rice. Everything disappeared. Then, everything in her line of sight really disappeared. The sky full of starlight, the boundless void, and the dazzling brilliance disappeared. Only Yun Nuoxing was left standing quietly in front of her. She gloomily pulled at her long hair, which only had 1/3 of its color left. As for Qinya, she had already fainted. Now, it's up to her. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and waved her hand weakly. Whether the part that makes up herself and the soul that makes up herself can search for it on her own, whether she wakes up or disintegrates will depend on whether her willpower is strong enough. Her existence had begun to collapse from the concept of laws. She had already lost a part of herself. At this moment, she was sent into the concept of laws to search for the part of herself that she had lost. If everything went well, he would see her return in one piece in less than a day. If things did not go well, he still felt that Qin Hai would eat him alive. You can stay by her side and let her feel more hope of living. Perhaps the probability of her waking up will be higher. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and nodded at Qin Hai and the others. Yawning, she walked towards the door and said, "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." Qin Hai and the others were still in a daze. It wasn't until Yun Nuoxing spoke that they snapped out of their daze. They looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was sauntering toward the door, with a strange look in their eyes. They wondered if they were hallucinating. They rubbed their eyes hard and winked at Qin Yen. Only then did Qin Yen come to her senses and hurriedly chase after him. "This kid, did I see wrongly just now?" When the two of them left the bamboo house, Qin Hai had a strange expression on his face. In that instant, he seemed to have seen 5 divine rings. With his Qin family's many records, he naturally understood what it meant if it really was a divine ring. Moreover, he indeed felt an irresistible power, so it shouldn't be fake. You saw it too, so it shouldn't be wrong. Mother Qin slowly retracted her gaze and looked at Qinya, who was lying on the bed. Her expression was gentle as she said to Qin Hai, "We'll ask Yen about it when the time comes." Now, Qin Hai nodded and retracted his gaze. It was the same mountain path as before, but this time, Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yen were walking back. Yun Nuoxing looked more miserable and dispirited. She looked a little depressed and absent-minded. She was supported by Qin Yen as she walked slowly. Qin Yen supported her with force. She couldn't help but turn her head and say softly, "Thank you." Yun Nuoxing nodded weakly. After a while, she reacted and said, "It's too early to say that. If it fails, your family will kill me." Qin Yen didn't comment and didn't continue on this topic. "Where do you want to go?" "Sleep. I want to find a good place to sleep." Qin Yen nodded slightly and said, "Then I'll send you back to your family's Xian's place. By the way, I'll be scolded by them." Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She couldn't help but snicker. After going out and coming back with white hair, she would definitely be lectured. As expected, as soon as Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yen returned to the palace and saw Xian and the others in the living room, they also turned their heads and saw the two of them walking in. Then, thousands of letters flew all over the place. The group of people was dumbfounded. It was as if they had gone out and been squeezed dry before bringing them back. Seeing this, they instantly had dozens of ideas. Any one of them could turn the palace upside down. Crash! Qin Yan tossed the letter in her hand onto a nearby table, and Zi Yan and Ho Ming hurriedly ran to their side. When they saw Yun Nuoxing's dispirited appearance, especially his hair, which was only a tenth of its original color, they were both shocked. They hurriedly took him from Qin Yan's hands and asked, What happened to him? Nothing. I borrowed your little star for a while. Didn't you feel the fluctuation of godly right just now? Qin Yan laughed dryly. Chu Yingzhan came over in surprise and grabbed Qin Yan's shoulder. She exclaimed, How did you torture him just now? As soon as she said this, everyone in the living room finally collapsed to the ground. Qin Yan's face had an unchanging smile, but her forehead was starting to turn black at a speed visible to the naked eye. She raised her hand and Chu Yingzhan flew out. Her head hit the sofa, her legs stretched out, and she stopped moving. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was swaying back and forth, her eyelids were fighting, and even her brain was about to stop working, Zian and Ming hurriedly carried her out of the living room. They had strolled around nearby and found a place to rest. Now was the time to use it. While Zian and Ming carried Yun Nuoxing into the room, Qin Yan quickly explained the situation in her soul. Only then did everyone realize what had happened. Then they all calmed down. Little Star was too soft-hearted. In the end, he would definitely help. It was just that this matter involved too many people, so he needed others to guarantee it. Let's not talk about that. What's with these letters? Qin Yan waved her hand and casually picked up a letter floating in front of her. She casually opened it with her slender fingers. Have you been bombarded by my family's suitors? No. Feng Er shook her head helplessly. Feng Er shook her head helplessly and said, These letters are for Chu Chen, but they were originally for Xingxing. There will be a banquet in the sacred hall tonight. Please come with the goddess. Qin Yan looked at the letter in her hand. Her expression was strange, but she felt that it was quite normal. Bing Er patted little Magic in her arms. The little guy nimbly ran to Qin Yan with a letter in his mouth and winked at her. The latter smiled and rubbed his soft fur. She took the letter and casually opened it. Then, within 3 seconds, her pretty face turned dark. She tore the letter into pieces and threw it to Feng Er. The latter immediately lit a fire. Seeing the helpless and bitter faces of the people in the living room, Qin Yan finally understood why they were all so listless. They must have been disturbed by these things. Especially when she saw that there was a portrait of Chu Chen in the letter, she understood even more why the young man was pacing back and forth in the living room with a manic look. It seemed that he had been mistaken. But it was no wonder. He was the only male in their team. Well, the other one did not look like him at all. Walala! A sound like paper being flipped sounded in the living room. Qin Yan saw that Chu Chen and the others had goosebumps all over their bodies. Then, they looked at the door of the living room as if they were looking at an enemy. She could not help but look over as well. A group of letters, yes, it was really a group of letters. They rushed over like a flock of birds from afar. F***ck. Here they come again. Chu Chen's black hair stood up as if it had been struck by lightning. Qin Yan was just about to attack when the letters piled up neatly on the floor of the living room. At a glance, there were hundreds of letters. She was speechless. What are these people thinking? Even Bing Er could not help but say such a sentence with a dark face. Is this a new type of mental harassment attack? Qin Yan smiled bitterly and helplessly. This is where the family heads of the past lived. It is the spiritual sustenance of the entire Qin family. Without permission, no one is allowed to barge in. No one is allowed to make a ruckus here. Otherwise, they will be severely punished by the Qin family. Then, they came up with such a thing. Chu Yingzhan dangled a letter between 2 fingers. Can I sue them for mental harassment? Everyone smiled bitterly. Casually flipping through the new pile of letters, the content was similar. Qin Yan was speechless. She could not help but look at Chu Chen. Aren't you going to rebut them? Chu Chen lifted his dark face from behind the letter. With a gloomy face, he crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it at Feng Er. It was burned to ashes. Only then did he sigh with a relaxed expression. Big Brother Yun is quite nice to me. He doesn't like these troublesome things. If there are too many of them, his emotions will become unstable easily. Then I'll block them for him for a while. It's not a problem. Have you completely become that idiot's little fan? Chu Yingzhan's face was filled with black lines. She didn't know why her younger brother and sister worshipped that crazy person so much. Fine, if that guy didn't get crazy and just casually sat somewhere with a better view, it would be a perfect view from every angle. If he drew it and took it to a competition, he would be the champion for several hundred years. He was beautiful, he could fight and resist, and he was also a mysterious god. If word got out, tens of thousands of people would throw themselves at him. Sister Xian, are you thinking about something strange? Seeing Chu Yingzhan's pretty face turn red, then black, then purple, then green, Chu Chen trembled all over and suddenly felt that his life was in danger. He quickly moved 5 or 6 meters away from her, and Chu Xianling also silently moved to Feng Er's side for safety. Only then did Chu Chen ask in a trembling voice. No. Chu Yingzhan shook her head violently. Qin Yan quickly flipped through the letters. After confirming that 80% of them were useless, she called softly, Feng Er. Then, with a swing of her hand, she threw thousands of letters to Feng Er like a fairy scattering flowers. Feng Er nodded slightly. She did not even need to move. The letters that were 3 meters away from her all burned automatically. In a short while, thousands of letters were burned to ashes. It was clean and environmentally friendly. There was really no ash left, but it made the temperature of the hall slightly higher. Qin Yan clapped her hands lightly. She smiled at Chu Chen and said, In those letters, there are many young experts from the Qin family. They range from demigod level to mid-level gods. The range of age is as high as 6,000 to 7,000 years. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's face turned green. However, this wasn't the end of it. Qin Yan continued with a smile. There are also some combatants from the 1,000 Ascension Army, which is the main defensive force of the Qin clan. Even the most ordinary soldiers in the army are at least at the demigod rank, and they are all elites in this realm. I won't go into the details of the rest, as I don't think you'll want to know. Ahem. Chu Chen coughed heavily. With his hands behind his back, he sighed and shook his head. I am only a soldier. However, my heart is not on the battlefield. I only want to enjoy the beautiful scenery. As for the rest, I will leave it to Big Brother Yun. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched by a furious Chu Yingzhan. Chu Yingzhan could not help but roll her eyes. Can you be more shameless? Chu Chen scratched his head and laughed dryly. Qin Yan shook her head and sighed. Little Star's combat strength is out of the norm. If we include him, will there still be anyone at the beginner god level? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make sense. So, are you going to the St. Hall's banquet tonight? Feng Er took a sip of tea and asked calmly. I think I have to show my face. Qin Yan sighed helplessly. Although I really don't want to go, there is a letter with the St. Hall seal. I have to go at least to show my appreciation. What is the St. Hall seal? Is it related to the St. Hall? Chu Chen jumped onto the sofa curiously. The St. Hall. Just treat it as a place like the Elder Parliament. It has a lot of decision-making power in the Qin family. Qin Yan shrugged. She took out the letter that was left at the side and placed it on the table in front of her. Everyone gathered around and saw that there was a golden seal on the letter. There were many patterns in the seal, and it looked like a sleeping snake with wings. The content of the letter was much more formal. It was not like the other brainless provocations. It was also very simple. It was just a gathering of a group of young people. This time, Qin Yan had reached the beginner god level early and broke the record. Many elders attached great importance to her. They wanted her to share her experience with others, especially those who were still in the demigod level and were a few times older than Qin Yan. To put it bluntly, they saw that you broke through so quickly and wanted you to share your cultivation experience. It might be helpful to those who have been in the demigod level for a long time. But Chu Chen jumped back after reading the letter. He lay on the sofa and mumbled, but he did not finish his sentence. He had heard a lot from his sister and understood a lot. The matter of the Jiesu secret realm was no exception. Qin Yen nodded bitterly. The reason why she had broken through the time limit and entered the early god grade ahead of time was because she had broken through in that place, which contained the essence of a heaven god's lifetime cultivation. Moreover, almost half of the elders knew that she was cultivating a high-level godly technique of unknown origin. When she came back last night, she was dragged by a group of elders and her father to undergo the baptism of the beginner god level. They also checked her at the same time. It was similar to the time when the Golden Princess helped her to check her potential at the Nine Deities Temple. Many people present knew about the strong waves of the godly technique. It shocked the god of the Qin family so much that he opened his eyes. If she reached the beginner god level, the god of the Qin family would probably jump out of his seat. That godly technique had a weak wave of divinity and godly authority. Once it was activated, it would be revealed. Ordinary godly techniques did not have such an effect. She could not expose Yun Nuashing. This was not the Nine Deities Temple. Who knew what would happen if she said it? What if she offended Little Star and the Qin family? She did not even dare to think about it. So, are we going? Bing Er played with her blue-blonde hair and asked casually. Yes, we have to go. Qin Yen nodded with a troubled smile on her face. It was obvious that she was reluctant. However, she had to go. The Saint Hall had a lot of influence and decision-making power in the Qin family. This letter was said to be for Chu Chen, but it was more accurate to say that it was for her. However, she was not sure if it was sent by the elders of the Saint Hall or the young experts in the Saint Hall. There were a total of 10 young experts there. If more than half of them agreed, the Saint Hall seal would be issued. They also had a vote when voting on important matters in the family. However, 7 people had to agree before they could cast a vote. They were the 10 elites of the Qin family. However, the young experts, here generally referred to those below 100,000 years old. If they were converted to realms, they would be below the god or underworld realm. Therefore, these 10 people would not remain unchanged forever. Well, you don't have to go. The Saint Hall seal is only effective on me. You are the guests of the Qin family and have no right to order you. Qin Yen shook her head. Hey! However, if you don't go, you will have a lot of difficulties. It's not easy to be a goddess, especially when you're involved in some kind of trouble. A burst of undisguised laughter came from the door, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads in unison and saw 2 people walking in side by side. One of them was wearing a snow-white robe, looking as elegant as the wind, while the other had a crazy smile on his handsome face. He was wearing black clothes, had black hair, and had black eyes. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like the black and white impermanent. The loud laughter came from the latter, and he even kicked the door open. Yuan Shi Nightmare, you are here. Didn't you say that there would be other people coming? Chu Chen was so excited that he cried. With these 2 people who were more handsome and gentlemanly than him, he did not need to be a shield anymore. Probably, why would they come? Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and shook his head. When we went back, Qin Yen said that the Qin family did not tell other forces and wanted to keep a low profile. So, there was no need to bring people here. It won't be too late to come when the wedding is going on. Then, as soon as I entered the house, my sister and the others dragged me away and asked about me. I almost couldn't get out. Huh? Did your family force you to get married? Chu Yingzhan teased. No way. If that was the case, I would have called you. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly. My sister threw a tantrum and insisted on changing places with me. She didn't want to take care of things, and asked me to go back to take care of it. She wanted to go out with little Star to play. My father saw that I was already a beginner god with a god spirit body and thought it was okay. It was time to change people, so he agreed to my sister's request. Then, my little follower sent me a message before the news spread. I quickly dismantled the voice transmission token and ran away as fast as I was being chased by little Star. I think my sister will be furious. As he spoke, his face turned ashen. He could not help but cry. He could foresee that the next time he went back, his buttocks would be smacked into 8 pieces. Everyone was also in tears when they heard this. It's not easy. Bullshit. Before I returned to the Alliance's camp, I received news that I didn't need to go anymore. I was just about to turn around and run away when I was caught. They kept me in the Alliance and said that I didn't do my duty as the Son of God. My demon body is already a beginner god with a god spirit body and a god spirit body. It's time for me to take care of the Alliance's affairs. My head hurts. I haven't even gone to Little Divine Land. Nightmare looked like he was about to break down. He scratched his face with both hands. Everyone sighed. It's not easy for you either. Nightmare and Yuan, she sighed. It's not easy. Didn't he run away with his life just to follow Yun Nuashing around? He didn't realize it before, but now he felt that following him around to play and cultivate was much more comfortable than staying at home. Chapter 1079. Scarlet moonlight spilled across the land. It was moonlight from a different dimension that had penetrated through all obstacles. The entire mountain range was dyed a faint red. Against the dark forest, the gentle breeze swayed gently. It was a rather frightening scene, but everyone was used to it, so they didn't think much of it. After all, there was another type of life in the realm of the gods that only needed this red moonlight. It was beneficial to them, and it didn't hinder the growth of other life forms. The moonlight shone on the huge stone floating in the air, casting a huge shadow on the mountain range. At the center of the circular mountain range with a gap in it, a group of heavenly palaces stood in great numbers. When the faint red moonlight fell on their walls, it reflected a strange brilliance like a mirror, forming a gorgeous curtain of light in the air. These palaces all carried traces of an ancient aura, and were brightly lit. Even the hidden palace on the highest celestial mountain emitted a faint brilliance that penetrated the mist. Why did you drag me to the banquet, Yon? And why are you two back so soon? Outside an exceptionally grand and luxurious ancient palace, a group of people sat in the long corridor that extended from both sides. They were dressed in extremely formal and luxurious robes. The figure with half of his hair snow white was unnaturally twisting his body. A few pairs of small white hands were constantly tidying up his slightly messy clothes due to his discomfort. Haha, I missed you. I can't stay at home anymore. If I stay any longer, you won't be able to see me for 10 years. But if I run out this time, I'll be bitten to death by my big sister the next time I go back. Starting from my arm, there's an 80% chance that my whole body will be cut into 100 pieces and eaten by my family. Yuan, she said with a smile. She didn't look like she was worried about being killed when she returned. The white robe she was wearing was different from usual. It was very beautiful, and she had an extraordinary aura. She looked very confident. Xian, Ming. Hey, don't. I really don't fit these. No, don't touch there. Haha. Since you're all dressed, let me adjust myself. What? Everyone couldn't help but sigh as they watched Yun Nuashing being tidied up by Xian, Ming, Fenger and Bing Er. Brother, pay attention to your image. Although there was no one here, and the barrier was activated. As for why they were tidying up here, that was actually not the reason. Originally, when they were tidying up at Qin Yan's house, Yun Nuashing felt uncomfortable all over and made a fuss, so they had no choice but to stop here to tidy up. There are 10,000 dragons roaring in my head. They're making a mess. Let me rest for a while. Look at my hair. Girl, don't tie my waist so tightly. It's going to break. I'm very slim to begin with. Yun Nuashing mumbled uncomfortably all over and kept tugging at his chest. The patterns of these clothes were too complicated and formal. It was obvious that there was a shadow of a formal dress inside, but it wasn't just that. It was very luxurious and gorgeous. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Yen, who were born in rich families, had to personally wrap it up. Moreover, it took a lot of effort to choose these clothes. This was the rhythm of using power to oppress others. It had to be in line with the temperament of the 13 otherworldly experts. What a shameful name! Who gave this name at the beginning? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but complain. Just now, this name had been decided before he woke up. Although he didn't have to call it that, it was just a way of calling himself. Yes, as for how the word otherworldly experts came about, wandering away from the world, this was what it meant. It was said that Little Moon shouted this name, and then everyone agreed to it. But did you forget? Gu, I'm dying. Relax a little. Among the 13 of us, there are 5 who aren't human, me Ming, Feng Bing and you. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath after saying a word. He was being strangled. Speaking of which, he really didn't understand. They were already wearing these clothes, so why were Xian and Ming still struggling behind him? Hey, don't worry, boss. This is just a self-title. At most, we'll promise you that we won't say it out loud. Devil Nightmare chuckled. His tight black robe with demonic runes made him look like a core member of some underground organization. As for Chu Chen, he had also been ruined by him to the point where he was almost the same. If you don't like it, you can call it 13 stars. This name suits your temperament, Chu Yingzhan said as she flipped through her long gloves. The girls were also wearing short skirts, long skirts, or a combination of windbreakers and long skirts. They looked more graceful and elegant than ever before. They were incomparably beautiful, with a hint of fierceness and heroic spirit. On this special occasion, Yun Nuoxing also managed to escape from Xian and the other girls. It was rare for him to wear men's clothes. It was just that, it wasn't what he was wearing. I say, idiot, why do you look like a girl even when you're wearing this? Chu Yingzhan covered her face speechlessly. This was indeed men's clothing, proper men's clothing. The long robe and long cape were black with colorful patterns. The black contained the colors of the star domain, and it looked like he was staring at a starry sky. The colorful patterns were based on the divine runes on his body and the unique symbol of the 9 deities temple. They were made in a rush in the afternoon with the help of Xian, who was most familiar with his body size. Yun Nuoxing almost vomited blood when she saw this. He could walk without fixing it, and it fit him perfectly. What exactly did this girl do to his body? However, the clothes that were supposed to set off his majestic, mysterious, and elegant appearance made everyone spit out water when they saw him from the front. He looked like a 16-year-old girl wearing the most beautiful gown to get married. What was going on? In the end, everyone unanimously agreed that half of his face was used to confuse people, and it was hopeless. No matter how hard Xian and the other girls tried, they couldn't make him look more masculine. They couldn't even take off the pair of amethyst earrings. In the end, they could only give up helplessly. It was useless no matter how hard they tried, so they might as well just stick to his original appearance. Then let's go in. Yuan Shi waved his hand. Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. He was still having a headache. After the barrier was removed, the voices outside quietly approached his ears again. Yuan Shi was just about to open the door when he saw a black shadow flash past in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then he heard a loud bang and the door opened. Bang! Everyone! We're not going to cause trouble. However, they panicked for a moment and immediately recovered. They put on a haughty expression. Those people had sent them a bunch of letters. Other than provocation, there was more provocation. Even if they really agreed to participate in this so-called Holy Hall banquet, they definitely couldn't show weakness. Just like now. There was no one in the empty hall. They were just putting on an act for the air to see. Yu was still in the posture of kicking the door. When she saw that there was no one in the grand hall, she almost sprained her waist. Yun Nuoshing silently looked at Qin Yen, who was covering her face, and sighed softly. Little Qin, is this really the holy hall? Yes, it's here. Qin Yen nodded repeatedly. She looked around and then looked into the distance. That's right. This is the place where the holy hall banquet is held. This entire place is the holy hall. Qin Yen stretched out her finger and drew a circle, including the mountain peak they were on and a mountain range slightly further away. Then, she pointed at the hall in front of them. This is the place where the holy hall banquet is held. Look, it's all prepared inside. Maybe the people haven't arrived yet? Yuan Shi leaned in to take a look. Sure enough, he saw a row of tables and chairs with many wine jugs and wine jars. All kinds of delicacies were placed on the tables. Obviously, they didn't go to the wrong place. There's no energy fluctuation in the space. There's nothing unusual. They must have arrived early. Yun Nuoshing shook her head helplessly. She couldn't help but cover her face. She had acted out a stupid play, and there was no audience. 1 minute later, the 13 people sat at the table gloomily. They looked at each other gloomily and couldn't help but lower their heads and sigh. Some covered their faces and sighed. Yun Nuoshing drank a mouthful of tea and lay on the table gloomily. In just 1 minute, they had changed from the arrogant and noble 13 stars to the 13 idiots who talked to the air. They were so gloomy that they couldn't say anything. Sigh. The 13 people sighed faintly. What was the reason for today? Yen, why are you here so quickly? A voice suddenly came from the door on the other side. Everyone trembled and immediately sat up straight. Qin Yen turned around and saw a white-haired woman slowly walking over. She couldn't help but be shocked when she saw her. Then, a kind smile appeared on her face. Ah, 7th great-grandmother. When Qin Yen saw her, she quickly stood up. Yun Nuoshing and the others wanted to stand up as well. However, the white-haired woman whom the former addressed as 7th great-grandmother waved her hand with a smile. A gentle wind blew and asked them to sit down again. She looked very young, only about 30 years old. She was young and beautiful, but her eyes were full of vicissitudes. This was normal. It was very easy to stay young forever. However, other than the immortal, no one could deceive their actual age. Yun Nuoshing could more or less feel that the age of the person in front of her was probably measured in epoch. Yen's friends are all handsome young men and beautiful girls, so don't be restrained. Sigh, the Holy Hall's banquet isn't that easy to hold. Grandma was against it, but those little fellows are too noisy, and I can't stop them. I think they're probably here for you. Time, how did Yen become so big in such a short time? I remember you were still so small yesterday, but now you're so beautiful that Grandma almost can't recognize you. You're going to get married so soon. Who's your partner here? Aren't you going to introduce them to Grandma? The white-haired woman quickly walked over to Qin Yen and started chatting with her. She cupped Qin Yen's face, pinched her face, and rubbed her hair. Her eyes were almost overflowing with love. This 30-year-old beauty was calling herself Grandma, and she was holding Qin Yen's hand as if she was an elder. In front of her friends, Qin Yen was very embarrassed, and her pretty face was completely red. However, she couldn't say anything to refute her. For the sake of saving face, the group of people from the Yun Nuo star could only stifle their laughter, and their faces were all twisted. 7th great-grandmother, it's him. Then, in the next second, Yun Nuoshing couldn't laugh anymore. Qin Yen pulled him up and pushed him forward. She silently took a step back and explained in detail. The 7th great-grandmother suddenly understood. Then, she pulled Yun Nuoshing's hand and asked about his well-being. He was also embarrassed. Xian and the others were about to collapse from holding back their laughter. 7th great-grandmother, where are the others? Qin Yen timely saved Yun Nuoshing, who was about to faint, and asked hurriedly. The little ones are at the martial arts practice field. Don't you know? Today is the day of the assessment of the Qian Ting army. The Holy Hall banquet will be delayed for 2 to 4 hours. Hey, I just sneaked in to find something to eat. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I'll punish you. The seventh great-grandmother chuckled, and reached out to pluck a piece of meat from an unknown beast from the table. Then, she stuffed it into her mouth and finished it in a few bites. Yun Nuoshing and the others looked at her helplessly. Hey, I'm leaving. I only ate one piece. What meat is this? It's so fragrant. Give me another one. I'm leaving first. It's still early. If you're not in a hurry, you can go to the martial arts practice field to take a look. It's so fragrant. The seventh great-grandmother said, as she plucked a piece of meat from the table. Then, she walked out from another door. Everyone, haha, seventh great-grandmother is a little. Qin Yen laughed dryly at everyone. You don't have to say any more. We all know. Yuan Shi and the others waved their hands to stop her from explaining. They couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, the older one was, the more immature they were. This seventh great-grandmother really had a personality. The air was silent for more than 10 seconds. Yuan Shi felt that the oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. He quickly stood up and said, Let's go to the martial arts practice field to take a look. It's boring to be in a daze here, All right. Qin Yen staggered to her feet and trembled. This way, come, everyone sighed. They only felt tired in their hearts, their souls, and everywhere else. The group of people walked very quickly. It was unknown if they were trying to leave something behind in this way. It seemed to be something very important, but it had just been broken. Moreover, it was scattered all over the ground. It seemed to be a matter of moral integrity. In a short while, Yun Nuoshing and the others followed Qin Yan's guidance, and arrived at another mountain. This place was still within the range of the sacred hall. There were many palaces and palaces on this mountain range. In the center, surrounded by the palaces, there was an ancient plaza that had weathered the wind and rain. Wisps of ancient aura permeated from every corner of the plaza. Around this ancient square, there were circle after circle of 1,000 Ascension Army warriors wearing golden black patterned armor or golden black patterned robes. Their sharp eyes constantly swept back and forth in the surroundings. Occasionally, they would look at the center of the square below with a joking expression. There were more than a dozen battle stages there, and fierce battles were being carried out. Energy waves were constantly being emitted, hitting the barrier that encompassed the entire center, causing faint ripples to appear. As Qin Yen appeared at the edge of the plaza, Yun Nuoshing and the others immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Instantly, strange gazes were cast over, causing many people to be stunned. Then, they sneered in their hearts. Seeing that Qin Yen was about to lead them to the seats in the center, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pulled her hand and said softly, "Let's find a place to sit." Qin Yen hesitated for a moment. After looking at him for a while, she nodded. Then, she inadvertently changed her pace, and sat down at the highest point in the outermost circle where there was no one. Yun Nuoshing flung his robes and sat down next to her. Then, a group of girls sat in a row on both sides. Yuan Shi and Nightmare pulled Chu Chen to the front and sat down. They began to release faintly discernible energy. I feel that there is no need to release pressure. It feels a little. Chu Chen's expression was calm, but he could not help but mutter in his soul. He had already made a fool of himself once. If he did it again, it would make his little heart tremble, especially when he was being watched by thousands of people. The 1,000 Ascension Army has an assessment every year. Oh, it's just that I'm not in the clan, so I'm not too sure about the specific date. I think an elder mentioned it to me yesterday, but I don't remember. Qin Yen whispered in his soul. I'm afraid that you're not interested, so you forgot about it. Yun Nuoshing gave her a sideways glance and said. Qin Yen laughed awkwardly. While they were chatting, the battle below the stage did not stop. There were 2 layers of barriers in this ancient square. One layer blocked the outermost part of the square, so that the movements here could not spread out. The other layer covered the stage, so that the energy inside would not spread to the outside. It was no wonder that they did not feel the movement here just now. The people who appeared in this square were all members of the 1,000 Ascension Army. However, on the high platform in front of the stage near the stage, there seemed to be a group of people with a strong aura sitting there. They were all middle and high-level gods. It was unknown whether they were the warriors of the 1,000 Ascension Army or the elders of the Qin family. While Yun Nuoxing was looking around in boredom, a group of people walked out from the high platform. Their destination was clear, and they walked straight to the remote place where they were. The young man in the lead was also wearing a black robe with golden patterns, which was a little similar to Qin Yan's. His aura was strong, and there was a strong murderous aura faintly coming out. The young man walked to the front of the crowd and cupped his hands in salute to Qin Yan. Then, he smiled very kindly and said, "Yen it's rare for you to be in the mood to come here. Why don't you go to the main stage and have a seat?" Just as he opened his mouth, Yu who was sitting in front of him, thought for a moment and immediately stood up. She pulled Little Moon and Chu Xianling to the side and sat down. She was still muttering something, which made the crowd confused. The three girls had left Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yan behind. "It's fine. I'll stay here and accompany my friends. You guys go ahead." Qin Yan didn't even raise her head and kept staring at the battle stage below. She didn't seem to like this person and wanted to draw a clear line with him. The young man was stunned and looked thoughtfully at Yun Nuoxing and the others. He smiled faintly and said, "That's true. Not everyone can go to the main stage. I understand your concerns. Since that's the case, we'll sit here with you, Yen." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and sat down. The group of people behind him also casually sat down. "My name is Qin Yan. Don't call me by that mushy name." Qin Yan frowned and her voice was a little stiff. She even looked at Yun Nuoxing and moved closer. "Oh, my father once told me to get along well with you. Since you don't like this name, then forget it." The young man wasn't annoyed and just smiled indifferently. Then, as if he knew his place, he moved away and stopped when he was more than a meter away from her. Big Sister Goddess hasn't told us yet. Since Big Sister has personally brought a friend here, he must be an extraordinary person. I heard from the elders in the clan that Big Sister has a partner. Who is this handsome guy? Why don't you introduce him to us?" A young girl sitting next to the young man smiled, and said in a relaxed and joking tone. Her eyes kept glancing at Yuan Shi and the others who were sitting one level ahead. "That's right. The few of you look very unfamiliar. Why don't you introduce us, Goddess?" A young man couldn't help but say. His gaze swept across Yun Nuoxing and the other girls, then he retracted his gaze at the right time and smiled faintly. Qin Yan frowned slightly. Yun Nuoxing and the others' conversation in their souls came to an abrupt end. Then, they all sighed in their hearts in tacit agreement. Yun Nuoxing sighed and said, "That's why I said we should sleep in the palace. Oh, I forgot that Qin girl has to come. Then there's no other way. Judging from your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with this world." Chu Yingzhan teased. "Oh, I hate this world." "That's right." Yun Nuoxing also smiled faintly. They were all communicating in their souls. Not everyone in this group was easy to recognize, but at the very least, Yun Nuoxing, Yuan Shi, and Devil Nightmare were easy to recognize. As long as it was a large faction, there would be a portrait of them. Even though it had been a while since they had appeared in front of the world, it was still a while since they had last appeared in front of the world. Qin Tian, I think that's his name. I told you before. He's one of the 10 young people in the sanctuary. He's older than me by a few zeros. Qin Yan whispered in her soul. She was referring to the young man who was sitting 1 meter away from her. He had a strong murderous aura around him. She couldn't even remember such things clearly. It seemed like she really didn't care much about her family. "You don't like to stay in the Qin family?" Yun Nuoxing asked quietly. She also casually paid attention to him. That guy named Qin Tian was a divine underworld expert. If he had to say more, he would add the word, only, at the end. He was just a few zeros older than her. It was nothing. Given some time, Qin Yen and the others would be able to leave him far behind. I often cultivate at home and don't like to show myself. The title of goddess was added because I'm the most talented person in this generation. However, there's actually a small part of the responsibility that comes with it. It's just that I don't like those things. Those old fogies won't allow me to leave the title of goddess. Qin Yen said helplessly. The few people who spoke saw that no matter if it was Qin Yen or Yun Nuoxing, none of them said anything. They didn't even look at them. They couldn't help but feel their faces heat up. They were a little annoyed. Ahem, it seems like you all don't like to talk. One of them laughed embarrassedly. Indeed. After all, we came with the goddess. It's natural that you look down on us. I'm afraid that you feel that it's beneath your dignity to talk to us. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other in their souls. Little Qin, your reputation in the family is a little bad. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but say. Oh, it's much worse than my reputation in the family. At least no one in the Yuan family dares to point at my nose and say that. Yuan, she nodded honestly. Qin Yen smiled bitterly. She didn't really manage the family's affairs. She did manage the family's affairs for a period of time before she went to the everlasting night forest. Moreover, she only managed the family's affairs for less than 2 months. After that, she followed them on their travels. Naturally, she didn't have much reputation in the family, even if she was the goddess. Yun Nuoxing and the others sighed in their souls again. They continued to remain silent on the surface, causing the group of people who came over to have their hot faces pressed against their buttock. Their faces were ashen. Chapter 1080. Qin Tian also waved his hand to signal for them to stop talking. Yuan Shi and Qin Yen all let out a sigh of relief. They sneaked a glance at Yun Nuoxing, and seeing that he didn't do anything, they let out another sigh of relief. They were afraid that this guy would blow up this group of people because of his hot-bloodedness. He didn't know how to control his strength, so who knows what would happen if he acted rashly. In short, long live peace. The calm little star was still very cute. While they were talking, the battles on the dozen or so platforms below were still in full swing. The people around them were watching the battles below with various expressions. Some were nervous, some were mocking, and some were taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Powerful energy collided and exploded into even stronger shockwaves, causing ripples to appear on the thin layer of light screen from time to time. Fist against fist, energy against energy, elemental entanglement, weapons fiercely clashing, all kinds of fighting methods were used. Yuan Shi and the other two lowered their heads and whispered to each other. They would occasionally point at the people on the platforms and laugh foolishly. This made Yun Nuoxing very curious. He couldn't help but go over and ask, "What are you guys laughing about?" Little star. Yuan Shi was startled. When he turned around and saw that it was Yun Nuoxing, he scratched his head and pointed at the platforms below. He grinned and said, "I made a bet with Nightmare. From left to right, the 2 people on the 4th platform will win. The bet is half a month's worth of breakfast. I think that shiny guy will win. Boss, what do you think?" Nightmare also grinned foolishly. No, no, no. I think that the fire elemental will win. The fire elemental restrains the metal elemental. Chu Chen shook his head vigorously. Yuan Shi also nodded in agreement. Yun Nuoxing sat up straight and looked down. On the 4th platform there were 2 demigods, both at the late stage. One controlled the fire element, while the other controlled the metal element. In terms of the elements, the latter was restrained. Even though the metal element's defense was very strong, it was still very difficult to deal with the fire element. He was sweating profusely from the heat. On the other hand, the fire element controller's aura was stacked on top of each other, showing no signs of exhaustion. The more he fought, the more ferocious he became. Layer after layer of blazing and violent energy exploded, causing the entire platform to tremble. Moreover, it was a dark green flame. Although it was not a divine flame, it was still a flame that was more powerful than the ordinary fire element. On the other hand, half of the metal element controller's body was red. It was obvious that he was already at the third stage. Yun Nuoshing looked carefully and found something strange. He couldn't help but laugh softly and said, "The metal elemental one." Yuan Shi and the other two, as well as Xian and the others, were stunned. Only Nightmare excitedly slapped Yun Nuoshing with a proud face. It was as if Yun Nuoshing's words were destined. Under the curious gazes of a group of curious babies, Yun Nuoshing mysteriously shook his head and smiled faintly, revealing an expression that said, "See for yourself." On Qin Tian's side, someone sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't agree, but he didn't say anything. Yun Nuoshing and the others didn't care, treating it as fart. The battle between demigod rank experts wasn't something that could enter the eyes of the elders on the main platform. Therefore, they didn't pay much attention to the fourth platform and were paying attention to other places. For example, the battle between two god kings on the first platform. However, the fourth platform still attracted the attention of many people in the surroundings. Even the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army who were standing guard were observing the battle with interest. They seemed to have seen their own appearance in the past. 5 seconds. The outcome has been decided. The metal elemental won, Yun Nuoshing suddenly said, causing everyone to open their eyes wide. They hurriedly shifted their gazes from other places to the fourth platform. The moment everyone's gazes focused, the metal elemental was suppressed to the point that he almost fell off the edge of the platform. His metal armor had melted and only a few pieces were left to protect the vital parts of his body. His entire body was red and black. The fire elemental's aura suddenly soared. A huge dark green flame soared from his arm, containing a trace of the power of destruction. He punched with a huge force, causing the surrounding people to cheer loudly. It was as if they could already see his victory. Boom! A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted from the platform. Then, a huge force erupted like an oppressed volcano. The shockwave rolled up a strong wind and blew away the dark green flame that was close to the fire elemental. That dazzling light dazzled the fire elemental. The energy in his body became turbulent, but the power in his hand didn't weaken and he continued to punch forward. It was also at this moment that the metal elemental emerged from the golden light. He leaned to the side and dodged the heavy blow. Suddenly, he punched out a golden straight fist and ruthlessly smashed into the former's chest. Immediately, the fire elemental was sent flying. His heavy aura dissipated, and he crashed into the outside of the platform. His face was deathly pale, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. What? A series of exclamations sounded from the platform. Not only the soldiers of the 1,000 soaring army and the surrounding onlookers, but also Little Moon and the other girls, Yuan Shi and Chu Chen also opened their eyes wide in astonishment. Ha! Half a month of breakfast. You have to treat everyone to breakfast for half a month. Nightmare laughed and patted the ashen-faced Yuan Shi's shoulder. This, why? Yuan Shi shook his head and his neck cracked. He looked at Yun Nuoshing in confusion and unwillingness. But he's about to lose. He's already been forced to this extent. Qin Tian and the others looked over in confusion. They didn't care much about that level of battle, but they still couldn't understand why the metal elemental had won. Yun Nuoshing smiled in a profound manner. However, he threw his gaze towards Emoyen and said, "Why don't you tell me why you feel that he will win?" Nightmare grinned and laughed dryly. No, he guessed the fire elemental, so I can only guess the metal elemental. We each have to choose first. Moreover, I think that person is a little ruthless. Everyone. Yun Nuoshing coughed dryly and wiped off his cold sweat. Alright, then I'll tell you. It's true that the fire elemental restrains the metal elemental. Both of them are at the demigod ninth transformation stage. Their auras are similar in thickness, and their elemental purity is similar. It can be ignored. Furthermore, both of them fight with their physical bodies. In that case, be it the fire elemental or the metal elemental, they both mainly cultivate their physical strength. As for energy attacks, they might not pay much attention to them. As for the metal elemental, you must have preconceived that his defense is very strong. After all, you're right. Everyone nodded. The metal elemental and the earth elemental were known for their defense. Although they also had offensive means, they were not as strong as their defense. However, the metal elemental cultivator cultivated his offensive power. Moreover, the explosive power in that instant was about 40% stronger than the fire elemental cultivator's all-out attack. His golden armor was used for defense, but as long as he wasn't stupid, he wouldn't condense the golden armor when fighting the fire elemental cultivator and the lightning elemental cultivator. When the difference in their realms wasn't big, it would only make the other party's attack more effective. Unless he had other plans. In the last attack, he was forced to a dead end. The fire elemental cultivator intended to use his strongest attack to kill him, but the metal armor that he condensed half of his strength into was blown up by the metal elemental cultivator as if it was pure energy. It offset 50% to 60% of the former's strength and reduced his attack range. After Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded. The thousands of Ting army soldiers standing behind were also dumbfounded. They didn't expect that he could see so many things in that instant. Goo, this doesn't count. Next, look at the first battle platform. This won't do. Look at these 15 battle platforms. That's right, we'll give 15 results and see who's right. Yuan, she said unwillingly, the wager? I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it after I win. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Playing with Little Star, wasn't this like an old man hanging himself? Was he tired of living? Nightmare, record down what Yuan she said and the results he said. Yun Nuoshing revealed an interesting expression and chuckled. I'll analyze and explain at the same time. Anyway, you guys can't wait for me to lose. Xian and the others laughed dryly. Hey boss, I'm done recording here. You can start now. Nightmare turned around and made a no problem gesture. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing twisted his neck, pinched his palms, pointed down with his chin, and licked his lip. First battle platform, 2 divine kings. Fire and thunder elements, wind and water elements. Their auras are similar and their energy intensity isn't too different. The former focuses on attacking, and it's an extremely powerful explosive attack. The subsequent explosive power is impressive, but it's too much and the energy in the body isn't easy to coordinate. Although the divinity is slightly stronger, it doesn't affect the current situation much. The latter combines wind and water. A wisp of wind and a drop of water can split his power into millions of pieces. The former loses. Second battle platform, Divine Sun Realm. Earth and earth elements collide. The blue-cloved one's aura isn't condensed. It's probably because the demigod realm's energy isn't completely pure and forcefully broke through to the elementary god realm. Furthermore, the first tribulation didn't fix this flaw, leaving behind a seed of disaster. On the other hand, the blue-cloved one's aura is long and heavy. There's no explanation for this. The latter wins. Third battle platform, Divine Master Realm. One has a beast soul and the other doesn't have a beast soul. It's a pure competition of strength. The former has a beast soul with powerful attack power, but the one without a beast soul has powerful soul energy fluctuations. He can even split his attention to use his soul energy during battle. He might be an alchemist or something. Moreover, his focus is also on strength. In a situation where their strengths are equal, the soul energy can do many things. If there's no accident, the thunder element wins. Fourth battle platform, Divine King Realm. There's no need to look anymore. the array master 1. The difference in their realms isn't that big. A lightning array master can do anything as long as he can delay for a minute. On the 5th towering platform, although the 9th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was higher than the 6th Revolution Godchild's, the difference in cultivation base doesn't mean everything. The 9th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base had reached a very high level, but the 6th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was even higher. Not only that, the 6th Revolution Godchild's cultivation base was at the minor completion stage. In the end, the 6th Revolution Godchild won. 6th Battle Platform, Metal Element and Metal Element? Interesting. The difference in their realms and other conditions isn't big enough to affect the battle. The only difference is that both of them are metal. However, one of them is the metal element that refines life while the other is the metal element that controls metals. Between the two, the former relies on the body while the latter relies on powerful control, especially the mind and soul. Moreover, it also consumes a lot of energy. In a one-on-one battle, the metal element is at a disadvantage. Isn't this just courting death? The strengthening of the body by the metal element is several grades lower than the metal element. Using one's weak point to attack the other's strong point, the metal element is bound to lose. And then the 7th, listening to him talking non-stop, the more the crowd listened, the more shocked they became. More and more sweat appeared on their foreheads. Yuan Shi's face was also getting paler and paler. His body was shivering non-stop. The people in the surroundings were also sweating profusely. He was clearly analyzing as he watched, and there were some parts that he couldn't see completely. Soon, the results of 6 or 7 battle platforms were revealed. There were no surprises. He could even tell who won easily, who won miserably, who won by a narrow margin, and who lost by a narrow margin. 12th battle platform. Oh, the two of them are fighting very fiercely. Their conditions are similar, but the golden-haired one has preserved a lot of energy. Because of this, he was forced into a difficult situation. To create such a situation when fighting with an opponent of the same condition, there must be a trap. Who knows, he might have left a powerful gift for his opponent. 13th Battle Platform, God King Realm. 3 elements collided with 2 elements. Fire, water, wind, wood, and metal elements, the degree of condensation is the same. The difference in aura is not more than 2 revolutions. The former has powerful mental energy, the latter has powerful soul energy, and he is also an array master. Although his level isn't high, he can still use auxiliary arrays. The grade of the divine arts and mystic arts he cultivates are the same, and their conditions are roughly the same. It's not a head-on clash, but rather a battle of attrition. However, it's obvious that he didn't fully display the might of the 3 elements. He just messily kneaded them into a ball of mud. Although the 2 elements didn't fuse perfectly, the degree of fusion is more than 60%. 14th Battle Platform. Sigh, there's no time to analyze. 1 minute later, the black-haired one won. Although he was forced into a dead end, he didn't use any elemental energy at all. He's accumulating his strongest attack, and I can feel it brewing. Finally, the 15th battle stage. Yun Nuoshing looked at the last battle stage and was slightly stunned. The two of them were locked in battle. No matter if it was aura, elements, energy intensity, spirit, or soul, they were all about the same. There was also life force. It was rare to see 2 people who cultivated in all aspects. Both of them cultivated in all aspects, which requires a very good balance of the body. This is not the normal balance, it is the balance of the energy control and the coordination of the soul control. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with because they control a lot of things. Their methods are also very flashy. I'm just using a compliment. Don't think too much about it, just understand what I mean. Their myriad of attacking methods are very difficult to defend against, and even their cultivation of the divine arts and Heart Sutra is about the same? How interesting! Looking at the last battle, he was a little conflicted. Because he couldn't find a breakthrough, he also opened his evil spirit eye and ocean eye, but he couldn't feel anything. After looking at it for a while, he frowned and said, "The two of them didn't attack wildly. The one in gold probably won. He has more energy left. If there's no accident, he should win by a small margin. Haha, little star, I bet that the one in black will win." Qin Yen suddenly opened her mouth, causing everyone to turn their heads and look at her in confusion. So far, Yun Nuoxing was right. Why was this girl so confident that the one in black would win? Yun Nuoxing blinked and looked at her strangely. "Could it be that you have some information that I don't know? ****. Let's not talk about this for now. Nightmare, tell me Yuan Shi's answer." Hearing this, Yuan Shi trembled. He smiled bitterly and waved his hand. No need, I lost. Little star is indeed little star. I'm really seeking my own death." He said it clearly and logically, basically no one could refute him. What else was there to say? From the second battle, he had already bet wrongly. At that time, the bet was over. "Qin Yen, why don't you tell me why?" Yun Nuoxing glanced at Qin Yen, who was shoulder to shoulder with him. However, before the latter could answer, he smiled faintly and said, "Well, the battlefield is ever-changing. There are only a dozen or so normal battles that appeared here. It's not difficult to guess, but there are more battles that are difficult to analyze. Some of them can even kill opponents who are several realms higher. The highest realm that appeared on the battle platform just now was only half a realm higher. The person who was at a lower realm won because I saw that he was going to stake everything on a single throw. Taking advantage of the moment when his opponent relaxed, I bet that he would win. Actually, there are a lot of battles that even I can't see through." The crowd rolled their eyes noncommittally. Then, they nervously looked at the two people who were entangled on the 15th battle platform. They watched the golden-robed man and the black-robed man fight back and forth. They were so excited that they were sweating. They wished that they could become the black-robed man and defeat the golden-robed man. Then, they would be able to see Yun Nuoxing's stunned expression. Qin Yen was very confident and looked relaxed. Yun Nuoxing was also a little suspicious. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with the two people at all. "Fight. Hurry up and end it quickly. It's the strongest attack." "Ah, I dodged it. TSK, how did it hit? Wow, don't fall out." Chu Chen was so excited that he felt uncomfortable all over. His whole body trembled, as if he had experienced an earthquake. The others also widened their eyes as they looked at the two guys who were entangled with each other. They were having a lot of fun, but they didn't know that there were more than 100 people staring at them. Yun Nuoxing didn't lower his voice just now, and everyone around heard it. After the crowd waited anxiously for a while, the battle on the 15th battle platform had evolved to a white-hot degree. Energy bombarded here and there, bombarding indiscriminately. The barrier was constantly flickering. Then, when the golden-robed man fiercely pounced and prepared a powerful energy to severely injure his opponent, the black-robed man's eyes suddenly lit up with a resplendent golden light. "Oh no!" Yun Nuoxing exclaimed. He felt an abnormal energy fluctuation and couldn't help but widen his eyes. That was divine word art, heavenly dipper cross. An energy storm of more than 100 feet suddenly erupted on the battle platform. A huge golden cross cut through everything like the clouds and the sun, shattering the space. The powerful energy swept across the entire battle platform. That was the divine word art that Qin Yen had used. According to her, it was a powerful secret technique that only the core disciples of the Qin clan could learn. Its power would increase along with the increase of one's cultivation level, and it had a powerful divine might. That golden light blocked a lot of vision, but Yun Nuoxing could clearly see a figure flying out in a sorry state. In the end, he heavily fell outside the battle platform. He couldn't help but sigh. The person who flew out was the golden-robed man. The golden-robed man helplessly got up. He cupped his hands towards the black-robed man and sighed, "I lost. Oh 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 oh." The moment those 3 words came out, a sudden burst of ear-piercing screams and shouts from a remote part of the spectator stands. Everyone was scared out of their wit. They thought that the audience was cheering for the black-robed man, so they also applauded and cheered. Gradually, thunderous applause sounded from the entire arena. Many people were cheering loudly. The black-robed man who won felt a little embarrassed. He cupped his hands in all directions and hurriedly ran back to his seat with a red face. Yun Nuoxing was surrounded by screams and shouts. Xian and Qin Yan were excitedly pushing him back and forth. Yuan Shi was also roaring and laughing in front of him. He could only maintain a wooden expression. However, he couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. That's why I said that the battlefield can change in an instant. God knows what will happen in the next second. However, it was likely that no one heard his words because the cheers were too noisy. His weak argument was torn apart by the roars of the storm like a breeze. Let's not talk about anything else. Treat me to a meal. This meal is yours. Yuan Shi laughed and slapped Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He glared at him and said, "Hey! You lost. We'll talk about it after you win, right? Then I have a condition. I'll mention it to you when the time comes." Then, Yuan Shi depressingly ran to the side and squatted down to draw circles. Yun Nuoxing was stunned when his sleeve was pulled. He turned his head and saw Qin Yan looking at him with a pair of bright eyes. There was even some pride and satisfaction in her eyes. "Do I have a condition too?" Qin Yan smiled sweetly. "No. But you only have one match, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this girl to join in. Seeing her determined look, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "You still have a wish. Okay, I can promise you another condition." Qin Yan smiled happily. Then, she high-fived Xian, who was sitting on the other side of him, and laughed. Her voice, which was as pleasant as silver bells, kept echoing, making him feel a little helpless. He could only hug little Magic in his arms and give it a squeeze. The little fellow patted his arm with its tail, feeling wronged, making him feel even more helpless. "But why? How did you know he would win?" Yun Nuoxing still didn't understand and couldn't help but ask. "That person is a core disciple of the Qin family. It's normal for him to know the holy speech incantation," Qin Yan said with a smile, making Yun Nuoxing speechless. What could he do? He wasn't a member of the Qin family. How would he know so much? Little star lost. He actually lost. Xian leaned on his shoulder and couldn't stop laughing. Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. He pinched the girl's face again. "Do you really want me to lose?" Xian looked at him with a pair of big innocent eyes and breathed in his ear. "Because Little Star has always been winning. Anyway, he's one of us. If he loses, then so be it." Yun Nuoxing was speechless. "I thought it was a chick, but I didn't expect it to be a sissy. How disgusting. That mouth must have tasted a lot of blood. Only an outsider can see it so clearly. Who doesn't know how to talk nonsense? Blah 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 blah, you're so noisy. When it comes to fighting, you don't have so many words to say." The sudden voice extinguished the lively atmosphere and shattered the good mood of many people. At the very least, Yun Nuoxing and the others were stunned. Then, their expressions darkened within 3 seconds. Someone seemed to have a different opinion. Chapter 1081. You can't stop talking. You must be very popular with women. Could it be that all your thoughts are on how to strengthen your mouth? Blabbering on and on. Can't you be quiet while watching an assessment battle? What's so interesting about a battle between a beginner god and a demigod? What a useless ability. You have a good mouth. No wonder you have so many women around you. Who knows how many people you have fooled? Some subtle words spread in the area, causing many people's expressions to change slightly. They all turned their heads. Many people from the Qin clan had already recognized this group of people who had appeared together with their goddess. Among them, there were a large number of people who had sent letters to provoke them. Seeing them appear here, there were originally people who wanted to say something, but when they saw Qin Tian and his group, they all subconsciously shut their mouth. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. They closed their eyes and sat upright, not caring about what they said. He was calm, but the people beside him were not looking so good. They could feel that the anger bars were slowly spewing out. Even Qin Yan looked at that person with a slightly cold expression. On Qin Yan's side, there were also a few people who were slightly puzzled and frowned. They looked at the people beside them and then looked at Qin Tian, who did not care about anything, and frowned even more. When they saw Qin Yan's extremely cold gaze, they thought for a few seconds and moved their butts away from her. No matter what, this was the goddess, the daughter of the patriarch, and the person who had inherited the purest bloodline of the Qin family. She was the most powerful person among the younger generation in the family. They did not want to offend her and make life difficult for them in the future. Forget it, forget it. Don't talk about it. Someone waved his hand repeatedly as if he was persuading them. Then, he smiled faintly at Yun Nuoxing and the others and said, "Everyone, please don't blame them. They are used to being free and speak without thinking. They are a little too straightforward. Oh, a little too straightforward." Yuan Shi and the others' eyebrows twitched fiercely. These words were really impolite. Qin Yan and Mei Mao were frighteningly cold. Just as she was about to scold them, Yun Nuoxing gently pressed a hand on her head, making her instantly silent. She looked back at him in confusion. "Well, why do you care so much? What if they stop talking after you scold them?" Yun Nuoxing flicked his finger between her eyebrows and said with a faint smile, "If a beast on all fours raises its butt and spits at you with its fur puffed up, are you going to spit back?" Everyone's faces darkened. They couldn't help but imagine it. Then, after thinking for a second, they suddenly felt that this description was very realistic. Qin Tian's people's cheeks twitched fiercely. A youth stood up with a cold expression. "Shooting your mouth off is not a good thing. It's not a good thing to be used as a tool, or are you proud of it? So today, when he went out, he purposely didn't wash up? You can smell that overflowing stench even from 8 light years away." Yun Nuoxing looked ahead indifferently. "It's not your fault that you're ugly. Why did you come out to disgust people? Look at these soldiers. They can't even stand properly because of your stench. They are members of the Qin family. How can you bear to lay your hands on, no mouth on them? You! Qin lass, this place is a little smelly. I suspect that there is feces left here last night that hasn't been washed. Why don't we change places?" Yun Nuoxing pinched Qin Yan's face and said with a smile, "Sure." Qin Yan smiled and nodded. She stood up and gestured with her hand. "Please don't be offended by our lack of hospitality. Later, Yenner will find a better place." Yun Nuoxing and the others all stood up with a faint smile and moved to the side in a scattered manner. Luckily, this is the Qin family. Yuan Shi held the back of his head with both hands and walked forward lazily. His words were what everyone was thinking. "And because this is the Qin family." Yun Nuoxing nodded. Her words were similar but had 2 different meanings. She then said, "Luckily, we didn't participate in that holy hall banquet. If we did, I'm afraid we wouldn't have the appetite to eat. Oh, I feel a little nauseous." Some people really think that, after going to many places and seeing a little of the world, there is nothing to be afraid of in this world. They are only half a god. This is the Qin family. Another person sneered. At this moment, Qin Yan saw that Qin Yan and the others had walked 4 to 5 meters away. He frowned and couldn't help but say, "Qin Yan, although I don't know what those old men in the upper echelons are thinking, if they don't even have the face and responsibility to face this kind of situation, I advise you to let go as soon as possible. This world is very fair. If you want to climb up the social ladder, you will definitely be at a lower position. If you don't have the mental preparation to face all kinds of difficulties, You will only blindly run away. There is no need to care about these kinds of people. You should be glad that you are not facing those old men today. They will only be more ruthless. Think about it yourself. Qin Tian crossed his arms and lightly tapped them. He vaguely stated his purpose. Qin Yen, who was walking at the back, stopped and turned around to look at them. Her eyes were deep and cold. After a moment, she returned to her calm appearance and said indifferently, Qin Tian, I advise you to put more effort into your cultivation and pursue a higher realm. Don't instigate your group to meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. Qin Tian, this is only the Qin family. You guys don't know anything and just randomly come out. Why don't you think about why those elders didn't do anything at all? Take care of yourselves. Qin Tian frowned. Before he could think deeply about the meaning of these words, Qin Yen and the others had already walked quite a distance away. The young man beside him, who was the most talkative, also frowned. He stood up and wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. Poochie! Hundreds of blood arrows suddenly burst out from his body. It was as if his blood was desperately trying to escape from his body. Blood flowed out from his eyes and his mouth also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He fell to the ground in an instant. The blood that flowed out from his body dyed the surrounding ground red. His eyes were still filled with confusion and fear, causing the surrounding people to turn pale with fright. Qin Tian's gaze suddenly became frightening. Those few who took the opportunity to distance themselves earlier had their cheeks twitching fiercely. They still had lingering fear in their hearts, and could not help but look at Yun Nuoxing and the others who had walked more than 10 meters away. If they said that it was not them who did it, no one would believe it. However, they completely did not know how they did it. They could only rejoice that they did not say anything. That person was also in the divine underworld realm like them. If he was crippled without a sound, wouldn't that mean that they could also be crippled without a sound? Who? Yun Nuoxing blew out a strand of starlight on her hand and rubbed her fingers, causing it to dissipate into nothingness. You still made a move. Qin Yen could not help but laugh bitterly. They all heard the flustered voice behind them, but none of them turned back. Seeing his weak movements, their cheeks twitched. Lass, let's make a record. You talked nonsense for 10 minutes. It's 1 minute more than the previous record of 9 minutes. You broke the record. Yun Nuoxing stretched out her hand and patted Ming's head as she said softly. Ming blinked her golden Mei Mao and nodded obediently, causing everyone to laugh bitterly even more. How long would this record take to be broken? If it were them, they would probably talk nonsense for half an hour, talking non-stop, and retorting back dozens of times. You went easy on him? Qin Yen still glanced behind her and saw that it was a mess. Although the person lying in a pool of blood was injured heavily, he did not seem to have died immediately. After all, it's the Qin family. Yun Nuoxing nodded. It was the same sentence, but it had a lot of meanings when said. Clang. Yu who was walking at the front, was suddenly blocked by 2 spears. She could not help but scream and quickly stop. The ear-piercing sound made Qin Yan's face turn gloomy. This was not an important area, so logically speaking, they should not be blocked. Then, the only reason left was, she turned her head abruptly and saw a group of people rushing over aggressively. They were obviously the people who followed Qin Tian. Poochie! Suddenly, 4 or 5 people in the group vomited blood and fell down. It was as if their bodies had exploded. The bloody scene was extremely frightening. Ding! Yun Nuoxing's finger flashed and pointed at the 2 warriors in front of her. Then, she waved her finger to the side. The 2 were shocked to find that their bodies were no longer under their control. They quickly retracted their spears. There was an even stronger force controlling their bodies, and they could not even give orders to their bodies. Stop them! A low voice was heard, making the place lively. However, those warriors only trembled. Not a single one of them rushed forward to block the path ahead. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even move a finger. Seeing that those soldiers only trembled but did not move, that person's face turned gloomy. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing and the others. A powerful and dazzling light circulated around his body. The energy pressure of a god and underworld expert made many people's hearts tremble. They turned their gazes in fear. "You've gone overboard." That youth stood at the front and stared at them fiercely. The group of people were unfocused because they did not know who did it. "May I ask what happened? Why do you say that we've gone overboard?" Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked innocent. That youth looked at her coldly and ignored her. He turned to Qin Yen and asked, "Goddess, do you want to watch them kill the people of my Qin family?" Qin Yen looked at him indifferently and said, "Qinen, we don't have a single mid-level god here. You've seen it clearly." Her words made that youth's face twitch. Although his expression did not change, everyone could guess that he was very embarrassed. The people who had fallen behind him were all god and underworld experts, but the strongest one standing in front of him was only a god emperor. Moreover, it was an early-stage god emperor. If they really wanted to punish him, he would lose all his face. The surrounding people of the Qin family also looked over with interest. When they saw the situation, they could not help but shake their head. Some people even sneered. "Are these 10 idiots out of their minds?" A few god and underworld experts suddenly exploded, and he went to find a group of low-level gods and a few demigods. "Oh, don't say that. It's not good for them to admit that they made mistakes in their cultivation. After all, they are known as the 10 strongest of the younger generation. They can't put down their faces. How could they have the nerve to admit that they went crazy while cultivating?" When they saw others getting up to leave, they found an excuse. "Hey, it just so happens that I don't like those 10 arrogant farts." Yun Nuoshing's ears twitched. She smiled faintly and said, "Look, everyone is saying that there's a problem with their cultivation. Why are you still looking for us? Hurry up and heal them. Are you going to abandon your companions? How can you be so ununited? Whether there's a problem with their cultivation or not, there will naturally be people who will go and check it out. But you guys, you came uninvited and ridiculed me. I thought that the goddess friends would know some propriety. I should have chased you away when you appeared," said the youth coldly. "It seems that there's also a problem with your cultivation. You don't say what you think, and your soul is not attached to your body. Why don't you let me take a look at you?" Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and stretched out her hand. The youth's eyes flashed, and he took a step back vigilantly. "Look at yourself. I'm just a demigod, and you're so vigilant. You treat my good intentions as ill intent." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and said, "If there's nothing else, please leave. We still have things to do. We don't have time to play around with you." "Stop right there. Before the results are out, you guys are not allowed to take a step out of this place," said the youth in a deep voice. He took a step forward and then spat out a big mouthful of blood. "Poochie!" The youth suddenly knelt on the ground, scaring Yu so much that she hurriedly shrank back. The former's entire body was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with terror. He couldn't feel any abnormal energy in his body. The only thing he could feel was that his blood wasn't listening to his orders and was rushing out of his body. It was really as if his body had suddenly exploded. "Another one has exploded, another one has exploded." The surrounding people couldn't help but sneer. It wasn't that their Qin family wasn't united, but that they really didn't like these 10 fellows. Seeing them in such a sorry state, they felt that they had vented their anger. "Brother Yun, is this person sick? He's so pitiful." Yu-Er's innocent and sympathetic voice echoed in the surroundings. Many people didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard it. A dignified divine underworld expert was suspected of being sick by a little girl. Yun Nuoshing pressed Yu-Er's head and said very seriously, "Recently, young people have been a little impetuous in their cultivation. They're impatient for success, and it's easy for them to go berserk. You guys have to take this as a warning." "Little star, what exactly did you do?" Yuan she couldn't help but ask in his soul. The others were also very curious. This kind of method was very strange and frightening. They had never seen him use it before. No, it's just a little trick. I slightly tampered with the factors that made up their existence. Oh, you guys can understand it as a kind of attack on the level of laws. Well, I didn't disintegrate them on the spot, so I was being merciful. Yun Nuoshing smiled mysteriously. When I make a move, even the divine underworld can't find the source. What kind of hero are you hiding? If you have the guts, then come out yourself. At this moment, Qin Tian also slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. The murderous aura on his body was constantly increasing, causing many people's faces to turn pale. Even the things that were happening on the battle stage below were not as eye-catching as what was happening here. You've caused a ruckus in the Holy Hall's examination field. Clearly, you don't put the Qin clan in your eyes. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving here if you don't give an explanation, Qin Tian said indifferently. His gaze was locked on Yun Nuoshing. The others didn't know, but he was exceptionally sharp and felt that the most dangerous person here was probably him. Qin Yen frowned slightly. It had already become like this, but no one came out to stop them. The elders on the main stage also looked on with folded arms, as if they didn't see what was happening. However, now that half of the people were looking at them, it was obviously intentional. It was just that they didn't know who ordered them to do this. Without the permission of the higher-ups, why would the younger generation act so recklessly? Yun Nuoshing put her hands on Xian's shoulders and looked at Qin Tian with a smile that was not a smile. She said indifferently, I thought you would be smarter, but I didn't expect you to be used as a tool. It's amazing that a young person can be as stupid as you. At first, I thought you would be a little different, but in the end, I really shouldn't have any expectations for people who think with their toes. I've had enough of feigning civility and I hate it, either fight or scram. Now I've lost all my patience. The only reason I'm still suppressing myself is because this is the Qin clan. To me, there are only two kinds of people in this world, those who need to be killed and those who don't. Then, what's your choice? Qin Tian's expression was originally cold, but at this moment, it became even more gloomy. Why don't you make a choice for yourself? Yun Nuoshing chuckled. Her diamond-shaped crystal eyes gradually turned into two burning fireballs, and an energy that was close to the law of destruction was crazily surging. You bunch of brats, what are you causing trouble for? It's the Holy Hall's examination. If you want to cause trouble outside, you're disturbing Grandma, eh? Yen, why are you guys here? Didn't Grandma ask you to come to my place? Qin Tian, you brat, why aren't you scramming off to cultivate in seclusion? What's the point of coming here to make things difficult for the guests? Last time, you even brought a bunch of scoundrels back, and no one said anything about you. Yen, what's wrong with bringing your friends around? Is there a problem with that? Suddenly, a voice that sounded like that of an old woman from the countryside rushed over. This pleasant voice was instantly ruined by such a loud shout. The group of people from the Qin clan trembled violently. Yun Nuoshing and the others were also stunned for a moment, and collectively trembled. The law of destruction energy that she had crazily gathered just now also silently dissipated. Hundreds of people turned their heads in unison, only to see a beautiful white-haired figure at the edge of the Holy Hall's martial arts field, striding over in a majestic manner. Seventh great-grandmother. Qin Yen was stunned and hurriedly called out. Seventh great-grandmother. Qin Tian and the others hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands. They were still rather respectful and fearful of this living ancestor of the Qin clan. Since she had already appeared, they could forget about doing anything today. Move aside. I'm not looking for you, you unambitious melon child. Seventh great-grandmother glared fiercely at him, and her white hand slipped out from her sleeve. With a casual wave, she swept up Qin Yen, Yun Nuoshing and the others and flew up. You little brats are really troublesome. I've been looking for you for a long time, But I couldn't find you in the ancestral palace. Why are you so interested in coming here? Why are you so calculative with this group of brats? Come, 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 Granny will bring you all to have fun. Qin Tian opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. He gritted his teeth and flicked his sleeves angrily. He had lost all face today, and he didn't dare to say anything in front of the seventh forefather. If he did, he would be confined. Even if he didn't want to, he could only hold it in. Even if he didn't want to, he could only humbly admit his mistake. Everyone knew that the seventh forefather couldn't stand anyone, and the only person he doted on was Qin Yen. A sea of clouds rolled over, and Yun Nuoxing and the others only felt their vision blur. Not long after, they landed on the ground. They stood firmly on their feet and looked at the woman in front of them who was still walking like a dragon or a tiger. Along the way, she used a thunder palm to smash the palace into the wall, causing the ground to tremble. Everyone looked at each other and became silent. Come in. Seeing that everyone was stunned on the spot, she turned around and urged them. Only then did Yun Nuoxing and the others slowly enter the palace, and the door behind them was slammed shut with a bang. It's finally a little quieter. Disappointing little brats, other than fighting for affection, they only know how to cause trouble, and never do anything serious. If they have a little bit of indifference like you, Granny will be satisfied. Seventh great-grandmother scolded as she led everyone to the hall. She quickly tidied up the messy hall, brewed some tea, and leisurely took a sip. Only then did she let out a long breath, looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, I say, Yanyan's little boyfriend, were you planning to blow up the entire martial arts arena into the sky? Did you feel it? Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment, but did not refute anything. He scratched his head. Just now, he was only condensing the rule-breaking energy, and most of it was hidden in the void. He did intend to destroy that place along with the void, but after her voice rang out, he let the energy dissipate, and the others probably did not feel it. As for Qin Yen, Xian, and the others, at this moment they were dumbfounded, and the fear on their faces told him that they only knew about it now. You're the son of God of the 9 deities temple. You're the only one here who can release the rule-breaking energy. Seventh great-grandmother laughed. Then everyone understood why she could immediately understand that it was Yun Nuoxing who had launched the attack. Presumably, the people of the temple had more or less mentioned it. Seeing Yun Nuoxing staring at her, seventh great-grandmother could not help but laugh and say, Grandma, after I found out that those little guys were causing trouble, I did deliberately let you guys go to the martial arts arena to teach those good-for-nothings a lesson. With your strength, it would not be a problem for you to deal with high-level gods. Dealing with those little kids is just a matter of moving your fingers. You won't blame me, right? Yanyan's little boyfriend. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Since she had already called him that, and Qin Yen seemed to be very close to seventh great-grandmother, he naturally could not say anything. He shook his head helplessly and said, It's just along the way. It doesn't matter. You entered at the right time. If you were 5 seconds later, it would not be as simple as teaching them a lesson. Is that right? That timing was very accurate. Actually, I wanted you to directly use your power to oppress them, and then I would appear and kidnap you guys. That way they would be traumatized. I didn't expect you, little cutie, to use such a strange power like the rule-breaking energy, but the effect is not bad. Seventh great-grandmother laughed. When the word little cutie was said, Yun Nuoxing felt his hair stand on end. The group of people had goosebumps on their backs. Chapter 1082. The small-scale earthquake caused by Yun Nuoxing and the others entering the Qin family only trembled for a moment before calming down. The higher-ups still turned a blind eye to it, and the elders who were the mainstay of the Qin family were too lazy to care about the matters between the younger generation. They allowed a group of Shenming to make things difficult for them, so naturally, they wouldn't interfere with what happened between them. After all, in the Qin family, even if the friction between the younger generation ended with a little spark, nothing would happen. Those few people who suddenly vomited blood were still lying in bed at this moment. They would have to lie in bed for half a month. Their faces were pale, they were foaming at the mouth, and their souls were about to collapse. Yun Nuoxing felt that the main reason for this situation was that the seventh great-grandmother barged into the ward and nagged at them for 6 hours, making the group of young people wish they could dig their own ears. The matter regarding Yun Nuoxing and the others was still a mystery. The higher-ups knew, but the rest didn't know, and the younger generation had a bellyful of anger. Although Qin Yan's prestige in the Qin family wasn't very high, she was still very popular. When the younger generation of the Qin family found out that the 10 young people from the Templar Church had teamed up to make things difficult for them, they couldn't help but sneer. Although it didn't lead to a big disaster in the end, they definitely wouldn't have an easy time in the future. After venting their anger and sneering, many people turned their attention to Yun Nuoxing and the others. However, after learning from the mistakes of those who rushed up and were killed, most of them became abnormally quiet and didn't speak much. Now that they calmed down and thought about it, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. They remembered that the higher-ups were silent and seemed to have something to say. They obviously knew something, but they couldn't say it out loud. Perhaps this involved the identity of that group of people or something, but since their own elders didn't do anything, it was basically impossible for them to find out anything. The 10 people from the Templar Church looked quite annoying, but they were really strong. They were in the Shunming realm and could fight against ordinary King of Hell powerhouses. This was also the main reason why no one dared to act rashly. If they couldn't do anything, then it was even more impossible for them to do anything. Moreover, many people thought of an even more important matter. The engagement of their goddess was originally decided by the patriarch. The Qin family was such a big family, and any strange move could make the divine realm tremble. The patriarch who controlled it was naturally not a simple-minded person. Since he was so decisive, there must be some more terrifying information that these people didn't know about. That was even more reason not to provoke him. Previously, they only knew about this matter and didn't think deeply about it. Now that they thought about it, they couldn't help but slap themselves in the face. Then, this matter automatically calmed down under a strange balance. The storm that had been brewing in the sky above the sea for more than half a month dissipated on its own before it hit land. However, this kind of attention was destined to not decrease. It was just that many people were looking for a safer way to investigate, lest they offend someone they shouldn't offend and die without knowing how they died. That night, Yun Nuoxing didn't stay at the seventh forefather's place for too long. After all, being picked up by her was just a way to leave. Not long after, they returned to the ancestral palace, which was Qin Yan's home. As for those miscellaneous matters, he wasn't in the mood to deal with them. He didn't really understand them, and he wasn't willing to understand them either. However, in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. The human brain won't change even after millions of epochs. This is the eternal problem of the number one race that dominates the void. Even if there's nothing in the brain, it's easy for them to let their thoughts run wild. There's no cure. The heavenly primal chaos deity Yun Nuoxing sighed, and a group of people agreed. This illness couldn't be cured, and there was no need to cure it. It's better to just destroy this void. Yun Nuoxing let out another long sigh, causing everyone's faces to become incomparably pale. What happens after we destroy it? There'll still be a lot of life after we rebuild it. Because of life, the void will become dazzling and colorful, Chu Yingzhen mumbled. She had more or less understood the void by now. The world will become colorful because of life, but it will also become chaotic because of life. A chaos that can't be controlled, and a direction that can't be controlled. Although many gods feel that this is the value of life, I'd rather cultivate an empty shell so that I don't have to worry so much, Yun Nuoxing said calmly. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. This child's extreme thinking was already completely impossible to pull back. Even 10,000 heavenly deities wouldn't be able to pull her back. That night, Yun Nuoxing didn't want to rest. She ran to the open space outside the palace by herself and looked up at the Milky Way outside from the mountainside. The Qin family's sky was connected to the outside world, but this was still a self-contained space that couldn't be found on the map of the realm of the gods. It had the same nature as the 9 deity temples. Naturally, he wasn't the only one who looked up at the Milky Way. His little followers followed him wherever he went, and he was already used to it. Occasionally, he would be able to relax physically and mentally, and he would feel more relaxed than ever. They were also used to leaning on him, and their hearts would be unusually quiet and happy. However, it was different this time. Other than Xian, Feng Ming, and Bing there was also Qin Yan, who sat quietly beside them. The moonlight fell on her body, covering her with a layer of shimmering gauze. She was exceptionally beautiful, like a jade sculpture. If the girl didn't speak, they wouldn't even notice that there was someone else beside them. The silence didn't last long. The elusive little purple soul chased after them from the palace and pounced on Yun Nuoxing. Little Moon and Yuer, who were in charge of taking care of this little girl, hurriedly chased after them, followed by Chu Yingzhan and the other 2, as well as Yuan Shi and Feng. The quiet night suddenly became lively again. During this time, Little Moon suddenly pulled Yun Nuoxing and rushed out. Xian and the others were stunned. If Qin Yan didn't explain that they were going to see Uncle Qin Hui, they would have thought that this little girl was up to something. It was only then that Yun Nuoxing remembered that Uncle Qin Hui had followed Little Moon to the Qin residence. It wasn't that he was cold or anything. It had been a long time since they last met. Furthermore, he had retrieved a lot of memories, so he stuffed these relatively important things into the depths of his mind and treasured them until he almost forgot about them. It was only when Little Moon reminded him that he remembered them. The 2 of them arrived in front of a mansion. It was no different from the Qin residence in the past, except that it was more exquisite and larger. The Qin residence in the past was currently living here. On this huge floating island, it was still in the middle of the ring-shaped mountain. It was considered the central area. It did not take much effort for them to see Qin Hui. Yun Nuoxing looked at Uncle Qin Hui, whom he had not seen for dozens of eras. He could not help but let out a long sigh. He looked younger and more dignified. His aura was also many times stronger than before. They were a core clan member who had been separated from the Qin family. Even though many years had passed and circumstances had changed, and even their bloodline had become much thinner, they still maintained this identity. Back then, there were indeed some voices of opposition in the clan. However, a few elders and Uncle Qin Hai suppressed those voices, Qin Yu said softly. If the clan members who had been sent out as kindling and drifted about could only be reduced to ordinary members of the Qin residence when they returned, it would be too disheartening. Many people also knew about this, so they didn't allow such a thing to happen. They just needed to treat them well. A large clan like the Qin residence didn't lack resources or anything like a few hundred people. The little fellow from back then has also grown up. Qin Hui was very happy when he saw Yun Nuoxing. It was as if he had seen his own family. He kept patting her on the shoulder and looked her up and down. "It's just that you look more like a girl now." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and teased, "Uncle Qin Hui, you've become younger. Are you still used to living here?" It's okay. It's just that, I'm used to the experience of running around to do business. The first few years of stability made my butt itch." They all said that as a core clan member of the Qin residence, how could I personally do the rough work of running around to do business? If I wanted to, I could even manage a few cities. It scared me to death. Qin Hui laughed dryly. After sitting here for an hour, they had just chatted for a while and talked about what had happened in the past few years. Yun Nuoxing was called back by a life-threatening call in her soul. Little Moon stayed here to spend more time with Qin Hui. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. She also missed her father very much. Naturally, she had to spend more time with him. She didn't know when she would come back the next time she left. Yun Nuoxing's figure flashed, and he was teleported to the top of the immortal mountain in the ancestral palace. Qin Yan was waiting quietly in front of the bamboo house that was completely different from its interior. When she saw him appear, she quickly took his hand and walked into the bamboo house without thinking. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked that he was stunned. He thought that something had happened to Ye. It turned out that he had been thinking too much. Qinya, who had thought that it would take at least a day to wake up, had already woken up in the middle of the night. However, her body was still a little weak. Qin Yan hurriedly went to find Qin Yan. She then found him and they went together. As soon as they entered the house, 3 pairs of eyes turned to look at them. Yes, there were 3 pairs of eyes. Qinya, who was still on the bed, also had her eyes come alive again. They were full of vigor and were extremely lively. Her eyes were like a stream of autumn water. They were exceptionally beautiful and sparkling. Yun Nuoxing was a little absent-minded. She was a little mischievous and lively but also deep. She pretended to be quiet. He had inadvertently seen Qin Yan reveal such an expression. So, it turned out that she had inherited another side of her character from Ye. Greetings, Supreme God Yun. Qinya was still half lying on the bed. Her strength had not completely recovered, but she quickly cupped her fists and bowed deeply. There was a faint smile in her eyes. Yun Nuoxing was so shocked by those words that he broke out in a cold sweat. Just as Qin Hai and Mother Qin looked at each other and hesitated whether they should say something, Yun Nuoxing quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop fooling around." The family of 4 laughed dryly, leaving him speechless. Without wasting any time, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and summoned the Book of the Era. He held the golden ball of light and swung it around Qin Yan's head. Then, under the nervous and expectant gaze of Qin Yan and the other 2, he slowly closed his eyes. "Little star, how is it?" Qin Yan whispered into his ear and asked softly. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes. The 2 sun-like pupils dissipated and returned to a pair of colorful eyes. His eyeballs were 2 spiraling spiritual crystals. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and kept Qin Yan in suspense. When Qin Yan shook his body anxiously, he smiled at Qin Ye and said, "Congratulations, you've found your body from the concept layer of rules. The damage to the rules and the scar on your soul were dealt with this morning. Oh, yesterday. You've done the last step perfectly. You've found your body again, and your new body is at the level of breaking in with your old body. You'll be able to recover completely in a few days. You can even blow up a sun with a punch." Phew! Hearing this, Qin Hai and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Ye also joked, "I've already said that I'm fine, but you guys didn't believe me. You even asked Supreme God to come over." Yun Nuoxing had just grinned, but when he heard that, he immediately jumped up and said, "Can you not call me that?" Qin Hai saw how anxious he was and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He patted Qin Ye's head lovingly and turned his head to say to him, "Little Yun, thank you for this time." Yun Nuoxing slowly calmed down and shrugged at him. "I didn't do anything. The one who saved her was herself, all of you and all of you. Anyone who has a trace of obsession with life can turn that obsession into an indestructible force and forever stand in the concept layer of rules. On the other hand, as long as there's a moment of despair, everything will dissipate. So, I didn't do anything." When Qin Hai heard this, he only smiled. Although he really wanted to clean up the part where he had contributed, as long as one's brain wasn't wired, they would be able to understand the relationship between the 2. He didn't plan to compete with him in this aspect. He, Qin Hai, would just take note of this matter. Qin Ye pursed her lips and chuckled. Suddenly, she thought of something and raised her head to look at Qin Hai. She smiled and said, "Ah Hai, I heard that Yen and Yun. Little Yun are engaged, right? It just so happens that I've recovered now. Why don't we find a good time to do this?" I think little Yun is a good child. Qin Ye's mother could not help but roll her eyes. Yes, how bad could a person who was suspected to be a god be? She did not need to use her brain to figure out what was going on. However, such words were occasionally necessary, so she did not object to it. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yen were both stunned. The latter's pretty face turned red at a visible speed, while the former had not yet reacted. When he was about to think, Qin Ye looked at him lovingly and said with a smile, "Little Yun, from now on, you can call me aunt. It's a little embarrassing to be called something by a god." He was so shocked by Qin Ye's words that he jumped up. He did a backflip and leaned against the wall, assuming a fighting posture. Half of his pretty face darkened. "Damn it, please don't use such a tone as you reluctantly acknowledge me after passing the test with great difficulty, okay? I'm with you. I, Yun Nuoxing, am the world's most powerful." Cough cough. Wait a minute. Even if I, Yun Nuoxing, can't handle interpersonal relationships well in this life, and even if I have to be alone for the rest of my life, I will never call you. He was very agitated. His whole body moved wildly, and he fiercely pointed to the ground with an imposing manner that could swallow mountains and rivers. "Little star." Qin Yan's body swayed and moved in front of him. Then, she looked at him with a pair of big, watery, and innocent eyes, which were crystal clear. "So, just because you don't call me that now doesn't mean that you won't call me that in the future, right?" Qin Yen gently squeezed his palm with both hands and blinked her big eyes. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and said, "Hello, Aunt. Aunt, have you eaten?" Qin Hai and the other two. "This little guy, little star, I will tell you about that." Qin Yen lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. At that time, her parents must have seen something. She didn't know how to lie. After being repeatedly questioned, it didn't take long for her to confess. Yun Nuoxing instantly quieted down and stared at her quietly. His expression was very serious and serious. Qin Yen was so frightened by his serious gaze that she almost cried. He sighed helplessly. This was expected. Family members had a great right to know. Moreover, at that time, he couldn't cover up anything. It would be strange if she didn't say anything. She did say it, and he felt a headache. However, looking at Qin Hai and the others, it seemed that they didn't intend to ask anything. He relaxed a little. If they really wanted to ask something, it would be troublesome. He didn't feel that it was troublesome to say these things. In any case, he could just leave at any time. No one in this world could find him, so he didn't have to worry about anything. It was just that being chased around and questioned gave him a headache. It was even more troublesome to explain seriously. The more Yun Nuoxing thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. With a frown, she pinched Qin Yan's cheeks and rubbed them repeatedly. "You brat, I'll deal with you later." Qin Yan lowered her head and mumbled. Her beautiful face was completely red. Seeing this scene, Qin Hai suddenly walked over excitedly and grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hands. With a face full of excitement, he asked, "When do you plan to get married?" Yun Nuoxing's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hai, calm down." Mother Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly pulled the trembling Qin Hai away. Then, she grabbed Yun Nuoxing's hands with a serious face. "Do you plan to have a celebration or a Loki wedding? 9 deity temple or Qin family? Why don't you hold one for both families? You seem to have a few girls with you. Do you want to join us? Why don't we just pick a date? Why don't we?" Qin Ye also chuckled and messed around. Yun Nuoxing was about to cry. Throughout his long life, there had never been a moment that made him feel so annoyed. His mouth, eyes, ears, and nose were all filled with the word awkward. One person and one sentence tormented Yun Nuoxing, the former heavenly god of primal chaos, to the point that his entire body turned gray. Qin Yen couldn't bear to watch and hurriedly rescued him from the demonic sea. She patted his back and pinched his philtrum. Even though this didn't work at all, it almost made him faint. After being tormented for a long time, Yun Nuoshing finally came back to his senses. He saw Qin Hai and the other two chuckling and looking at him. The teasing expression in their eyes was gone. It was as if they were deliberately doing this to divert his attention. This made him smile bitterly. "Uncle Qin, I want to ask you something." Yun Nuoshing straightened himself and spoke in a low voice about the Qin, Yu, and Xian families. He had always wanted to ask about this, but he just didn't have a good opportunity to do so. Qin Hai was slightly taken aback when he heard him mention this trivial matter. Then, a rare serious expression appeared on his face. "This is something that happened a long time ago. It can be traced back to the beginning of this era or even the previous era. It's a problem left behind by history. Because of some major events caused by the constant turmoil in the God realm, they had no choice but to send the people of their families away from the places where the flames of war spread." Yun Nuoshing had also figured out a part of it. However, he needed an accurate answer right now. Qin Hai nodded. "Something like that. You probably know more than I do about the matters of the God realm and the demon world. In the beginning, the ancestor left behind the great Qin family and many of his family and friends. This was the beginning of the Qin family's history. However, we still don't know where the ancestor and the others went. He only left behind this family. As time passed, although the Qin family appeared in the middle of the ancient era, after that, no heavenly gods appeared. Only gods were born. It seemed like the Qin family was slowly declining. Gradually, there weren't many sages left behind to protect the Qin family in these two eras. Until now, there is only one left. He is a god who was born from the power of the entire Qin family in the early days of this era. Now, he has sealed his origin and is buried in the depths of the Qin family." Qin Hai sighed. He didn't understand many things in the world, so he didn't know the origins of these things. The Qin family, which still looks glamorous on the outside, is actually only left with the sacred property left behind by the ancestor. The young people have never weakened, but there are only a few powerful beings left at the peak. The Xian family still has two gods. The title of being the number one of the ancient 8 families is not just for show. Even so, there are still many unstable elements in the God realm. Those elements are stronger than the 8 families. Although I don't want to admit it, we are no longer the inviolable existence in this world. In fact, if they all awaken one day, the ancient sacred objects left behind by the 8 families may turn from the sacred objects that protect the family into the root of the family's destruction in an instant. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms. "That's right, it's just a matter of time. That sacred and inviolable position was already a joke when we sent out a part of our core family members in order to preserve the kindling. The God realm has never been short of latecomers. No one can be invincible forever, and no force can exist forever. It's just as you guessed. I don't know if it happened in the previous era or the beginning of the current era. According to the records, it happened during a period of war. A powerful god was born, and the battle shook the heavens and the earth. That generation of the Qin family sensed the danger of extinction, so they chose the kindling and sealed it. The god of the Qin family at that time used a forbidden method to throw the kindling into the sea of time, and let the kindling fall on the god realm that had calmed down many years later. A part of the kindling's memory was erased. After a long time, they became the Qin family, Yu family of Xingling City, and the Xian family of Xingyu City. I don't know if the other families have done the same, but the 3 of us are old friends with the 9 divine temples, so we share the same information. We all know about this. The only fortunate thing is that the kindling didn't come into use one day. Some time ago, I went through the family records and found these historical problems. So, I sent people to search for them and brought them back. Then, I sent the Xian family and the Xian family to search for them." Yun Nuoshing listened silently. The answer was not unexpected. It was also the answer he was looking for. "This is the truth." Qin Hai nodded. "That's it. It's very simple, isn't it? All the mysteries and unsolved mysteries are because no important information related to them has been obtained. This is how the world is. From the beginning to the end, it's a very simple matter. Yun Nuoshing smiled sweetly. Chapter 1083. Those ancient matters had been buried in the sea of time with the passing of time. There was no need to look too much into the lost past. The past was the past. The current situation was more important. Judging from the current situation, the Qin family was still strong and no one dared to provoke them. The same went for the Yu family and the Xian family. The once powerful ancient heavenly god families were also declining. However, they were not completely declining. They were still strong, but they did not have the kind of experts who could protect their families. Looking at the current divine world, there were 100 divine spirits and 5 heavenly gods. Putting the former aside, one of the 5 heavenly gods had already jumped out to cause trouble and wanted to unify the divine world. If someone of this level really wanted to make a move on the Qin family, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Even with the heavenly god array, it would only take a short period of time to break it. Huh? You want me to deal with the heavenly gods? In the main hall of the Qin family's ancestral palace, a group of people looked at Yun Nuoshing with anticipation. She pointed at herself with a dumbfounded expression. Her cheeks twitched and she smiled bitterly. Don't think too much. It's not that I can't deal with the heavenly gods. As I said, if I use the Great Protective Array, the smallest range would be to vaporize everything within a radius of 100 million li. Do you know how many people would die? Of course, I don't feel guilty at all. After all, the lives on my shoulders are measured in units of trillions. I won't feel any psychological burden, even if there are billions or billions more. The question is, why? Yun Nuoshing looked at them in confusion. It was Yuan Shi and Nightmare who started the topic. She did not know why it suddenly became about killing the heavenly god. These two fellows had only gone back for a day. Did something happen? Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at each other. They sighed and lowered their heads. The latter was not as crazy as before. Everyone was not used to seeing him like this. What happened? Chu Yingzhan asked in confusion. The two of them looked gloomy. Something must have happened. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and carefully looked at Yun Nuoshing. He sighed deeply and said, I'm sorry, little star. I hid some things from you. We didn't risk our lives to escape. Nightmare's face was filled with melancholy. It was unclear what he was thinking about, but he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. We were sent out. We were forced out. What exactly happened? Can you explain it clearly? Yun Nuoshing frowned. I spoke slowly to maintain a sense of mystery. At the same time, there are some things that you don't need to know. But if you don't make things clear, we can't take action. Yuan Shi flung his bangs in distress and said, A few days ago, didn't I hear that the God of Heaven wanted to unify the divine world? Everyone nodded. That God of Heaven was in the Ganyuan region, near the southern plains. Because of this, they had argued for a while. Nightmare finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He angrily slammed his hand on the table. That old bastard sent people to the Yuan family and the Nightcrawler Alliance. He wants us to surrender. Otherwise, he'll eliminate us as a potential threat. They must have gone to other places, but there's no news about it. Ha! Everyone was dumbfounded. Oh, the Yuan clan also had a god in the past. That was in the early days of the ancient era, right? Their overall strength isn't too far off from the 8 ancient families. A voice suddenly came from the hall, causing everyone to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw 2 people suddenly appear on the empty sofa. One was Qin Hai and the other was a young man. His long hair hung in front of his face, and it was somewhat disheveled. Father, we were eavesdropping, Qin Yen mumbled. Her beautiful face was a little gloomy. Qin Hai scratched his head and laughed dryly. We were just passing by. We were just passing by. Then, we heard some very important words. Don't look at us like that. We really were just passing by. The expressions on the faces of Yun Nuoxing and the others were as doubtful as they could be. Seeing this, Qin Hai could only laugh awkwardly. He hurriedly coughed dryly and put on a serious face. Since that god even dares to touch the Yuan family and the Night Owl Alliance, it seems like he's serious. The Nightcrawler Alliance? Xian and the others were stunned. Nightcrawler, Night Wanderer. Those who don't sleep in the middle of the night, Nightcrawler. Do you understand? It's just another name. Nightmare shrugged. Everyone, pfft. Father and elder sister threw me out. They said that it wasn't safe to stay in the Yuan family. However, that place needed someone to guard it. Although they've already started to move people, those with big families and businesses won't be able to run away in a short period of time. They only gave me less than 10 days. Moreover, a few days have already passed. There are only about 5 days left. Yuan Shi's face was full of worry. Seeing this, everyone felt a little sorry for him. This elegant and refined scum had always been smiling. He was a very humorous person. However, when he heard this big news, he became a little anxious. It was really difficult for him to play with them there yesterday. Clan leader, we also have to make some preparations. The Yuan family is in the south of the western region, while the Qin family is in the central region. If the news is true, they will also come to us. The young man with disheveled hair spoke in a deep voice. His voice sounded like a broken bellows that was operating with difficulty. We don't have time to prepare. It wasn't easy to find a clan member. Are we going to throw him out again? Qin Hai rolled his eyes. Gods can control the world with a single thought. There's not much they can do. However, you should quickly inform the Yu family and the Xian family about this. They are both in the northern wilderness, so they might receive the news a little later. The storm is already brewing. Before the demon world descends, the god realm will be in chaos. Hearing this, the young man nodded, and his figure disappeared in a flash. This is really worrying. Qin Hai sighed. Yuan Shi and Nightmare's expressions became even more gloomy. They sighed. This is so annoying. The sudden appearance of this matter caused a group of very young people to be at a loss. The main reason was that this matter involved too many things. It was a big matter even in the god realm. Yun Nuoxing calmly drank a sip of tea and burped. So, you're telling me that you want me to do something? Yuan Shi and Nightmare looked at him expectantly. We just want to ask if you have any ideas. Although this is a little mushy, you are the only hope we know. That's really mushy. Please don't say it a second time. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Who can we count on for such a big matter? I can't count on anyone. Nightmare smiled bitterly. Night Owl? Bah, there are also gods in our alliance. I only found out about it yesterday. In order to welcome that bullshit messenger, one of them came out, and the other one is still sleeping. I don't know the difference between gods and gods, but just from the name alone, I know that these two are not on the same level. Am I right, boss? Post-God realm. Gods who are at the peak of God realm and gods who have just stepped into the heavenly God realm are living in two different worlds. Yun Nuoxing calmly said. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already expected this. I've seen the Qin family's heavenly God realm formation. Although it's quite powerful, it's not enough to completely resist a heavenly god. I think the heavenly god realm formations of the other families aren't that strong either. Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea. Forces that could transcend the great samsara purge naturally had their own defensive measures, such as God's Park weapons or heavenly god realm formations. However, these didn't pose much of a threat to a heavenly god unless there was a huge gap between the former and the latter, and the user was also a powerful god. Only then would they pose a threat to a heavenly god. Yuan Shi and Nightmare both nodded gloomily. However, in the realm of the gods there is an absolutely safe place. Even a peak heavenly god can't break into it. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and slowly put down his teacup. You can move your entire clan and hide there. Where? Yuan Shi and Nightmare both perked up. Qin Hai thought of something. Could it be the Nine Deities' shrine? Everyone also reacted. The space of the Nine Deities' shrine was created by the 10 primogenitors of the Nine Deities' shrine. In other words, they were 10 peak heavenly gods. Moreover, according to Yun Nuoxing, he had already taken out a bunch of God's Park weapons. That strange space was absolutely impregnable at this moment. Not long ago, the people of the Nine Deities' shrine were responsible for slowly unfolding the folded space. Right now, the space inside is very big. It hasn't been completely unfolded yet, but it won't be a problem to put a few more super clans in it. Moreover, you can move the entire space inside it. It's a world within a world, Yun Nuoxing said. Yuanshi was slightly delighted when he heard this, but he calmed down after 3 seconds. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a strange expression. You already expected this? Have you made preparations in advance? Not really. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. His fingers unconsciously slid around the edge of his teacup. I did think about what that heavenly god might do. I also thought that they would find some divine spirit forces to do it. However, I didn't expect that they would directly rush into your clan and marry you. As for the unfolding of the Nine Deities' shrine space, that was actually something else. However, it won't be a problem. As he spoke, he suddenly had an idea and sat up straight. I suddenly have a very interesting idea. It can solve a series of crises. What? Everyone was very excited. They were so excited that they could not calm down, they were all frightened. This idea of this lord was not a good thing. Yun Nuoxing chuckled. I will throw your entire clan into the Nine Deities' shrine. When that world fragment rushes over half a year later, I will forcibly retract the ultimate defense of the Pillar of Creation and let the fragment crash into it. This impact will probably smash the divine realm into trillions of pieces. Other than the area where the Pillar of Creation is located, there won't even be a speck of dust left. After it crushes over, I will put it back together. After an era, the great reincarnation will be able to stop it. I am really a genius. Yuanshi was so shocked that he slammed the table and stood up. Then there won't be much left of the divine realm. About 1/10 of it will be left. Don't worry, there is still an area of more than 600,000 light-years. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Furthermore, the matter in the divine realm can be considered settled, hee. Please, put away that idea. Let's think of something more healthy. Everyone looked like they were having a stomachache. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head, muttered a few words, and drank his tea without saying anything. Seeing that he had calmed down, everyone wiped off their cold sweat. Yuanshi and Nightmare heaved a huge sigh of relief. If little stars every idea could destroy the world, then they had saved the world countless times already. This was what the divine realm owed them. Qin Hai also took out a handkerchief to wipe his forehead. There were many things that he was very concerned about, but it was probably not the time to talk about it. He did not care about it and calmly said, Moving to the Nine Deities' shrine? I agree. This is a matter of life and death. It is a good choice. Anyway, the Qin family and the Nine Deities' shrine have been in contact for many years. In fact, we can be considered family. If not for the stubborn old men in the family who feel that this is inappropriate, I would have moved the Qin family there a long time ago. Qin Hai grinned. This is a good idea. I will discuss it with father and the others. The Yuan family and the Nine Deities' shrine do not have much contact. I don't know if father and sister can handle it well. If we move there and cause chaos. Yuanshi was a little worried. It's fine. There are 40 suns hanging in the Nine Deities' shrine space. Each of them is a divine authority weapon of the heavenly gods. We created them together back then. Yun Nuoxing continued to drink his tea calmly. Everyone was horrified. What on earth did you do back then? Chu Chen's face was full of shock. Won't the 40 suns heat death? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people pounced on him and gave him a beating. It is a body of strong energy that can be hot and cold at will. How can it die from heat? Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and thought about it seriously. Back in the day, little girl Guang asked me to build a galaxy of divine authority weapons. Old Shan and the others agreed and started working. Each of them built one a year. The initial plan was to build 200 billion suns, and the rest were either rocks or metal, all of which were God's Park weapons. Including the rest time, it took an epoch to build. Well, it wasn't finished yet. Everyone shuddered as they moved further away. This was truly deranged, completely deranged. How could there be a heavenly deity who would be bored to this extent? Moreover, they did not just think about it. They really did it. It was great that it was not completed. If they really did it, would the realm of the gods still exist? Then why didn't you do it later? Chu Yingzhan risked being scared to death and asked bravely. Later. Yun Nuoshing frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and stood up abruptly with a face full of smiles. Hey! I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Later, we thought it was too troublesome to build them one by one, so we gathered all the power of 10 people and built a world. That world is still there, and it is set to not give birth to any life. The energy inside is constantly reborn and destroyed. The energy can be combined and evolved into even more powerful energy. That is a weapon, and it will continue to grow. We spent 100,000 years to build it. It's a godly weapon. I wonder if it can be ranked on the divine weapon ranking? Chu Yingzhan was so scared that she rolled on the ground. Everyone in the hall was petrified. Ha. Qin Hai kept wiping sweat. This isn't something that can be described with the word crazy. Nightmare could not help but pinch his own face. He sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. It is not humane at all. No, it is not divine. The others glared at Chu Yingzhan angrily. They were all using their eyes to question her as to why she had let this mobile violent maniac think of such a dangerous thing. This was not just crazy. This was inhumane. This was not something that a god would do. How could a god do nothing all day and night and just create stars that could destroy worlds? They had every reason to believe that every star with divine authority could destroy thousands or tens of thousands of worlds without resting. Wait, is a divine weapon a higher level than divine authority weapons? Yuan Shi asked, his face covered in sweat. That's not how it is. Divine weapons are a special branch of all weapons. They are special, and their power can rival divine authority weapons. They can also fight head-on against divine authority weapons. They can simply become stronger without limit according to the will of their creator. However, the starting level of a divine weapon is higher than a divine authority weapon. The highest level of a divine weapon is comparable to a divine authority weapon, but its power can continue to grow. Just like us, we can continue to cultivate and grow. Divine authority and divine authority weapons, on the other hand, are fixed, so they can only be created once every time they advance to a higher level. The power they create is linked to the creator's divine authority and level. They do not have the strong ability to be molded and grow as a divine weapon, so we simply turned that world into a divine weapon and let it expand and grow without limit. On this day, they finally understood how shameless the so-called God of Heaven was. They also knew how much harm a God of Heaven could cause to the world when he was bored. This is nothing. Yun Nuoshing frowned when she saw the strange expressions on everyone's faces. Heavenly gods who do not leave enough defense for their descendants are not good heavenly gods. Yuan Shi, Nightmare, and Qin Hai were all silent. They believed that there were two reasons why their heavenly gods did not go to the extent of destroying their divinity. First, they were not at the peak of heavenly god. Second, they were not that bored. Well, let's get back to the main topic. I've already talked to the 9 deities temple. The folding space is expanding at a faster rate. You can move there at any time. It doesn't matter if you move the entire clan or just bring a piece of space with you. It's not a problem. Just don't get into a conflict with my disciples. Qin Hai and Yuan Shi nodded. Of course. Yun Nuoshing patted her thigh and stood up slowly. That's it. Now we should move on to the second phase. What's the second phase? Everyone was confused. Moving and negotiating is the first phase. As for the second phase, of course, it is to find out how much trouble that boring guy has caused to the realm of the gods. Yun Nuoshing put her hands on her hips. Didn't Little Chen say that there was a banquet nearby? It should be about time. Let's go and find out more. Oh right. What about the subordinate forces of the Qin family? Speaking of this, Yun Nuoshing suddenly remembered that the Qin family had many subordinate forces in the east of the central region of the western regions. That is not a problem. They are all loyal to the Qin family. Some of them can even be traced back to more than 10 epochs ago. We will open up a space and put them all in the Qin family. Then we will go to your place. Qin Hai waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. Knowing that they were preparing to leave, Qin Hai also had things to do. Moving was very busy, so he was about to leave. However, just as he stood up, he suddenly remembered something important. Yen your bloodline hasn't awakened yet. You are now a beginner god. Go to the altar and do the awakening ceremony. Oh! Qin Yen was stunned. She had forgotten about this. But it will take many days to awaken a bloodline. As she spoke, Mei Mao leaned toward Yun Nuoshing. She was obviously not willing. Yun Nuoshing glanced at her. Without thinking, she said, "If it is only the awakening of a god spirit bloodline, I can help. It is very simple. I am just afraid that there will be other things in the awakening ceremony that you need to inherit." Yen Er's sky god bloodline is the thickest in the Qin family in this era. It is said that it is thicker than the current Qin family god's bloodline. It is at 60%. Many people in the family pay attention to it. If the young people in the family are found to have sky god or god spirit bloodline, they will have to go through the baptism when they reach beginner god level. But actually, we are not confident that we can activate it. Oh, there is a failure rate in the awakening of sky god bloodline. We might only be able to activate 10 to 20%. Failure rate, my ass. That is because your awakening ceremony is not complete. Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. She pressed her hands on Qin Yan's shoulders and said earnestly, "Qin Yan, let me help you. It is 100% success rate. I will also activate all the bloodline fragments in your sky god bloodline. I can strengthen your body, strengthen your soul, strengthen your spirit, strengthen your elements, and strengthen your elements. When you have completely awakened sky god bloodline, you might even be able to activate the language of the mythological era." So it's like this. We don't know much about the gods. Qin Hai helplessly scratched his head, but an extremely obscure light flashed through his eyes. Then I'll leave Yen to you. We don't want this good seedling to spoil. Come on. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes. Qin Hai was not the only one who was old, but he stubbornly believed that he was not old. Qin Hai laughed and agreed. Qin Yen helplessly shook her head. Then that is it. I will not disturb you. I will go and deal with those old fogies. This time, I'll have to brew a pot of tea so that my throat won't hurt while talking. Oh, I'll also have to add some ointment and blood-dissipating powder. Slamming the table will probably hurt my hand. Qin Hai cursed as he left the hall. His words left everyone speechless. Chapter 1084. Don't you have to go back and take care of the situation? Are you just going to follow us like this? Thousands of miles up in the sky, they were outside the Qin family. They were floating in the sky of the western region of the Divine Prefecture and were rushing towards the south of the western region. Originally, they had planned to rush straight to the southern plains to participate in the so-called grand event. However, the Yuan family was located in the south of the western region, so they were currently heading towards the Yuan family. Leave those troublesome matters to father and sister. Yuan Shi waved his hand and sighed. There was still some worry on his face. It was not that he did not care, but he definitely did not have as much authority as his father, the patriarch of the Yuan family. I've already sent the message back. Next, we'll have to continuously hold meetings. After the big meetings, we'll have a small meeting. At the end, the patriarch and the supreme elder will have a private meeting. Finally, we'll make a decision and move quickly. This has been going on for 2 or 3 days. I don't know if we can make it in time. Seeing his uneasiness and anxiety, Yun Nuoshing sighed as well. That's why we're heading towards the Yuan family now. We'll be there in about an hour. Xian tilted his head and looked at the space around them. The scenery was stretched into a long and distorted shape. They did not enter the void to speed up their journey. Furthermore, they did not feel as fast as they usually did. Is the Yuan family very close to the Qin family? Quite far. One is in the east of the central region, while the other is in the south. If we use the teleportation gate, we'll be there in 2 or 3 trips. However, if we fly there, it'll take a lot of time. Qin Yan shook her head. I feel that our speed is slower than before. Xian looked at Yun Nuoshing. Before she could finish speaking, he understood what she meant and said, "Oh, it's not that our speed is slower. Right now, our speed is unprecedentedly fast. I've changed the laws within 100 feet around us, so that our speed can easily break through the limits of light. At the same time, I've also changed some other laws and shortened the spatial distance. We should have teleported there directly. Oh, there's something I need to do. I'm sensing the laws of heaven and earth in various parts of the God realm." "TSK, you can do whatever you want after mastering the laws? You can change the laws as you please." Yuan Shi looked at her enviously. "Don't think too much." Yun Nuoshing glanced at him helplessly. "Don't judge me by my current level. My principles and power of precepts are at the post-divinity tier. Furthermore, this is the realm of the gods, which is why I'm changing things so casually. In some worlds with weak precepts, I might create a loophole in the precepts, creating a flaw in the precepts of heaven and earth. In the worst-case scenario, that world would have to undergo a major cleansing by itself." Hearing this, everyone silently looked at each other and secretly wiped away their sweat. "Did something happen to the worldly laws?" Xian asked. "When I was still in the dimensional realm, the heavenly gods made a declaration, announcing the end of the era. The ancient era had become a thing of the past, and the remaining precepts had disappeared into the void. I've been observing the precepts of heaven and earth in the realm of the god. The remaining precepts of the ancient era are like a few barbs on one's hand. You can't usually notice them, but if you deal with them roughly, they'll hurt you, but if you don't deal with them, they'll itch. Although they're a part of the body, they're useless. But..." The group listened to him ramble on about some very high-end topics, and after listening for a long time, they felt a little dizzy. Only Ming and Feng were interested. The former simply liked to listen to him talk, while the latter was one of the 4 celestial gods, and had a very close relationship with the realm of the gods. Listening to this kind of information would give her some insight. As for the others, they were all dizzy and could not bear the stimulation. It was as if their minds were being bombarded by dozens of meteors. When the bombardment of knowledge came to an end, Yuan Shi hurriedly raised his trembling hand and asked, "Are we going to my house now?" Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "We should have gone there a long time ago. While we're at it, I'll help you move. There should be a lot of people in your family, right?" "There are a lot of people, but it's not that troublesome. The Yuan family doesn't have any offline forces, and only our family lives in a space. It's a portable space, so we can just put it in our pockets and take it away. The premise is that there's a safe space to store it," Yuan Shi shrugged. The other party was a heavenly god, and although the space in their house was also left behind by a heavenly god, it definitely couldn't block people of the same realm. "Oh right, my father and sister just told me that they don't have any objections." After saying this, his expression became a little strange, and everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoshing asked curiously, "Are there really no objections, or have all of them been suppressed by you?" Yuan Shi turned his face away and took out a token from his bosom. Then, a voice came from it. What? Inappropriate? 80% of the entire family is in favor, and the remaining 20% are against it. What's the point of that? Do those who are against it want to defect? Or do they want to fight to the death with the heavenly God forces? I don't want to be under them. It's quite comfortable to live in the little boy's house. Those who are against it have all been isolated by me. They're definitely… Father, hurry up and make some space to lock up those 20% lunatics. For the next 10 years, those lunatics in that area won't have any right to speak. Let them out after they've thought it through. Supreme Elder? F***ck them. At percent. 11 Grand Supreme Elders couldn't even suppress one person. At percent. Call them bullsh***. They want to fight to the death with the heavenly God forces. I don't want to play with them. And I don't want to throw the entire Yuan family into it. That kind of god of plague should stay as far away as possible. Throw him in there for me. Take turns serving him with the 18 great tortures, and burn him with live fire for 60 hours every day. Oh, you've compromised, right? Then let him out. Treat him well. Get him 2 spiritual herbs to calm his nerve. In short, these were the words that were released for Yun Nuoxing and the others to hear. The aura of a queen that assaulted their faces made everyone who heard it fall silent for a long time. They didn't know what to say. Qianqian is as energetic as ever. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. It had been many years since they last met, and that girl was still so energetic. Is it really okay to make such a hasty decision? Yuan Shi couldn't help but look at him. I'm worried that there will be objections from the 9 deities temple. Sister Jean and Hall Master Jean have already informed the upper echelons of the 9 deities temples. Those who live in the 9 deities temples are absolutely loyal to the 9 deities temples. Those who know me won't object to my suggestion. It's just that there aren't many of them. The 9 floating islands only have the area of 4 or 5 large cities. 80% of the land is still unused, not to mention the empty skies. It's good that some people are here to liven things up. As long as there's no conflict, there's no problem. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. With 40 suns overhead, I don't think anyone can start a conflict. Chu Yingzhan's pretty face twitched slightly. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. Idiot, what about my Chu Yingzhan? Leave it there first. If it doesn't work out, move it over. The empty space that the 9 deities temple has opened up is very large. It can fit 1/5 of the origin region. There's plenty of space for you to put it there. Yun Nuoxing glanced at her and said, Nightmare, what about your alliance? Yun Nuoxing looked at Nightmare. The Nightwalker alliance was very scattered. He didn't even know where its headquarters were. Naturally, he didn't know how the latter was related to the people in the alliance. Moreover, Nightmare's family wasn't the only ones in the alliance. It would be a little troublesome to deal with them. I guess they'll get involved. Nightmare shook his head helplessly. The alliance used to be divided into many parts. Now that they've gathered together, they each have their own power. Although I'm the son of God, I don't have that kind of strong decision-making power. Less than half of the higher-ups in the alliance can be directly ordered or influenced by me. Those are the brothers of that annoying old man of mine. Nightmare frowned and said with lingering fear, Old man and the others don't plan to get involved. Whether it's cooperation or war, nothing good will come out of it. However, the others don't think so. Those people feel that they can do anything for the sake of profit. They don't understand the people who have reached the divine tier. They don't understand the heavenly gods. Boss, you also said that the heavenly gods are too ambitious. Getting close to them is even more terrifying than making deals with demons. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him, then turned to look at the others. Am I more terrifying than demons? Xian and the others laughed dryly and whispered, Under certain circumstances, yes. Yun Nuoxing glanced at everyone faintly. Only Ming was there arguing with the others with a red face. Yun Nuoshing held down Ming, who was almost out of lines, and looked at Nightmare. Then we'll see how it goes. The alliance is not very independent, so it's very difficult to deal with it. It's not like the Qin family and the Yuan family. Their own families can just close the door and argue with each other. It's easy to move them. So we'll go to the Yuan family first and move? Yuan Shi repeated. When he saw Yun Nuoshing nod in confirmation, he smiled faintly. Well, normal people don't understand how terrifying the heavenly gods are. Even if the Yuan family once had a heavenly god and a divine spirit, it's probably the same. Fortunately, we've been with a heavenly god for a long time, so we understand a lot. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had some understanding of the heavenly gods, who were outside the norm. Furthermore, they knew that they would not have a good ending if they got involved with them. Looking at them now, they knew that they had boarded a pirate ship and could not get out. No matter what, I'll say thank you first. Yuan Shi patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and smiled elegantly, like a gentleman. I don't really care. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. I've been planning to travel alone for a long time. It's rare to meet people, so I'll bring them along. As for whether it's one person or hundreds of millions of people, I don't think it matters. After all, I'm not in charge in the end. I'm just a warrior-type mascot. Everyone laughed dryly. This declaration of being a hands-off boss was really straightforward. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and raised her head to look in front. Ah, we're here. I have to retract the distortion of the rules. The space formed by the fixed distortion of the rules is very obvious. As he spoke, he exhaled lightly. Everyone only felt that the thin and long space around them slowly became round and smooth. After a few seconds, it returned to normal. A huge city appeared in front of them, and there were many subsidiary towns scattered around the central city. In addition to the city and towns in front of them, there was also an unexpected thing. What the? Nightmare opened her mouth in shock. Yuan Shi turned his head away awkwardly. Everyone's gaze swept from the ground to the sky. In the end, they looked at him speechlessly. In the center of the city there was a huge iron pillar that they all hated. It was illusory and untouchable. It was like the bright moon in the water. It could not be touched, but it really existed there. The Yuan family is so domineering, so domineering. Nightmare bowed to Yuan Shi and clasped her fists. You actually built a city around Boss's pillar. Yuan Shi smiled bitterly and scratched the back of his head. I saw it when I came back 2 days ago. I didn't know about it before. Although the pillar of creation cannot be observed by people who have never seen it before, the place where it is located in the real world, where it overlaps with the hidden space, will be condensed by the pillar of creation. After all, it is an energy hub. All kinds of energy are concentrated within a few 100,000 miles around it. The space is stable, and the rules are stable. This range will only weaken drastically when it extends beyond 100 million miles. The space within 100 million miles is rich in energy, so it's not strange for a city to appear. Yun Nuoshing's expression was calm. He already knew about this. Also, this pillar is not mine. I'm just a poor maintenance worker. No wonder there are so many cities around the pillars of creation. No wonder I always felt that the energy at home was a little strange. Yuan Shi scratched his head and laughed dryly. Yun Nuoshing continued, but this kind of city that is built around the pillar of creation is probably the only one in the entire realm of the gods. Everyone looked at Yuan Shi even more strangely. The latter smiled bitterly. The progenitor of the Yuan family really knew how to find a place to build his nest. The combination of the city and the small towns below was not the same as other common cities. It did not have towering walls. If one wanted to reach this city from all directions, they would first have to pass through many small towns and cities before finally reaching the large city in the center. The transition of the terrain had directly changed from yellow soil to green brick flooring. There were also many ancient trees in this city, which looked very lively. There was an energy shield that enveloped the entire area, and there was also a faint divine aura that spread out from it. This was obviously the work of the progenitor. This kind of protection was necessary. Most of the city walls were used to stop demons and the like. There was a time when the realm of the gods was in a barbaric period, and there were countless powerful beasts running amok. The city walls could be attached with many talismans and magic circles, which were excellent carriers for both offense and defense. However, this city is a little interesting. Its protective magic circle is engraved in the void and the real world, but the ratio is not uniform. The void only takes up 20% of the magic circle, the real world takes up 70%, and the remaining 10% is caught in the spatial crevice. But no matter, the magic circle is complete when it operates, and its defensive power is increased by several times. It also has the ability to confuse people. Even a magic circle master can only see 70% of the magic circle that appears in the real world, and they have never misjudged its power. Yun Nuoxing's tone was somewhat admiring. Is it that difficult to engrave a magic circle in the void? Yuanshi could not help but feel a little proud when he heard this. After all, this was where his home was. Of course, if you want to forcefully create a magic circle in a place where there are no concepts and no rules, it is not easy. However, its concealment and power are also great. You can also use a part of the power of the void to fight against your enemies. Using the power of the void is a very difficult operation, and it would be difficult for a deity to do it if they did not specialize in it for millions of years. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and explained as she brought everyone down from the sky. There was a deity's barrier here, so they could only walk over from the ground. Engraving a magic circle in the void is also a very difficult operation. In the primordial era, only a few divine magic circle masters could do it. In this era, there is probably only one person who can do it. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. There was actually someone with such power. Who is it? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. She looked at everyone speechlessly, then pointed at herself. Isn't he right in front of you? Everyone smiled bitterly. All right, they had almost forgotten about the person in front of them. He was a heavenly god who was unimaginably powerful. He had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves and was beyond the norm. At this moment, the city was heavily guarded. This was very normal. Now, every place in the divine realm was heavily guarded, and people were frequently mobilized. In the past, small and medium-sized cities without emperor gods were now guarded by emperor gods, and there were many magic circles protecting them. Such a large-scale mobilization of experts naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Those who knew about it would take a minute or two to sigh as they hurried along. Those who did not know about it would continue to live in a daze and pretend that they did not know anything. The higher the level, the more mysterious things became. This was because they could not come into contact with things of that level. The influence was also greater, and they could not take it to heart. They just went with the flow and lived one day at a time. With Yuan Shi's identity, Yun Nuoxing and the others easily walked into the city that had no city walls and was protected by a powerful energy formation all year round. They noticed that when Yuan Shi showed her token, many people trembled and looked at her respectfully. Another group of people slipped into the Yuan family's residence or took out their tokens directly. They were probably passing on information. This way, come, ugh. Yuan Shi waved his hand. Before his expression of "follow me" could solidify, his body froze. All the hair on his body stood up like a wave from bottom to top, and then returned to normal. What's wrong? Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Ugh. It's nothing. I just shivered. It scared me. Yuan Shi laughed dryly and shook his head. However, he frowned slightly and said, But I feel uneasy. Forget it, let's go home first. After he finished speaking, he took the lead and rushed toward the center of the city. The others looked at each other in confusion and hurriedly followed him. They did not care about what he felt just now. After all, Yun Nuoxing did not say anything, so it should not be a big deal. The Yuan family, like the other ancient forces, was located in a huge space that formed a world of its own. The laws and plans of the ordinary heaven and earth were not as they wished. Almost all the gods and deities with powerful creative abilities would choose to create a space that met their requirements so that their forces and descendants could live in it for a long time. The Yuan family was no exception. Oh, it's also a semi-evolved space. After Yuan Shi led everyone into the Yuan family through the teleportation array, Yun Nuoxing looked up and said casually, "Ugh, what's that?" Yuan Shi was stunned. The sky is the sky of the outside world. The space is a self-created space, and the earth is a self-evolved land. In other words, only half of this space was created by the gods of the Yuan family, and the sky was borrowed. Yun Nuoxing pointed at the sky and said, "The Qin family is the same, and so is the Chu realm." Chu Yingzhan scratched her head in confusion and said, "Aren't they all the same? There's not much difference, right?" "Yes, there's no special difference. I just mentioned it, don't take it to heart." Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Chu Chen, who had become a little hyperactive ever since he followed Yun Nuoxing and the others out, had already flown around the surroundings. Then, he went up to Yuan Shi excitedly and said, "Brother Yuan, so your home is a palace. It's so grand." In the land of the Yuan realm, mountains spanned thousands of miles and were thousands of feet tall. Dazzling palaces were arranged along the mountains. Although it was called a palace, it was not arranged in a complete and orderly manner, nor did it have any special symbolic meaning. It was just dazzling and glittering. Some of the palaces spanned thousands of miles, and the huge palace in the center was almost 10,000 feet tall and 10,000 miles wide. Chu Chen was just intimidated by its grandeur. In the next second, Chu Yingzhan and Chu Xianling each pulled one of his ears to the side and explained to him about being reserved. "Oh, don't worry too much about it. It's just that those boring show-offs in the Yuan family dyed it gold. They say it looks grand, but at least the facade is like that. It was still green a few years ago." Yuan Shi chuckled and waved his hand. "Also, don't be fooled by how big the palace in the center is. In fact, many of the long corridors on the left and right sides are empty. Also, there's a huge pile at the back. The real practical area is only the center and a few side halls." "Everyone! Why do they only do these flashy things?" Yuan Shi laughed dryly. There was nothing to see near the teleportation platform. Yuan Shi led everyone around and was about to fly directly to the center when a strong whistling sound, accompanied by an extremely powerful aura, came from afar like shocking thunder. Yuan Shi's body instantly stiffened. Xian and Ming also trembled all over. They recalled what had happened in the past and hurriedly pulled Chu Yingzhan, Feng Er, and the others back a few steps, leaving only Yuan Shi and Yun Nuoxing in front of them. "Sister! Wait, puff!" Yuan Shi had just turned around and was about to run for his life. He had only spoken a few words when his entire body flew through the air and rushed out in front of Yun Nuoxing and the others. A faint, sharp, mournful cry could be heard as it disappeared into the horizon. Yun Nuoxing scratched her face and laughed dryly. Qian is as energetic as ever. Chapter 1085. A few minutes later, Yuan Shi returned to the group. His handsome face was green with bitterness, and he kept sighing. On his shoulder was a tall and slender girl with a sweet smile. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and playfulness as she constantly scanned the group. Suddenly, she found a target, and her smile became even brighter. With a push of her hands, she leaped up from Yuan Shi's body and landed gracefully. Then, she grabbed Ziyan's hand and shook it up and down with all her might, leaving afterimages behind. "Ah, long time no see, long time no see." Ziyan shook her hand with a bitter smile. Before she could say anything, Yuan Qian grabbed her shoulder and looked around. "Where's the little boy? Where's the little boy? Didn't he come with you? Or did you dump him?" Ming saw the crazy girl and his pretty face trembled violently. He took a few steps back without leaving a trace. Thinking about what happened back then, He almost broke out in a cold sweat. Xian and Mei Mao secretly glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was looking at them like he was watching a show. Just as she was hesitating whether she should give him up, Yuan Qian flung herself to Yuan Shi like a gust of wind. She reached out her two slender hands and pinched his face. Smiling like a flower, she said, "My cutest little brother, where's the little boy? Didn't you say you were with him? Back then, you were also together on the road." Listen to me. Yuan Shi's handsome face was pinched into a funny shape. He couldn't speak clearly and smiled bitterly. "Little Star is here." Yun Nuoxing shook his head helplessly. Sooner or later, he would be exposed. It was better to get the pain over with. He walked over and patted Yuan Qian's shoulder. Yuan Qian turned around like a gust of wind. Mei Mao looked curiously at the girl who was pointing at herself as if she wanted to express something. She blinked and smiled sweetly. "Little brother, where did you find such a beautiful girl? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Xiao will eat you?" "Pooh." Yuan Shi couldn't hold it in and directly spat it out. The others expressed their calmness. After all, they were already used to it. Moreover, from the dizzy Xian and the frightened Ming, they also learned who this crazy woman was. After hearing that she had an ill-fated relationship with Yun Nuoxing, they all expressed their calmness. "Qian, it's me." Just as Yuan Qian was about to reach out and pinch the tender cheeks of the girl in front of her, Yun Nuoxing shook her head helplessly and called out softly, "Ah." When Yuan Qian heard this, she was stunned for a moment. She turned around and saw Yuan Shi nodding at her with a bitter smile. The shock on her face almost instantly reached its peak. She was completely stunned. She pointed at Yun Nuoxing with a trembling finger and muttered in disbelief. The little boy turned into a little girl. Yuan Qian, who was originally standing straight, suddenly went limp. Her eyes were glazed over and she swayed as if she was about to fall. Yun Nuoxing was so frightened that she quickly reached out to support her. She shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "Is it that serious? This is too exaggerated." Yuan Shi came over and saw his sister muttering that sentence in a daze. He exchanged glances with Yun Nuoxing. Both of them sighed bitterly and shook their heads. The former couldn't help but say, "It's over. My spiritual pillar and faith have collapsed. It feels like I only found out that my husband used to be a beautiful girl after 100 years of marriage." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" Fortunately, Yuan Qian came back to her senses not long after. She still looked at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief and sighed. Just when everyone thought that this ill-fated relationship had come to an end and Yun Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief, Mei Mao suddenly lit up brightly. Then, before anyone could react, she suddenly pounced on Yuan Qian. "Wow!" She flew again. Everyone expressed their calmness. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yuan Qian was able to recover so quickly after her faith collapsed. They could only sigh at how strong her willpower was. Perhaps it would be better to say that she was stupid? This person was crazy. She looked like the kind that lacked a heart and lungs. Yuan Qian leaned into Yun Nuoxing's arms and took a deep breath. Yuan Qian smiled happily and said, "Yes, it feels the same as back then." Yun Nuoxing felt powerless. Her liver, lungs, and waist were all hit. However, Yuan Qian's attack was much weaker than Ming's. That stupid celestial emperor's body hit him at half the speed of light. He could vomit bile in a matter of minute. Yuan Qian's attack was child's play. Long time no see. Yun Nuoxing reached out and hugged the girl who was leaning on him. The background was a vast land and a huge palace. It gave people the feeling that they were reunited after thousands of years. If there were a few snowflakes, this scene would be like a painting. If it wasn't for Yuan Shi who reminded them that they had more important things to do, Yuan Qian would have been stuck in the sky for dozens of minutes. After she got down from Yun Nuoxing's body, she looked at him with a bitter expression. He shivered. "Sister, Little Star is here to help us move. Let's deal with this first. Otherwise, I will feel uneasy." Yuan Shi hurriedly said before Yuan Qian used her silver teeth to serve him. Yuan Qian's expression became serious. She nodded. After a while, she frowned and sighed. Speaking of this, there is a small problem. She waved her hand and took the lead to fly forward. Everyone followed closely behind her. She continued, "Little brother, do you still remember the lake at home?" Yuan Shi rubbed his chin and thought for a few seconds. He nodded and said, "That Qinshui Lake. What's wrong with the lake? Speaking of which, aren't we moving the entire space over? Why do we care about the lake?" Yuan Qian waved her hand and said, "Qinshui Lake doesn't belong to this space. If we take the space and leave, the lake will stay where it is and materialize in the virtual immortal city." Yuan Shi was stunned when he heard this. "There's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Father has been sorting out the family's affairs after he heard your decision. He only found out about this not too long ago." Yuan Qian shook her head helplessly. "That lake is the sacred land of the Yuan family. Normally, even the elders can't go there. Only Father and the Supreme Elders can go there. However, there's no such restriction now. We can't move the lake away. Many people have gathered by the lake to think of a solution." Yuan Shi was confused when he heard this. He glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who was whispering to Xian and Ming behind him. He had an idea and quickly stepped back. He said, "Little star, what do you think? Do you have a solution?" Yun Nuoxing raised her head. She was also paying attention to what Yuan Qian said before. "That lake probably didn't belong to the Yuan family in the first place. Your ancestor just dragged it into this space when he created it. It should have a relatively high priority. This refers to the situation when it's in a separate space. Being dragged into another space is the same as being exposed in the real world. However, if you want it to change space, it will fall out of the current space." "Oh, that's probably the case. I'll have to take a look to know the specifics." Yuan Qian looked at him in surprise and smiled. "Little boy, you're amazing. Father and the others sat there for 2 hours and didn't say a single word." "Of course." Yuan Shi immediately became excited. "Do you know the Nine Gods Palace's young hall master? Do you know the Nine Gods Palace's 10th ancestor? Do you know the God of Heaven? Do you know the Gods Realm's big shots? The Gods Realm's repair?" Ouch. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and laughed dryly. "Don't worry about him, don't worry about him. If you have time, just listen to his explanation slowly. Also, change the way you address him. I'm not used to it." Yuan Qian looked blankly at Yuan Shi, who was hugging her head and howling, then nodded with a strange expression, "All right." Xian looked at the two and asked softly, "Is there anything special about that lake?" Yuan Qian shrugged. "I don't know." "Huh." Everyone was confused. "Isn't that the Yuan family's sacred land?" "Yes." "Then it has to be useful, right?" "I don't know." "Does it have any special value?" "I'm not sure." "Symbolic meaning? A soul building? What symbolic meaning does a broken lake have? Building a building would be more straightforward." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Did the lake not have any special meaning just because it was called a sacred land? Looking at Yuan Qian's calm expression, it was as if she didn't care about the so-called sacred land at all. "Then why do you need to move it away? Can't you just leave the useless things here?" Yun Nuoxing was also confused. He didn't think that it had anything to do with religion. The God's realm didn't care about religion. Although there were a small number of people who believed in something, it definitely had nothing to do with the Yuan family. Yuan Qian scratched her head and muttered, "I don't know, actually. Father and the others were too anxious. They said that we can't abandon the sacred land. One of the elders in the family was also in favor of moving, but when he realized that the sacred land couldn't be moved, he didn't want to move. He almost got into a fight with Father and the others because of this. They argued for a minute before he gave in." Yuan Qian hurriedly explained when she saw everyone's faces turn dark. "But no one really knows what the lake is for." Other than the inheritance that said that the lake is a sacred land, there's no other information. For millions of years, there's no record of any movement from the lake. Alright. I think that the Yuan family's ancestor might be a little funny. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. How could he do something like that to trick his own descendants? Yuan Shi said a few words from the side. Yuan Shi nodded and led the group towards the sacred lake. In any case, it was a critical period now, and the sacred lake could be abandoned at any time. It didn't matter if it was a sacred ground or not. There weren't many people living in the outside world who were too stubborn and inflexible. The corpses of those who didn't know how to adapt could fill an entire galaxy. The sacred land was some distance away from the vast and mighty palace in front of them. After passing through the palace complex, they kept flying deeper. After a few minutes, they finally saw the sacred land. Looking down from the sky, they could see a huge lake green area on a plain. It was crystal clear and smooth like a mirror. It was so calm that it really looked like a mirror. It was even reflecting sunlight. Although it was called a sacred land, it also looked like a huge gemstone or a magic mirror embedded in the ground. A large group of people stood by the lakeside. They looked at the large lake green mirror-like object with thoughtful expressions. They didn't know if it was a mirror or a lake, but there were many charms and magic formations set up around it. It should be heavily guarded on normal days, but because it was an emergency, there weren't many people around it. There weren't any soldiers around, and the only people within a radius of 10 miles were the people by the lakeside. Yuan Qian and Yuan Shi led their people down from the sky, causing the people at the lakeside to be slightly stunned. Half of the people looked away after a glance and continued to ponder over the toy in front of them, pulling their hair and beard. The other half hurriedly went forward to welcome them. Yuan Qian and Yuan Shi led Yun Nuoshing and the others directly over. "You're here. I was just about to inform you." A tall and skinny young man walked up with a smile. His face could be considered delicate, around 20 years old. As for his actual age, who knew? He was wearing a green robe, his attire was neat and tidy, his smile was like a gentleman, but also a little indifferent and carefree. Yun Nuoshing glanced at him, then looked at Yuan Shi. He had some of the former's shadow on him, but he was taller and more carefree, the kind that was as carefree as the wind. No one could control him if he ordered people around. "Father, how did it go?" Yuan Qian glanced at the 12 supreme elders surrounding the lakeside. Then, she looked at the young man. Her temperament changed slightly. She was serious and calm, and she did not seem as lively as she was a few minutes ago. "Do you want to throw it away, or this?" "I don't know yet." The young man sighed and shook his head with his hands behind his back. "This lake has been here for a long time. No matter how hard we try, we can't make it move. We only know that if we move the entire space, the sacred lake will fall out and directly cover a large area in the city." Everyone glanced at the area the lake occupied. It was an irregular oval that was more than 100 feet long and more than 100 feet wide. Conservatively speaking, it would destroy the flowers and plants in the city. Other than that, there would be no other impact. The teleportation point of the Yuan clan's space was a square with a radius of 3,000 feet. There was no need to worry about it affecting anything. The sacred lake has existed since the earliest records of the Yuan clan. However, there was no specific record of whether the ancestor deliberately brought it in or what happened. Yuan Shi whispered in Yun Nuoshing's soul. "Anyway, it has been peaceful all these years." Everyone just ignored him. Yun Nuoshing glanced at the lake green mirror and was deep in thought. She tilted her head and wanted to say something to Yuan Shi. However, she saw that he was pulled to the side by his brothers and sisters. Moreover, they were all looking at him strangely and whispering to each other. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while and found this group of people from her memories in the Divine Sky City. She deliberately glanced at Yuan Shui, who was hiding behind Yuan Shi and carefully sizing him up with a pair of bright eyes. Yun Nuoshing smiled and waved his hand as a greeting. He was interested in this girl who cultivated the 6 sacred demonic sounds. Of course, he didn't have any opinions about the low-level, trash and showy mystic techniques created by the gods. He just didn't know much about them back then and felt that they were very magical. That thing was at most an immortal grade mystic technique. It was probably a low-level one. It was just that the way it was cultivated was special. Using the same amount of effort to cultivate it, it was more difficult to deal with the 6 sacred demonic sounds than other immortal grade or even saint grade mystic technique. He was still thinking about things when Yuan Shi and his family suddenly exclaimed in shock. They stared at him in disbelief, which made him shrug his shoulders helplessly. He was used to such reactions and didn't have much time to be shocked. Chu Yingzhan had already used her crazy skills. She pulled Chu Chen and jumped over to introduce herself as if they were close friends. Yun Nuoxing turned around and walked towards the lake green mirror. Xian, Ming and the others quickly followed behind and squatted down by the lake. The others only paid attention to them for a while and didn't pay much attention to them. However, Yuan Qian couldn't wait and pulled the young man over. Yuan Shi also quickly pulled himself away. The lake was glowing with a faint emerald green luster and seemed to be flowing with the color of energy. From afar, it looked like the water was rippling, but there were no ripples. It was just the visual difference of the reflection. Looking at it from such a close distance, it was a bit strange. The surface was smooth and transparent, and he could see directly under the water. However, he couldn't see anything. This was unbelievable. With his eyes, he should be able to see directly to the bottom of the lake. Hey, little boy. Cough, little star, do you see anything? Yuan Qian jumped and clung to him, almost knocking him into the lake. Yun Nuoxing flicked her forehead without looking back. Only then did he help her stand up. He tilted his head slightly to look at the young man who had been watching him. When the latter saw him looking over, he smiled slightly and nodded. Hello, little fellow who is hard to come by even in 100 rumors. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and cupped his hands. He wanted to say something, but the young man continued, You don't have to be so formal. This time, we still need your help. To be honest, when I heard that the God organization wanted the Yuan family to surrender, my mind went blank for half a day. Then, when I heard Yuan Shi say that you're the manager of the 9 deities palace and can help the Yuan family settle down, my mind went blank again for half a day. To put it bluntly, I just didn't bring my brain with me one day. Yuan Qian rolled her eyes at her father. The young man laughed awkwardly and coughed dryly. He straightened his face. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Don't be so formal. Say it directly. Yuan Qian poked his lower back. If you need anything, you can find us. The Yuan family can ally with the 9 deities palace, as long as you don't mind. Everyone. They felt that something was wrong, but they were too embarrassed to say it out loud. Well, it's just settling down before the war. There are still storms to deal with in the future. I can't stand this kind of internal friction, so I help. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and said, There are fewer and fewer guardian powers. The demon world is like a thorn in my side. I don't want to care about it, but it hurts. Some people want to control the overall situation with their own methods, so I have to make some arrangements with my own method. I know. The young man nodded with his hands behind his back. The battle line should be united when it comes to the demon world. In the past, the demon race invaded again and again. Many facts have proven that the strength of the God realm is no match for the demon world. It's just that I don't know why we managed to resist the invasion time and time again. There are naturally many reasons for this. If you are interested, I'll find some time to brew a pot of tea and I'll tell you. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. The two of them talked in a very normal tone, as if they were treating each other as equals or as if they were two friends chatting together. Oh, that's good. I'm very interested. The young man smiled and nodded. My name is Yuan Shang. You can just call me Yuan Shang. At this time, Yuan Qian moved closer to Yun Nuoxing's ear and whispered, Dad has always been a nice guy all his life. You can't trick him. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Do I look like that kind of person? Yuan Qian seriously thought about it for a while, and actually nodded her head. This made him speechless for a while. He smiled bitterly and rubbed her fine black hair. He pointed at the mirror-like lake and asked Yuan Shang, "Is there anything special about this lake to the Yuan family?" "There isn't. The old ancestor only left 4 words, Qing Hu sacred land. There were no other instructions. To be honest, I don't see anything special about this lake. Look." Yuan Shang spread his hands and said to Yun Nuoxing. He waved his sleeve, and the aura of a peak god emperor condensed into a 3-meter-wide energy current. It fiercely crashed into the green lake. Then, the energy current shot into the sky at a strange angle, as if it was rebounded. It flew for a distance and slowly disappeared. 100% energy deviation, Yun Nuoxing said. She touched her hair. Maybe it can be used as a city defense system? Everyone who would be so free as to use this as a defense system. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue and continued to stare at the lake. She frowned slightly and seemed to be thinking about something. Yuan Shi jumped over. "Little star, what did you see?" Yun Nuoxing shook her head. "I just felt a familiar aura, but I can't remember it." A familiar aura? Everyone was stunned. Then, thousands of thoughts appeared one after another. They looked at each other and saw all kinds of terrifying thoughts in each other's eyes. If it was something that an old antique like him said was familiar, then it must have come from some time ago. However, the ancestor of the Yuan family was a heavenly god from the ancient era. There might be some similarities. A familiar aura, it seems to be something that I blew to pieces. Yun Nuoxing frowned and stuck out her tongue. I must have forgotten something. Everyone felt even more terrified. Chapter 1086. To be remembered by a kami and be blown into pieces, no matter what its true form was, at least it had completely attracted everyone's attention. The only thing they could be sure of was that this thing was definitely not a good thing. Although Yun Nuoxing was a little violent and occasionally went crazy, and his mind was filled with thoughts of destroying the world, he was also a person with integrity. He would never destroy something for no reason. Probably therefore, when he said such sensitive words as familiar and bombed before, everyone's hair stood on end for a second. Then, they calmed down. At this time, their state of mind had already reached the point where they could remain calm even if the flood was raging. Even if the sun exploded in front of them, they could still calmly take a sip of tea. It couldn't be helped. After following that guy for so long, they were a little arrogant and were used to being calm. Yun Nuoxing squatted down and stretched out his hand to poke the lake that was as hard as a gem. To be honest, if he hadn't heard Yuan Shang and the others say that it was a lake with his own ears, he would definitely think that this thing was a mirror or a gem. There is energy flowing. I think I know how to deal with it. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. You guys step back a little. As soon as they heard this big shot's instructions, Yuan Shi and the others quickly stepped back a little. They even pulled Yuan Shui, Yuan Shang, and the others, who didn't know the truth, back with them. Yun Nuoxing exhaled softly and raised his hands. He lowered his head and looked at his excessively white palms. He clenched his fists slightly and an invisible energy suddenly gathered in his hands. He raised his head and stared at the lake-green mirror lake. The latter seemed to have sensed something. The faint emerald energy seemed to have a faint ripple, but it did not seem to have any effect at all. Boom! His hands, which contained a strange energy, fiercely waved through the air. Immediately, the entire ground shook, causing everyone to sway, but they quickly steadied themselves. The movement here also caused the 12 Supreme Elders to be stunned. They turned their heads and saw what Yun Nuoxing was doing, and then saw Yuan Shang signaling to them. They hesitated for a moment, and then slowly retreated. Yun Nuoxing waved his hands in the air with transparent energy ripples. His mouth opened and closed, and he said something silently. Waves of energy that made one's heart palpitate brewed in this space. The ground only shook for a moment before it stopped moving. On the other hand, the dim emerald-green light in the mirror lake suddenly became stronger, causing Yuan Shang and the others to watch nervously. The sacred lake, that had not reacted for a long time, finally had some reaction at this moment. "Get up!" Yun Nuoshing raised both of his hands up high and bellowed. The energy of the heaven and earth all surged towards the direction of his hands, creating an energy storm out of thin air. Bang! It was as if a huge, heavy object fell from the sky and crashed into the lake. It created a wave of water that was hundreds of meters tall, and a wall of water was pulled out of the air. At this moment, the emerald-green lake truly looked like water. It was no longer a hard rock. Everyone could feel the texture of the emerald-green water. Heaving a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoshing continued to wave his hands, controlling the wall of water to continue to rise. The water in the lake was sucked into the air, and gradually, a funnel-like bottom of the lake was revealed. Everyone hurriedly stretched their heads out to take a look. They originally thought that they would see a funnel filled with silt, but they did not expect to see an emerald-green ground. The ground gradually shrank towards the center of the lake. Everyone was slightly surprised when an azure-blue edge suddenly appeared at the bottom of the lake. It was a formation. As the water in the lake was constantly thrown into the air, a formation that covered a large area of the bottom of the lake was revealed. The azure-blue and faint emerald light flickered. It was extremely bright. No one knew how many years it had lasted, but it still stood there without disappearing. It was as if it had not been washed away by time and was completely undamaged. Yun Nuoshing ignored the formation for now. He was still trying his best to deal with the lake water that had been thrown into the air. If he let go, the lake water would crystallize and fall from the sky. Conservatively speaking, it would create a huge crater. Condense. The emerald-green lake water was gathered into a constantly spinning ball of water. It was hundreds of meters large. He uttered a soft syllable from his mouth. Afterwards, he made a squeezing motion with his hands from the sides to the center, forming a ball. In midair, two gigantic black hands that were thousands of meters large suddenly appeared. The palms and arms were covered with colorful energy traces. It was very mysterious. The two gigantic black hands followed his movements and pressed down on the two ends of the ball of water. Powerful energy continuously surged out from the hands and pressed down on the gigantic ball of water, causing it to continuously shrink. The gigantic ball of water was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the lake water was compressed to the size of a thumb by the energy, a crisp sound suddenly came from midair. Yun Nuoshing retracted his energy in a timely manner. He stretched out his hand and a flash of light streaked across the air. He caught it and opened it to take a look. It was an emerald-green ball that was only slightly more than an inch in size. I reckon that this is not the main point. It's probably just a defensive measure? Yun Nuoshing said softly as he threw the ball to Yuan Shang. This ball, is that lake just now? Yuan Shang stared blankly at the emerald-green bead, unable to react for a moment. The bead was quite heavy in his hand, and its texture was ice-cold. He used all his strength to crush it, but he was unable to crush it. What exactly is this thing? I don't know. I think I forgot something important. Yun Nuoshing also shook his head. Although he had solved this thing, he could not remember what it was. He had forgotten some of the more important things. Perhaps a part of it was lost when the memories were passed down. There is a huge hole under the lake. That formation should be a plug. Back then, your ancestors either forgot to tell you how to open it or they did not understand this thing themselves. Yun Nuoshing pointed at the formation. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. Isn't there a god in the Yuan family? Even he can't do anything about it? Yuan Shang smiled bitterly and nodded. When the god was asleep, he did study this thing. However, he did not cause any commotion. Let's go down and take a look. I'm a little curious. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand and took the lead to rush out. Then, he directly descended into the hole under the formation. The formation was only used to isolate the lake water. It did not prevent people from entering. When the others saw this, they quickly moved and followed him into the hole at the bottom of the lake. The hole was quite deep. Yun Nuoshing jumped down and floated for a while. When most of the others had arrived, he led them down with all his might. It was not until 5 minutes later that their vision suddenly widened and they entered a huge underground hole. Looking down from the top of the hole, it was an irregular circular hole. It was difficult to measure its length and width. It was probably no less than 100 miles. The hole looked more like a small underground world. The surrounding rock walls and the ground at the top were filled with a faint fluorescent light, which faintly illuminated the huge underground hole. It was probably some kind of luminous life that lived in the hole and clung to the rock walls. With Yun Nuoshing's strength, even complete darkness could not stop them. When they approached the bottom of the hole, they could clearly see that it was a sloping ground. From the place where they had landed, it was sloping in one direction. The slope was very obvious. At the bottom of the hole, there was a huge hole that was also faintly glowing. It led deeper into the ground. The Yuan family's records have never mentioned such a place. At this moment, a great elder of the Yuan family said softly. Yun Nuoshing frowned. After he steadied himself on the ground, he immediately took out the nethervoid sword. His aura rolled and calmed down. However, his posture had already frightened the people who did not know the truth, and they all became alert. There's a strange aura. It's a little annoying. At least, it gives me a very annoying feeling. I must have forgotten something. Yun Nuoshing muttered. He turned around and looked at Yuan Shang. This place belongs to the Yuan family. It's not my place to say whether we should enter or not. You guys decide. Yuan Shang and the great elders looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Yun Nuoshing then walked forward. However, the former walked 2 steps faster and stood in front of him. He carefully looked around. It was obvious that he was acting as a scout. The underground hole is very big, but there's only one path. There are no forks in the road, and there's no aura of living people. There are no abnormalities in the 100-meter-thick rock walls on both sides. There shouldn't be any problems, Yun Nuoshing said. The group walked past the 30-meter-tall hole and entered another spacious area. The ceiling of the hole was very high, and there were stalactites hanging down dozens of meters. A drop of water from above would take a minute to fall to the ground. The path was a slope from the beginning to the end, and it led straight down. Chu Yingzhan's bright eyes flickered as she looked at Chu Chen. She suddenly had an idea. She wanted to roll her brother into a ball and kick him down to see if he would roll to the bottom. Chu Chen suddenly shivered. His face turned pale, and he felt as if the Grim Reaper was licking his ears. He quickly turned around, but he did not find anything. Only Chu Yingzhan looked at him with a dignified expression, which made him feel suspicious. The underground hole leads to the depths of the ground. This place should not belong to the Yuan family's space. Yun Nuoshing said softly. His senses had been rapidly spreading forward, and he had detected a place very far away. After walking for a while in the beginning and discovering that there was really no danger, the group increased their speed. The deeper they went, the more irregular the shape of the cave became. The road was bumpy. If the place where they came from and the several large cavities ahead of them seemed to be man-made, then the place behind them was naturally formed. The faint light on the surrounding rock walls also became brighter. The light seemed to be focused towards the depths of the cave, brightening the space and giving it a strange feeling. Phew! It's so cold. Could it be that this place leads to hell? Yun Nuoshing remembered that the 6th child of the Yuan family was called Yuan Ying. She rubbed her hands and said, "Little star, could this place be some kind of predicament?" Yuan Shi could not help but feel his heart palpitate. This was not the first time that a similar situation had occurred. They had mistakenly entered some kind of place and got trapped. In any case, He naturally thought of this when he saw that the cavities in the ground were all similar. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. There are still 2 more cavities before we reach the end. We are now more than 600,000 kilometers deep underground. Ah? I'm not flying that fast, right? Yuan Qian was stunned. Of course, I'm flying with all of you. If not for the fact that the slope is not uniform, and I'm afraid that the light elements will directly hit the wall, we would have arrived long ago. I'll speed up a little more. Yun Nuoshing said as he sped up. Light particles began to clearly appear around him. He also used the power of laws to slightly distort the distance between them. Just as he passed through the cavern in front of him, a strange feeling suddenly attacked him, causing him to shiver. His figure suddenly stopped in midair. The light elements and the power of laws dissipated, and everyone hurriedly stopped. Then, they were all stunned. They only felt that the cavern had suddenly expanded by more than 10 times. The wall in front of them was very far away, and they could not see the next cavern entrance. The power of laws had suddenly disappeared, and reality had returned to normal. This was the true size of these cavities. Yun Nuoshing trembled, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. It was as if he had been noticed by something. A faint thought appeared in his senses, but there was indeed no living thing in the range of his senses, nor was there any remnant soul or spirit. However, that feeling made him certain that he had been noticed by something, causing him to stop using the power of laws and the light elements in an instant. However, that feeling came quickly and only lasted for a moment. He could not find the source. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was definitely not an illusion. What's wrong? Noticing Yun Nuoshing's movements, Xian turned around with some worry in his eyes. Yun Nuoshing frowned and looked at the wall beside him. His arm glowed with a golden light, and he suddenly waved it with force. Boom! The irregular wall suddenly exploded, and dust flew everywhere. The rumbling sound of the explosion was endless, causing everyone to be stunned. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a huge cut that was hundreds of meters wide had appeared on the wall, traversing the entire underground cavern. Everyone's cheeks twitched. This violent maniac! Seeing that there was no strange reaction, Yun Nuoshing frowned even more. Be careful. It's best to seal your spirit and soul. His strange tone made everyone grimace. Chu Yingzhan was furious. What's going on? No, I suddenly felt should I say a line of sight. Yun Nuoshing shook his head and continued to fly forward. However, within a radius of 100,000 miles, I can't even feel a soul or spirit, let alone life aura. Why don't you count and see if there's an extra person among us? His slightly teasing tone made everyone's hair stand on end. Exploring this gloomy cave 600,000 miles underground had already made everyone's nerves tense. Now, when he said something even more strange, goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. Why don't we let little magic scout ahead? Chu Yingzhan coughed softly. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Why? He's round and can roll all the way to the end. Everyone, Yuan Shang and the Supreme Elders, were still walking at the front. They were slightly more cautious and slowed down. However, this was the end of the underground cavern. They looked at each other and nodded. Then, they plunged into the cavern. Then, they collectively gasped and exclaimed, What is this? Yun Nuoshing and the others' expressions changed. They quickly rushed forward. The former even took out the Dark Ruins sword and the Darkness Origin pearl. The group of people passed through the cavern. When they saw what was in front of them, they were all stunned. The last cavern was the end of this huge underground cavern. It was an unprecedentedly huge circular cavern. Along the walls of the circular cavern, there were many huge runes of different colors. There were also scattered magic circles. The number of runes and magic circles was innumerable. The runes and magic circles filled the walls, but there were none on the ground. From the top of the underground cavern, there were tens of thousands of thick stalactites. They were arranged in a crisscross pattern. The stalactites were more than 10,000 feet apart. The sharp tips of the stalactites were connected in pairs, forming a slender rope. Tens of thousands of ropes worked together to hang something. It might have been hanging or strung together, but it was unclear. It was a long, nameless object. It was light green in color. Its surface was bumpy, as if it had been bombarded by many things. It was like a long, huge sarcoma. It spanned the entire length of the cavern and blocked the two ends of the cavern. It stretched across the center of the cavern with an imposing aura. Many light green particles emitted a faint glow and slowly revolved around the huge object. It was the only thing that could move in this place. It was just a few rays of light. This strange, long object was covered in unknown dark red patterns. There was no aura coming from it. It had been completely destroyed. On its surface, there was something that didn't seem to belong to it. The light was dim and old, and it was about to be eroded. Those were weapons. They were weapons that had pierced into the long object and were being bitten by the strange object. Yun Nuoshing squinted her eyes. The two diamond-shaped crystals in her eyes stopped spinning. This is a small part of a life that fell off. A life? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. If a part was so huge, how big would the original body be? What kind of life would have such a huge body? Motherf ****. Everyone trembled when they heard this curse. They looked at Yun Nuoshing, whose expression changed slightly, and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong now?" "I seem to have remembered something." Yun Nuoshing gritted her teeth. The sea of stars in her memory was trembling slightly. Something was about to surge out. It was that scene again. Endless dark red flames burned the entire world. However, it wasn't that scene. Her memory was rewinding. Many things flashed past. The realm of the gods. It was on the realm of the gods. However, she wasn't too sure. It was still a little blurry. Over here. There are words carved on the rock wall. A supreme elder shouted. Everyone turned around and hurriedly ran past. He then continued, however, they are very ancient words. I can't understand them. They are words from the primordial era. Strange. Didn't the Yuan family appear in the primordial era? Yun Nuoshing took a glance and recognized the words. However, she frowned. This place might not have been left behind by the ancestors of the Yuan family. Yuan Shang shook his head. The strangeness of this place was beyond his imagination. Yun Nuoshing thought about it and felt that it was true. She even said that the sacred lake might have been dragged in. Naturally, it might not belong to the Yuan family. Carefully sizing up the words on the rock wall, Yun Nuoshing cleared his throat and read aloud. This is a very mystical world. It is the most mystical world in the void. Everything in the back is blurry. I can't see it clearly. Yun Nuoshing rubbed against the rock wall. Everyone moved aside. She was the only one here who understood the language of the primordial era. After rubbing against a large piece of yellow soil, she finally found the words carved on the rock wall. I can't continue the previous words. We left a message here. I hope that the future generations can recognize this. I hope that the disasters of the past will not happen again. I hope that this world will disappear forever. That's strange. The person who left these words behind should be a deity. I can recognize the remaining weak waves, but the words left behind by a deity can't be erased by time. Yun Nuoshing frowned. It should have been erased by something. A message left behind by a deity. Chu Yingzhan suddenly shivered. She raised her head and looked at the huge pillar-like object with a faint green light. It flickered with a faint green light, like a will-o'-the-wisp. Everyone helped to wipe off the dirt around them. Because they knew that it was a message left behind by a deity, they were not worried that it would be scraped off as they wished. They did not have the ability to do so. A mystical life form, a mystical existence like a taboo, like a demon, passed down from the primordial era, they are an indestructible legend, an eternal disaster, the master of all souls, the calamity of all souls. What we sealed here according to the oath is only a part of it. A seal that has existed for a long time will disappear one day. They are the primordial life form of the realm of the gods. They are powerful, chaotic, incomprehensible, and indescribable. They must have existed in the primordial era of the gods. Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. She looked at the words in front of her in a daze. These are words from the mythological era, and they should be quite ancient. I can't completely decipher them. Everyone had goosebumps. What exactly happened here? It was the primordial era's language and the mythological era's language. The most powerful primordial life form, eternity of the realm of the gods, millions of years, primordial deity, interference, slumber, disappearance of seal, disaster, huh? Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood something. Her face changed slightly and became a little pale. I remember now. I know what I forgot. I actually forgot all of this. Everyone was curious, but she did not continue. She continued to look at the words on the rock wall. There was only one paragraph of words from the mythological era, and the rest were from the primordial era. They live forever with the realm of the gods and slumber under the earth. They are chaotic and violent, incomprehensible and incommunicable. They have powerful spirituality. Over here there are words from this era here. Chu Chen suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. They all ran over, leaving Yun Nuoxing in a daze. This is the last time I'm here. I've protected this place on behalf of the pioneers for 11 eras. I'm too tired. Resisting the suppression of the precepts of heaven and earth is more strenuous than I thought. This body will be exiled to the void, but I'm worried. The next time I wake up, will the realm of the gods still be fine? These ancient life forms will awaken again sooner or later. The realm of the gods in this era is so weak. The precepts of heaven and earth are too strong. There are not many powerful life forms born, and there are not many strong people in this world. The realm of the gods is still strong. I've strengthened the seal once. This is my last contribution. I'm about to be forced into a deep sleep. I hope that someone can protect the realm of the gods. I hope that a powerful god will stand up and stop the disaster. If everything goes well, this seal will last until the great reversal. By then, there will still be some hope. If those who come later see the light flowing, it means that the seal is about to lose its effect, and the original body is about to awaken. Bring this news to find the guardians. In the oldest records, someone vaguely speculated that there should be some extremely powerful guardians in the realm of the god. They might be hiding somewhere. They should exist. No, they must exist. Only when the guardians and the gods of the realm of the gods work together can we resist the disaster. May the ancient great deity protect the realm of the gods. I hope that the next time I wake up, I can still see the realm of the gods standing in the void. The words ended there silently. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Xian and the others trembled as they turned around. They looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had her back facing them and was staring blankly at the rock wall. They could not help but murmur in their hearts. The guardian of the realm of the gods, he had just awakened from the samsara. Chapter 1087. This was a very mystical world, the most special in the entire Deyuan realm. Although it might look ordinary on the surface, one reason was enough to highlight its uniqueness. It was a unique world created by the first great deity himself, the only one in the entire Deyuan realm. It was a living relic left behind from the mythological era. 139 eras had passed, but it was still standing in the void in perfect condition, although its size had shrunk quite a bit due to the explosions of the Great Samsara. There were only a few words recorded on the walls, but all of them were linked together to describe one thing. The realm of the gods was born in the hands of the first great deity. Powerful and transcendent energy filled this vast and boundless world, and all kinds of energy that could condense into a monstrous energy ocean were evenly distributed in every corner. This world's abundant energy gave birth to the first batch of powerful life forms that were born in the realm of the god. They were also the original life forms of the realm of the gods, and were also recorded by others as the original life forms. The original life forms of the realm of the gods were very powerful and highly intelligent, but they were very chaotic and irritable, and could not be communicated with. The first great deity noticed these powerful life forms, but it was unknown what exactly happened in between, but they should have judged that these life forms were harmful to the realm of the gods. It was also possible that this was not the case. In any case, they did not directly destroy them, but forcefully interfered with the original life forms' activities and sealed them, causing them to collectively fall into a deep sleep. The first batch of foreign life forms, or the life forms that were born in the realm of the gods later, probably did not notice the existence of the original life forms. It was only many years later, when the life forms that lived in the realm of the gods had become powerful, that someone discovered them. Just like in the myths, the ancient box that sealed the disaster was triggered at this moment, and the sleeping ancient existences collectively woke up as if they had agreed to it. That was a disaster that broke out in the mythological era, and the exact time could no longer be traced. It was probably a disaster that affected the entire realm of the gods, but this time, the first great deity did not take action to destroy them. The great deity had already delayed for a long time, waiting for the life forms of the realm of the gods to become powerful enough so that they would no longer be afraid of those ancient life forms. Reality was also as such. Those ancient life forms were ultimately suppressed in the depths of the earth again. The gods and deities that had fought together at that time had cast a powerful seal, and they had ordered people to strengthen the seal generation after generation, making it impossible for them to break free and force them into a deep sleep. However, they did not die. They coexisted with the realm of the gods and were immortal. However, the seal would be slowly worn out over time, and they would wake up again. Yuan Shang, Yuan Shi, and the others had all understood something. They slowly turned around to look at the huge strip of light that was hanging in the middle of the cave. They could not help but swallow their saliva. They seemed to know what those ancient life forms were. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked to the front of the rock wall that was engraved with the language of this era. He looked at those words and remained silent for a long time. When Xian and the others saw him, they were also somewhat nervous. In theory, he was the guardian of the realm of the gods, or at least, he used to be the guardian. However, he had changed and was no longer the person he used to be. I heard your sincere request. Yun Nuoshing's eyelids drooped slightly, and his palm gently stroked the engraved words, but the guardian has already passed away. The realm of the gods once had a guardian. Yun Nuoshing turned around to look at everyone and said softly, I found a few words in the ancient records that the guardian once existed. Unfortunately, it was not me. It should be traced back to the Dark Age. They fell during the great turmoil at the end of the Dark Age, and were not passed down. From then on, the realm of the gods no longer had a guardian. We are just impostors. I have also never heard of a new guardian appearing. If there is one, I should be able to know about it immediately. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and rubbed his forehead tiredly. He remembered some things from the ancient age that were very important and also very deadly. Along with these things came a lot of memories, which made him feel gloomy for a moment. He knew better than anyone else the information contained in this rock wall. As for everyone else, Yuan Shang and the others were still in a daze. Xian and the others were so shocked that they could not react. In their impression, Yun Nuoshing had always carried the title of Guardian of the Realm of the Gods, whether it was his actions or what he was currently doing, managing the Pillar of Creation, managing the Guardian formation, and talking about the realm of the gods. But in the end, this guy actually said that he was not a guardian. Seeing everyone's shocked expression, Yun Nuoshing shook his head helplessly and said in their souls, I really am not. There is an observer mode in the Pillar of Creation. I used the Pillar of Creation to observe the realm of the god. On the conceptual level of the rules, there was a position similar to the throne or the star position, but it was empty and there was nothing on it. That is the position of the guardian of the realm of the gods. Didn't I tell you before that I am the observer and the terminator, not the guardian? The guardian should be the first line of defense of the realm of the gods, facing all conflicts and protecting everything in the realm of the gods. And I am the final line of defense of the realm of the gods. I am responsible for carrying out an order to everything in the realm of the gods when the worst happens, which is to quickly wither away or even euthanize everything. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. Lan Xian suddenly became very excited and said, Brother Nuoshing, you said before that you are the guardian of the realm of the gods, and that there is nothing you can't do. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. What was wrong with this guy? I knew you were going to say this. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and said seriously, If I said that I was just boasting, would you believe me? Everyone, all right, I won't pretend this time. Seriously, I am just the observer of the realm of the gods, the final life barrier of the realm of the gods. When the first barrier is empty, I will take over the duties of the guardian, but the way I carry it out is different. The fire at the end of the 68th era was the same. If it were the guardian, it would use a reasonable and safe method to defeat the invasion. Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Everyone was a little stunned. If the primary defense was gone, then the ultimate defense still had to be put up. It did not make sense that without the outermost defense, it would not be able to resist, right? So the observer would also carry out the duties of the guardian, but his job was just the observer. Then what are the guardians for? Chu Yingzhan could not help but ask. The guardians are in charge of the first line of defense of the realm of the gods. Of course, ordinary matters have nothing to do with them. Only when something major happens in the realm of the gods, such as when the demon world is about to invade, or when a world fragment comes crashing down, or when there is a great threat to the realm of the gods, they will act to eliminate it. Yun Nuoshing said. After thinking for a while, he added, After confirming that the realm of the gods is beyond saving if things continue to develop, then it will be my turn to act. A quick destruction, yes, that fire. Does the observer have anything else to do? Ming asked. Observer? What else can I do? Observe. Observe everything in this world. Yun Nuoshing grinned. Everything in this world needs to enter my eyes, and that so-called guardian is no exception. Everyone shuddered. They finally understood the meaning of these 3 words. The observer was just an observer. What was important was the object of his observation. That being said, he himself was not always looking at the realm of the gods. He was only paying attention to things that happened at critical moments, things that could change the world. If he was really paying attention to everything that happened in this world, then he would be a voyeur. The conversation in their souls was very fast, and it only took a short while for them to return to their senses. Yuan Shang and the group of grand elders were still in a daze. What in the world are those big things? Yuan Shi flicked his finger and pointed at the thing that was strung together by a long chain of stalactites. They only knew a little about it from the records, but even so, they still felt that it was inconceivable. There was no record of these strange things. Yun Nuoshing fell silent. He looked at everyone and did not say anything. His smile suddenly disappeared, and his beautiful face was a little cold, a little dark, and a little gloomy. His eyes contained a lot of information that no one could understand. He seemed to be saying something, but no one could understand. Let's go back. There's nothing to see here. It's just a piece of wreckage. After a while, when everyone came back to their senses, Yun Nuoshing sighed and waved his hand. A teleportation formation flashed and brought everyone away. Qian, you and Yuan Shang should go and deal with the Yuan family's matters. When you're ready, let me know. I'll drag the entire space and send it to the 9 Gods' Palace. If you want to keep the outside as well, cut a circle around the outside and let me know when you're done. After they came out, Yun Nuoshing directly told Yuan Qian and the others about moving. Her slightly worried and somewhat weary eyes made Yuan Qian and the others not ask anything. She nodded subconsciously and left with Yuan Shang and her group of younger brothers and sisters. A group of supreme elders also left with them. They also had many things to deal with. Since the matter of the sacred lake had been solved, they could ignore it. As for the huge amount of information, they would naturally have time to deal with it when they settled down. Only Yun Nuoxing and the others were left beside the large crater. Yuan Shi was still there and did not leave with them. Yuan Qian and the others were dealing with the matters at home. He would not be of much use if he stayed, so he was simply abandoned here. Yuan Shi calmly looked at Yun Nuoxing, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding something. He took a deep breath and asked, "Little star, what's that thing?" "What thing?" Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at him. She suddenly smiled and said, "Is there any fun place around here? I want to go out for a walk." It's coming, it's coming." Yun Nuoxing's avoidance. Everyone muttered in their hearts. It was obvious that that thing was related to some huge problem. Otherwise, he would not be so resistant. If they could see some sadness or pleading on his stiff face, perhaps they would shut up and not mention it. Yun Nuoxing did not mention anything about what happened next. However, everyone was full of curiosity and looked as if they would stare at him for an entire day if he did not answer. However, the more they stared at him, the more unwilling he was to say anything. His resistance was written all over his face. All along, the things this guy was hiding were a little too dangerous. Every time, he would rush over to solve something. It was precisely because it was too dangerous, whether it was the source or the way he dealt with it. Therefore, they were eager to know what he was going to do to prevent this guy from acting on impulse. Xian and the others also agreed. At this moment, they were also forcing him to talk. If gazes could be used as weapons, Yun Nuoxing would have been riddled with holes by now. Are you guys planning to kill me with your gazes?" Yun Nuoxing pointed at himself and said with a faint smile, "You want to compete with patience? The last person who competed with me has already died of old age." Everyone was speechless. It seemed that this method would not work. It seemed that the matter this time was so serious that this guy was planning to grit his teeth and not say anything. "Young Master Yun, it's not good to hide something from everyone." Qin Yen stood in a dignified posture with her hands folded in front of her. She smiled like a flower and looked at Yun Nuoxing, whose expression changed slightly. She gently stretched out a finger and said, "If there's anything, let's talk about it. It's better than working hard alone, right?" Seeing her suddenly stretch out a finger, everyone was stunned. After thinking for a few seconds, they came to a sudden realization and said, "Oh." When they turned their heads and saw Yun Nuoxing's deflated look, they happily gave Qin Yen a thumbs up. This move was too cruel. Chu Yingzhan's reaction was a second slower. After thinking about it, she could not help but murmur, "Damn. This move is too cruel." "Qin Yen, you're really," Yun Nuoxing looked at everyone meaningfully. She raised her head and let out a long sigh. She said faintly, "There's no harm in telling you. Anyway, this matter has been fixed from the beginning to the end." Before everyone could understand what she meant by fixed, Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and walked slowly around the sacred lake. They could only quickly follow her. The realm of the gods, during the early stages of the mythological era, which was the period when the heavens and earth were first created. The realm of the gods was blessed by the heavens and earth, and it gave birth to a group of monstrous life forms. It could even be said that they were directly born by the great deity, because they were directly born from the energy that had yet to dissipate when the great deity created the world. Those are the most ancient life forms. They coexist with the realm of the gods, and they are a part of it. They can never be destroyed. Even if they are killed or sealed, they will only be put into a deep sleep. As time passes, they will wake up again. Those are angry and chaotic life forms. They have powerful spiritual intelligence, but they do not have a clear thought process. They only have the desire to destroy, and their monstrous anger will be completely poured out on the realm of the gods. Legend has it that they have been sealed, but who knows? Let's not talk about the legend first. They have awakened once, and they have awakened in the time that I know. I call them world lifeforms. They sleep in the depths of the earth, coexisting with the realm of the god. When they stretch their bodies, sleep, and take a turn, they will cause an irreversible and unimaginable disaster to 1/3 of the upper part of the realm of the gods. Chu Yingzhan's obsidian-like Mei Mao turned around. She thought of the thing that was bound underground. Green light swirled and danced, and it was very similar to the scene before it woke up. Are those big guys going to wake up now? Yun Nuoxing was silent for a moment and then said, "In the realm of the gods, the pillar of creation is rioting, and the frequent anomalies have caused the life forms in the realm of the gods to have the same anxious emotions. Some are big, some are small, and this uneasiness has formed a tide of thought that affects them." "Speak human." Yuan Shi coughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and said, "How does it feel to have 10,000 people holding a megaphone and roaring in your ear while you are asleep?" Everyone laughed dryly. Perhaps the seal was already about to reach its end. At this time, the pillar of creation's strange movements might not be sensed by normal people, but they would be able to sense it. That thought would also affect their slumber, and those violent ancient life forms would once again awaken. To put it bluntly, it's like the little friends of the realm of the gods have come out to tear down the house. We are all the innocent victims, and we are the ones being torn down. Everyone was speechless. This description was very vivid. Wait a minute, boss. We know that the seal is about to lose its effect, but how do you know that the pillar of creation and the tide of thought have affected them? Didn't the legend say that the world life forms would only wake up when someone first saw them? Maybe someone had a death wish and bumped into them? At the same time, it affected the seal or something. Nightmare quickly said. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. The stone wall didn't say anything specific. It only said that the seal had been worn down by time, and that the god who left the message in this era had just strengthened the seal. Yun Nuoxing stopped and looked at them, saying, "At the end of the 68th era, the Starry Sky Temple appeared and led the only clue to the realm of the gods. From then on, a long war that lasted 16 trillion years began." Nightmare and the others were stunned. They had heard him mention this many times. They didn't know why he brought it up now. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have entered a memory and murmured faintly, "1,000 years ago, the Starry Sky Temple appeared. Countless worlds swarmed toward the realm of the gods, and order was broken again and again. The sleeping ancient existences were disturbed, and we could only run around, unable to get involved in the war. Now you have touched the taboo. Whether it's the Changyuan realm or the Saint Spirit realm, we have the leisure to overturn everything. Let the karmic fire of destruction become the light that burns your sinful bones." Xian frowned. He had told them this once before. It was when the realm of the gods finished the invasion of the realms of the gods, and when he set off that fire, he even sacrificed the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. Her eyes widened in shock, and she and Feng exclaimed at the same time, "That ancient existence! You were the one who sealed those world-class beings." Yun Nuoxing smiled silently. 16 trillion years ago, the invasion of the realms of the gods disturbed those ancient existences. I was the observer, the last line of defense. When the Guardian was empty, I had to take over some things. The turbulent war, the flames of war, the sleeping existences, any one of them could flatten half of the realm of the gods. If we gathered the power of millions of gods, we could fight them, but at that time, it would only make the realm of the gods even more chaotic. The war lasted 16 trillion years, not because the war ended in 16 trillion years, but because we used those 16 trillion years to suppress those ancient world-class beings. When we were sure that they wouldn't jump out and cause trouble, I was the one who executed the final wither. And now, the curtain has come to an end. Only then did everyone understand why this guy could accurately say what affected the seal. Turned out that he was the one who set up the previous seal. That's all. It's very simple. If the legend is true, then even during the age of mythology, we paid a huge price to make them fall back into slumber and return to the seal. That was the first time they woke up. The second time they woke up might have been during the great turmoil at the end of the Age of Darkness, or it might not have happened. Because there are no records, I'm not sure. The Age of Darkness did not wake up. Absolutely not. Chu Yingzhan said with certainty. Everyone was stunned. Yun Nuoxing took a deep look at her, smiled faintly, and said, "The second time they woke up was during the 68th era of the Age of Antiquity. It was a short awakening, and we quickly suppressed them. When they were about to wake up, it was easy to suppress them again, but it was very laborious and took a lot of time. Fortunately, they did not wake up together. Otherwise, the realm of the gods would not be like this today. The third time, there was no third time, but it will happen very soon." Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. How long can that seal last? Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. I don't know. But if we calculate according to the seal that was set up in the beginning, the difference between the earliest and the latest seal is about 15 trillion years. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were deep. However, we spent a lot of effort in the early years. Because the first time they woke up together, we had no choice but to suppress them separately. Not a single ancient book recorded what happened that time. Only those who knew about it and those who fulfilled the agreement to strengthen the seal after the event. Why doesn't anyone know about it? Yuan Shi was puzzled. This is definitely not something that can be solved by one or two people. Why, if you knew that there was a large group of ancient life forms bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws under your butt every day, how would you feel? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Even a muddle-headed world-class life form like us has to spend a lot of time and effort to deal with it. A world-class life form in its complete state. Hey Yuan Shi, I think I'm going to piss my pants. Any world-class life form could turn the god realm upside down in this era. Currently, there were 100 gods and 4 heavenly gods in the god realm. One of them was even preparing to cause trouble. Who knew what would happen if it really woke up? Looking at Yun Nuoxing's worried expression, it was clear that he wasn't confident either. Everyone smiled bitterly. So, this was another thing that they couldn't let others know. It was too easy to cause panic. How many world-class life forms are there? Nightmare smiled embarrassedly. His legs were trembling. Not many. Yun Nuoxing flipped her fingers and said indifferently, only a few hundred. Everyone. This world should just be destroyed. Also, there's one in front of you, Yun Nuoxing added. Everyone. Yun Nuoxing laughed silently. He pulled Feng in front of him and rubbed her head. There's a very beautiful one here. I have 3 more here. He pointed at his head and smiled. Hearing this, Xian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The 4 celestial gods were world-class life forms. It wasn't that they couldn't understand. They existed forever in the god realm and were immortal. It was just that they weren't sealed. Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. Then, she said, "Oh no, there are 4 of them. Chaos is one, and the 4 beasts are all world-class life forms. They also exist forever. It's just that this unlucky chaos was blasted into nothingness by someone and was beaten back to its original point. Also, the 4 of them aren't in that sealed timeline." The group stopped and shook their heads, indicating that they needed some time to sort out their chaotic thoughts. Yun Nuoxing nodded and sat down on the spot. She was still holding Feng in her arms. Xian and Ming also came over. "Little star, let me tell you something. What do you want to say?" Yuan Shi joked. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment and sighed. "Find a place to live in seclusion and farm. Get married, eat and drink well, and wait for the god realm to collapse." Everyone smiled bitterly. It was over. The observer was in despair. They didn't need to think about anything else. Then burn the god realm to the ground and move together, Yun Nuashing said. What was this guy thinking?